Chapter 1528. Sagilet Dharma, Tree, Good. The divine child widened his eyes, panting with anger and fear. His black, gem-like eyes were filled with nervousness as he stared at Yifan. Yifan's expression was solemn. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at his immortal foundation, preparing to probe his sea of consciousness. The child's forehead was sparkling and sparkling, spotlessly white and translucent, as if it was carved out of jade. The divine child grew even more uneasy. He clawed his hands and legs, wanting to break free from the immortal foundation and flee. Sadly, the immortal foundation wasn't an ordinary object. It was extremely difficult to break it open, let alone the fact that it was locked down by Yifan. It was basically impossible for a crack to appear. With a buzzing sound, Yifan's forehead shone with a brilliant light as a strand of his divine sense shot out. It was like a comet shooting through the air, shooting straight into the immortal foundation of the child. He had to get to the bottom of this. The origins of this child were too bizarre, causing him to feel uneasy. The vast sea of consciousness was like a vast ocean, boundlessly vast and resplendent. It was extremely tranquil, and in the center of this sea, there was a towering platform that towered into the sky, radiating boundless radiance. This was the immortal foundation of the divine child. It was resplendent and seemed to be made from divine jade. After arriving here, it caused people to feel as though they had arrived at the immortal realms. It was filled with a holy aura, causing people to be astonished. This was just a child, yet he had such a majestic, immortal foundation, surpassing many experts who had cultivated their entire lives. This caused people to be shocked. Yifan's divine sense entered the immortal foundation and entered the origin of the light. With a thunderous boom, he entered a vast world that was exactly the same as the other side of the starry space. This was the scene of the ancient desolate lands on Earth. The mountain range was majestic, the terrain was vast and boundless. Ancient trees towered up into the sky, and all sorts of savage beasts ran about. This was the child's memories and also the starting point of his sea of consciousness. Hence, this was the most important part of his spiritual sense. After that, endless sobbing sounds rang out in Yifan's ears. It sounded like the cries of millions of people, shaking the entire world. And this was only the beginning. The sobbing sounds grew louder and louder as the number of people increased. At the very end, it sounded like all the living beings in this vast world were crying. This was inconceivable and difficult to understand. Then, all types of strange sounds rang out, like the beating of a divine drum, like the wailing of a funeral bell, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Meanwhile, on the other side of the starry sky, all the towering mountains on Earth were shaking at the same time as if they were about to collapse. The mountains emitted all kinds of brilliant ancient runes, and the mountains and valleys were resonating. As Yifan walked forward, he could only see the various scenes of the Great Desolate Era. He could hear the cries of countless living beings, but he could not see the figures of those people. The heavenly drum, the death knell, the sorrowful sound of all living beings. All of these interweaved together, mysterious and strange, causing one's hair to stand on end. In the end, when he arrived at the very depths, he heard all types of sacrificial noises. It was as if an ancient holy emperor was being buried. There were all types of signs and abnormalities that made one feel that something was off. His heart felt oppressed and heavy. What happened? How could there be such memories in this child's sea of consciousness? Why can't I see any humanoid creatures? Instead, there are quite a few savage beasts and divine birds lying on the ground. Yifan passed through with endless questions, but in the end, he didn't see this child's origins. The divine child seemed to have been born with knowledge and only remembered the starting ground. Afterwards, there was a blank space and no one taught him. Then, there were some trivial matters that happened in the stone square over the past 100 years. During this time, he was sleeping, and there were many faults in his sea of consciousness. His origins actually didn't exist, and even this child himself didn't know. To be able to have his current performance and have this kind of vigilant mentality It was all a type of innate intelligence. He didn't possess anything else, and it was unknown who sealed him. Yi Fan was astonished. If this child's memories weren't erased, then something special had happened that left a defect in his sea of consciousness. There was also a possibility that he didn't lack anything. This was how it was from the start, and this was his everything. It was just that he was too young and didn't leave behind any past imprints. That sacrificial sound and burial sound are very terrifying. Also, the boundless mountains and rivers on the other side of the starry sky have always appeared. This is the most suspicious part of his identity, and it's not easy to come to a conclusion. Although Yi Fan had some shocking conjectures in his heart, he lacked evidence and couldn't confirm them. He searched carefully in the immortal platform and found some scattered memories. Many of them were blurry scenes of the barbaric era on Earth, but there was a lack of humanoid creatures. In the end, he saw the boundless heavenly palace, but they were all fragments. It was as if it had been destroyed and declined, disappearing in a flash. It was a very small scene. The death of an important character, the decline of a grand, divine dynasty. Yi Fan muttered to himself. This was the most important clue in the divine child's sea of consciousness. He thought of many things and stood silently in this place for a long time. His heart was heavy. This child's origins were too extraordinary, and it really wasn't easy to deal with him. After careful observation, Yi Fan confirmed that this child wasn't a holy spirit. As for what race he was, it was hard to say. He had a humanoid body, but he had the energy of a saint at such a young age. It was truly shocking, and it wasn't quite right to say that he was a human. He wasn't a true holy spirit of flesh and blood, and he wasn't a vicious creature either. This made Yi Fan sigh in relief, but he also felt somewhat apologetic towards this child. Now that the stone skin had been cut open, it was impossible to let him continue staying in the stone square. Yi Fan didn't plan to break open the immortal origin, and it was better to let him remain in a sealed state. Although there wasn't much evidence, all kinds of signs indicated that this child's origins were most likely heaven-defying. In the future, many unpredictable things might happen. Little fatty, stop struggling. I won't hurt you. Just sleep obediently, Yi Fan said. Of course, this time, he used his divine sense to transmit his message. Give Lori my asterisk S. Godchild mumbled as he puffed his cheeks. Yi Fan really found it hard to guess what language this was. He had long since grasped the archaic divine language that was commonly used by all races, but this child's language had transcended this category, and it felt even more ancient. Thinking about it carefully, it truly made one's heart throb. Where did it originate from? Was it a language from an even more ancient era? Did he really come from Earth? Was there a period of time that was covered in dust and forgotten? Yi Fan muttered to himself. When he was still immortal, he was already very interested in the ancient anecdotes and secrets. In the Yellow Emperor's canon of internal medicine, there was a record. The ancient people, spring and autumn, were all 100 years old, but their movements never faltered. That was a mysterious piece of ancient history that was shrouded in a layer of fog. The last time he returned to Earth, he also didn't dig out any special secrets. Perhaps I should go back, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He didn't want to move rashly, fearing that he would bring the flames of war there. Today, none of his enemies were good people, and even the Quasi-Emperor was about to appear, so he couldn't help but have many misgivings. A child that was cut out is comparable to a saint. This is too heaven-defying. Whose descendant is this? It's simply inconceivable. Heavens, could it be that this is a divine fetus that was left in the human world and has now come into being? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? The people in the distance cried out in alarm. After so many years, Yi Fan returned to the stone square, and just like before, he caused a commotion. A living creature actually appeared when the stone was cut open. He was so young, yet he was so powerful. The divine child was chubby and chubby. He was fair and clean, and his large eyes were exceptionally spirited. He stared at Yi Fan, trying his best not to shrink back. He looked a bit stubborn and cute. Yi Fan pondered for a long time. How exactly should he deal with him? A few important figures from the Ji family surrounded him. and their faces were full of shock. Back then, when they dealt with this stone material, they were very careless. They never thought that a little ancestor would be buried here. This is a life form that was cut out from your G family. When I visit your clan's gate soon, treat it as a great gift. Yi Fan said after thinking for a moment. The child stared with his eyes wide open, and his mouth mumbled something. No one knew what he was saying. Who knows if you were a disaster or an innocent person? Since you come into being, you're definitely a piece of meat that everyone wants to take a bite of. I'll send you to the G clan, and you will be protected. Have a good sleep. Yi Fan left with the little fatty he spoke of. Meanwhile, the entire divine city was in an uproar. This matter was not ordinary, and it immediately spread in all directions. The performance of the child that was born from the stone was too miraculous, and everyone couldn't help but be shocked. It triggered a huge commotion in the northern region, and then it quickly swept towards the central continent, Namling Mountains, and other places. Even the saints from outside this region were shocked. They couldn't believe that there was such a heaven-defying divine child. Dao friend, please wait. When Yi Fan hurried towards the jade pool, someone shouted loudly from behind. When he turned around, he saw that it was the ancient race's great sage, Hunshuo, chasing after him. Do you need something? Yi Fan stopped and turned around to look behind him. The god of misfortune wiped away his sweat. It seemed like he had chased after him with all his might. After receiving the news, he was the first to rush over and find Yi Fan. Dao friend Yi, I'm here to reunite with you. Hunshuo had a serious expression. I'm not related to you, right? Do you think we look alike? Yi Fan had a smile that wasn't a smile on his face. Dao friend, you misunderstood. I'm here to reunite with the child you cut out. That is the child that my family lost over 1,000,000 years ago. Today, I'm here to reunite with him. Hunshuo said anxiously. Yi Fan was so angry that he was amused. You really dare to say that? Is this your family's child? Why don't you ask him if he's willing to reunite with you? Also, look carefully, isn't this celestial source even older than you? Within the celestial source, that child was currently staring with a pair of sparkling black eyes. He circulated his energy towards Hunshuo and muttered, Extra hot gatapot. Look, he's calling me. This is the child that I left outside when I was muddle-headed when I was young. Meeting him today really makes my old heart feel good. I'm so moved that I'm crying. Great sage Hunshuo's face didn't turn red at all as he spoke seriously. How could you have such a child? Yi Fan sneered. He wasn't afraid of him snatching. He beckoned him over, wanting to use him to further confirm the child's identity. Great sage Hunshuo was a little hesitant. Although he was known as the god of misfortune, he was still afraid that Yi Fan, this killing god, would throw an emperor weapon at him. If that happened, he would be the one dying. He stood in the distance and listened to the child's dissatisfied muttering. Not long after, Hunshuo's expression changed. The more he listened to the child's muttering, the heavier his expression became. He said with a trembling voice, How can such a language still exist in this world? Impossible. Finally, he couldn't endure the torment in his heart. After obtaining Yi Fan's approval, he sent out a strand of divine sense to observe the resplendent, celestial platform of the child. When those sacrificial chants rang out, great sage Hunshuo's body trembled violently. Then, like a startled old rabbit, he leaped up 100 zhong and ran away like a wisp of smoke. He was as panicked as a stray dog, and that expression was definitely not fake. Hunshuo, isn't this your child? Hurry up and tell me the reason. Yi Fan carried the child and chased after him. It's none of my business. That child of mine has already ascended to heaven. How is this my descendant? He's clearly an ancestor. Hunshuo ran like an old rabbit. Once he used his crazy pie ability, he was like the wind and lightning, making it a little strenuous for Yi Fan to chase after him. Tell me where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Fan approached and threatened him. I advise you to hurry up and send this little ancestor away. Don't provoke him. There was once an ancient imperial family that went extinct because of this. Great sage Hunshuo warned him solemnly. Nonsense. Yi Fan lightly rebuked. The two of them, one fleeing and one chasing, actually directly arrived at the Jade Lake. This was also the original target of Yi Fan. Great Sage Hunchuo didn't wait for a report. With a swoosh, he rushed to the mountain gate and shouted with a hoarse voice, "Quickly prepare the Western Emperor Tower. A big one has come. Take out 2 or more Emperor weapons and send this child into the boundless cosmos. If not, a great calamity will befall us." Chapter 1529. After receiving the report, Yi Fan and Hun Ta entered the Jade Lake one after another. Along the way, Great Sage Hun Tuo looked as if he had seen a ghost and didn't want to provoke that child. It is rumored that this is a taboo language. There are only a few records in the archaic historical records, but they have long been lost. Those who speak this language are all calamities that bring about the end of the world. In the past, there was once a great imperial family that provoked such a group of people. After fighting for half a day, blood flowed like a river, and they were completely wiped out. Great Sage Hunchuo told the truth. Then, he mentioned the sacrificial voice, clearly telling Yi Fan that when the undying heavenly emperor passed away, there had been this kind of sacrificial voice, as well as the mournful cries of 10,000 races. However, it was not as grand as the burial sound recorded in the child's immortal platform. His divine sense was like a vast ocean striking the heavens, with the feeling of the entire world mourning together. It appeared through a child's sea of consciousness, and this in itself was enough to explain the problem. He looks like an ignorant child, but he might actually be the oldest living ancestor. He might have mutated, so it's best not to provoke him. Great Sage Hunchuo usually had a calm and carefree appearance. Wherever he went, he would decline. But today, he looked like he was declining, and his face was like a bitter gourd. The safest method is to banish it and activate the Emperor weapon. Then, just like the funerals of the ancient emperors, send it into the void. Hunchuo suggested. Even someone like him had only seen some vague records in ancient texts, but he didn't know the specifics. He only knew that the sacrificial voice and the people who spoke that language couldn't be provoked. Otherwise, it would be a huge disaster. When the undying Sky Emperor was buried, there was also a similar sacrificial chant, but this child's immortal platform is even more majestic. Yi Fan asked, "I know what you want to say, but in this world, there will always be people and things that you can't predict. Don't delve too deeply into this child. Hurry up and let him go." After Huntus said all this solemnly, he got up and bid farewell. Yi Fan didn't make things difficult for him. After all, he didn't have much of a conflict with this old man. The Jade Lake was still the same. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, and there were trees and flowers everywhere. The fallen petals were in profusion, and a sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils. The illusory divine hall was suspended on the cliff, shrouded in hazy mist. The lakes were like pearls, and the towering ancient trees were swaying in the wind. It was a beautiful scene. Yi Fan saw the Jade Lake holy daughter again. Now, she had already become the master of this inheritance. She was still as elegant as ever, her beauty crowning the eastern wasteland. She was an exceptional beauty that was on par with Miaoi in the past. Her moon-white dress trailed behind her. She was graceful and elegant. She didn't put on any makeup, yet she could make all the beauties in the world pale in comparison. On her sparkling white face, her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were clear. There was a type of quick-wittedness to her beauty. "Congratulations, Brother Yi, on your invincible journey." She smiled warmly as she congratulated him. Yi Fan, Lu Yi also came. There was a smile on her face, as well as tears. She was even more moved. Her old friend from the other side of the starry sky was the closest person to her. They talked for 4 hours in a majestic palace, recounting some of their experiences over the years. They felt the boundless power of time, and many things had happened. Yi Fan directly stated his purpose of coming. He wanted to see the 9-aperture immortal stone. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. He said, "I don't know what you guys are planning, but once she comes out, she will most likely be invincible. Apart from those in the Forbidden Region, no one will be able to keep her in check." The Jade Lake Holy Daughter shook her head and said, "She is a child of our Jade Lake. We've been preaching scriptures to her since she was young, and we've poured a lot of effort into her. Even someone with a heart of stone would be moved. Moreover, she is originally one with the Jade Lake, so you don't have to worry. She revealed an awkward expression and tactfully told Yi Fan not to worry. There was something difficult about this divine fetus, but she guaranteed that she wouldn't become a disaster. Beside the celestial pond, the immortality peach tree was still verdant. Its leaves were as green as agate, sparkling and translucent. All kinds of auspicious birds and beasts roamed around it. The 9 apertures on the divine stone were absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, surging with vitality. Yi Fan stopped beside the pond and stared at the Stone King under the ancient tree. His heaven's eye was wide open, and he carefully looked through the stone wall. Inside the stone, there was a woman with a divine appearance and peerless style. Her flesh had taken shape, and she was sparkling and translucent. She could wake up at any time and break out of the stone. Brother Yi, don't worry. The Jade Lake has a sense of propriety. No matter how careless we are, we won't bring disaster to the world. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter's voice was gentle as she looked at the divine stone. Yi Fan's sharp senses sensed that there seemed to be some hidden secrets. It was different from what the Jade Lake Saint Lord had said in the past. The Holy Land was hiding many secrets and deceiving everyone. In the sky, primal chaos filled the air. An ancient pagoda was faintly discernible, floating up and down. It was the West Emperor Pagoda, cast from Immortal Tears green gold, guarding the entire Pure Land. Immortal Tears green gold was an immortal material. There were rumors in the world that it represented sad songs and tears. It was indeed so. It was said that even the West Emperor had spent half his life in misery and regret. In the Jade Pool, every talented woman seemed to have all kinds of regrets, and each had their own sad past. In the sky, a woman appeared, her face filled with endless sadness. She nodded at Yi Fan and entered the area where the West Emperor Pagoda was located. Yi Fan bowed deeply. It was young Yi, the lover of the 5th generation's Heaven's origin ancestor Zhonglin. It seemed that she had once again confirmed the ominous omen of the Immortal Tears green gold pagoda, leaving behind regret and sadness. What is the relationship between Great Emperor Wu Shi and the Jade Lake? Yi Fan suddenly asked. That black dog should know, the Jade Lake Holy Daughter said. It's gone missing. Yi Fan felt helpless. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter said, It is as you have guessed, and it is not false. I only confirmed it in recent years. The ancient sage sealed in the celestial pond has already come out and told me about the past. Great Emperor Wu Shi really came from the Jade Lake. Yi Fan suddenly turned around. He had only asked casually. He didn't expect the other party to reveal the truth. Yes, Great Emperor Wu Shi is the son of the West Emperor. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter said calmly. Her words shocked Yi Fan like a sudden clap of thunder. This was really shocking. One sect and 2 emperors couldn't be broken? No, someone had already broken through the obstacles and done it. The West Emperor's own son didn't stop at the peak because of the suppression of the Supreme Emperor's path. Instead, he defied the heavens and broke through, which was why there was the one and only Wu Shi. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause earth-shattering waves and shake the world. Even the universe would be shaken. Who said that the great emperor's son couldn't prove the way? Who said that one sect had no 2 emperors? No one had been able to break the curse since ancient times. They didn't know that it had been broken by Wu Shi long ago. This was a shocking event, an enormous wave that was sufficient to rewrite some common knowledge in the history of cultivation. It shook the heavens and the earth, shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. A legend has been broken, an unprecedented miracle, Yi Fan said with a sigh. It was said that the master of the Jade Lake couldn't marry, but it was unexpected that the West Emperor had left behind a son. If this news were spread, it would naturally cause a huge uproar. Emperor, she had a sad love story. He personally saw off his lover, and then he sealed his only son. He was alone for the rest of his life. In the end, he widely accepted disciples in the Jade Lake and established a sect, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. She didn't hide anything. I see. The powerful and beautiful West Emperor, as a great emperor, also had a sad story. It was not hard to imagine how sad it was for a great emperor to send his lover away with his own hands. Yifan didn't know what happened back then, but he could imagine the sorrow. The West Emperor must have had endless sorrow and regret. Wushi was sealed when he was very young. He was born in a dark era. Everything couldn't be helped. He needed a prince to suppress the darkness, so he unsealed him. From then on, he became an undefeated legend that shook the world. How strong is great Emperor Wushi? Yifan respected this great emperor and wanted to know everything about him. So strong that it can't be measured. This was the evaluation of the Jade Lake. Yifan understood that a great emperor couldn't be looked up to and couldn't be measured. He could only estimate it from his battle strength before he became a great emperor. When he was born, auspicious energy rushed into the 9 heavens above his head and shook the 4 seas. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter said a shocking fact. Yifan was shocked. He immediately took out the white and clean baby and stared at the little guy in the divine source, making his hair stand on end. However, the little guy was quite courageous. After a moment of timidity, he stared at him and muttered nonstop, "Unwendang ma senfii lagu nu." Louis couldn't help but exclaim after asking how the little guy came to be. It was really shocking. What was the difference between great Emperor Wushi and this little fatty when he was young? Yifan asked, "Why do you say he's fat? Children are like this when they are young. This is cute." Lu Yi couldn't help but pick up the immortal source and rub its head from a distance. "I don't know the specifics." The Jade Lake Holy Daughter shook her head. Great Emperor Wushi lost his father when he was young and was sealed by his mother. He didn't grow up with his parents, so outsiders didn't know much about him. Without a doubt, his father was a saint physique. If there weren't any accidents, he had most likely achieved great success. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of the West Emperor who had already achieved Tao? The blood of 2 great supreme beings flowed within his body. One didn't need to think to know that he was definitely heaven-defying. In reality, the innate saint physique, Tao embryo's unrivaled, might have long been proven. Under Lu Yi's consolation, the divine child was very obedient. He obediently squinted his eyes and mumbled a few sentences. "Little fatty, you can understand us, so don't say these ancient words," Yifan said. "Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel." The divine child transmitted his divine sense and continuously shouted the word scoundrel 4 times. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter and Lu Yi immediately laughed. Only Yifan threatened, "Little fatty, if you dare speak randomly again, I'll sell you into the origin ancient mine and let the strange existence there study you thoroughly. You're the one who's fat." This time, he shouted in a childish voice. It was actually not the ancient language, but the present world's language. Yifan was startled. Then, he realized that this child had woken up in the Ji family's stone square for many years. He could sense everything outside, so he must have learned the human language a long time ago. When the time comes, I'll take you and Zhang Wenchang back to the other side of the galaxy to take a look." Yifan turned around and said, "Really, really?" Lu Yi's voice trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Really?" Yifan gave her a definite answer. "I want to go too. That's where I was born," the divine child shouted. Yifan was startled. This little fatty suddenly spoke too much, and how could he be sure? Then, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated this child. He could sense other people's emotions and had captured Lu Yi's divine sense ripples. He clearly knew what kind of place it was. "Little fatty, you're not being honest." Yifan picked him up to prevent him from exploring the agitated and defenseless Lu Yi's sea of consciousness. Then, Yifan asked a question that he had always wanted to know but never got an answer to. What's going on with the Jade Lake's old land? What happened in the past? Chapter 1530. Some inauspicious things happened. The Jade Lake Holy Lady's expression was gloomy. She didn't say too much, not willing to divulge anything. One could see that there were great secrets hidden within. In the end, Yifan said his goodbyes. He gave a piece of Tao source to Lu Yi, and then left with the divine child. "Little fatty, if you stare at me again, be careful or I'll stew you." Yi Fan threatened him. This child's cheeks puffed out, his face full of unwillingness, but he also looked a bit scared. He wanted to run, yet he couldn't, wanted to fight, yet he couldn't win, leaving him panting with rage. Why aren't you saying anything? Use your subconscious. Who knows? You might be able to recall your true origins. Yi Fan said. The child gave him a look with his large eyes, and then ignored him, clearly inwardly angry. Yi Fan laughed, feeling that this little fellow was quite interesting. I hate you. This pink, jade-carved child couldn't take it anymore. When he saw that Yi Fan was always teasing him, his arms and legs flailed about, wishing to struggle free. You better not move recklessly. If you accidentally break the immortal source, you can just wait to cry. There's no way to seal you inside anymore. Yi Fan said. The desolate northern region was uninhabited for hundreds of thousands to millions of li. If he continued like this, he might not encounter a single creature for the rest of his life. The scarlet earth was boundless, not a blade of grass growing. This was the northern region's current situation. Yi Fan headed in a certain direction. The closer he got, the more stifling he felt. There was a type of grand natural law fluctuation. This was the direction of the absolute beginning restricted region. When he was still 800 or so li from that place, he already sensed a type of formless order power that made one's heart tremble. Yi Fan flew into the heavens, gazing into that direction. The ancient mind was deep and serene, taking in and sending out the essence of the sun and moon. An aura that left even the supreme beings of endless time horrified surged, existing forever with the world. Now, the great restricted regions all showed signs of reviving. Not long ago, he heard that there was a flute-playing woman who moved through the sky in absolute beginning ancient mind, but no one dared approach. Yi Fan also stopped here, not wishing to get too close. He only wanted to come to the outer regions after so many years, see if there were any special changes. The majestic palace once again stood tall on the earth. Inside the absolute beginning forbidden area, there were some majestic palaces that were boundlessly huge. Apparently, some sacrificial temples had been unearthed. Origin ancient minds' abnormalities were not far from truly appearing in the world. Yi Fan did not stay for long. Anything could happen in this place. He quickly left and arrived at a desert 20 to 30,000 miles away. Moonlight scattered down, covering the entire earth in a hazy haze. The scarlet red earth and stone appeared extremely desolate, without the slightest bit of vitality. Suddenly, at the limits of the boundless great earth, strands of white light appeared, soaring into the sky, flying towards the horizon, about to enter the green darkness in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan instantly soared into the sky. Right now, he possessed the world's fastest speed, a single thought able to move the world, quickly arriving in the heavens above. However, he was still a step too late. He could only see a few white figures disappear. They were just too fast, extremely faintly discernible. They were as ethereal as immortals, disappearing into the darkness. Jade Lake flying immortal. Back then, he and the Black Emperor had used this to find a place. As for Jade Lake flying immortal, there had never been a precise explanation since ancient times. There would occasionally be flying immortal scenes under the night moon, but no one knew what was going on. It was hazy from the distance, indistinct from up close, disappearing in an instant. Legend had it that this was an ancient desolate afterimage, a reflection of endless years ago, a replay of the ancient past. The old land under the darkness of night was extremely peaceful, not a bit of sound to be heard. The moonlight was bright and pure, illuminating the scarlet red, crushed rocks, and other things. Yi Fan headed in a certain direction. He reached out with his powerful divine senses, finding a dried-up well under the sea of red sand. It released an aura of the desolate past. The well was made of jade, a large rock pressed down on top. When it was removed, the starlight and moonlight in the sky immediately poured down like water, scattering into the well. It was devouring the essence of heaven and earth, replenishing the divine might in Jade Lake's old land. Yifan disappeared with a flash, entering the well. It was unknown just how many zhang he descended, but when he reached the bottom, he walked diagonally forward, finally walking out from the bottom of a dried-up Great Lake. He knew that he had truly entered Jade Lake's old land. This was a pure land isolated from the rest of the world. The spiritual essence was thick to the point where it couldn't be dispersed, but the grass and ancient trees here were all dead. Their leaves were bare, and there was absolutely no life force. There were many withered trees that were terrifyingly thick, towering high into the sky. They were as grand as mountain peaks, but unfortunately, there wasn't a single leaf or strand of life force. The surroundings were quiet and lifeless. This was originally a world filled with the fragrance of flowers and the singing of birds, but now it had become a barren land. There was a strange aura about it. This place didn't lack water, and along the way they also saw 1 or 2 spiritual springs, but there was no life force. The fish and plants were all pretty much dead. It was completely desolate. Palaces and pavilions appeared, but quite a few of them had collapsed onto the ground. The grand buildings had now become ruins, left for later generations to pay homage to. Finally, immortal energy became hazy up ahead, the great mountains faintly discernible. Large intact grand palaces appeared, towering in the clouds, resting on cliffs. This was simply like an immortal realm, making one yearn for it. Unfortunately, it was still lacking. There were no plants, and the silver waterfall had also dried up, becoming a land of death. We arrive here again, Yifan said softly. Back then, when he barged into this place with the Black Emperor, they were left in shock for a long time. Now, he seriously suspected that the dried-up well was actually a dog hole dug out by the Black Emperor in the past. In this world, it might be the only one who understood Jade Lake the best. After all, Wuxia came from this place. Yifan walked forward, arriving at the innermost depths of Jade Lake's important land. Life force suddenly appeared. Throughout the entire old land, only this place surged with auspicious energy, the most brilliant. From the distance, multicolored light shone in all directions, auspicious colors surging. It was like the beginning of life. There was an immortal pond here. The past Jade Lake's name was derived from it. In this place, the grass was abundant, the cliffs green. In addition, there was a silver waterfall that poured down, rumbling with noise. It was extremely magnificent. Together with the palaces and pavilions, it looked lively and auspicious, otherworldly and natural. It was extremely magnificent. There is finally sound, no longer lifeless. However, after arriving at this place, Yifan's expression became even more serious, becoming serious and on guard. He wouldn't forget the true scene he saw in the past. At the very center of Jade Lake was an immortal lake. Auspicious lights surged, mist hazy, flowing with brilliant colors. It was simply like a land of ascension to immortality. By the lakeside, there were all types of strange flowers and grasses, their fragrance assailing the nostrils, refreshing the mind, making one feel intoxicated. It was as if they arrived in a paradise, walking into an immortal domain. Yifan wouldn't forget everything he experienced when he jumped into the lake with the Black Emperor. The bottom of the lake was filled with female corpses, all of them beautiful faces, all of them Jade Lake's disciples. Now, he already had strength comparable to the great sage, even more so coming with an emperor weapon. That was why he wanted to get to the bottom of this, figure out what exactly happened here. Several black figures floated past, drawing out a few water lines in the water. Yifan opened his heavenly eyes and saw clearly that those were several corpses, all of them wearing pure white dresses, not rotting even after so many years. Yifan brought out the divine child again, letting him sense if there was any special aura here. He believed that this child's bloodline power was special. Perhaps he could make some unusual discoveries. Little fatty, carefully sense it. You're the one who's fat. The divine child was extremely dissatisfied with this title. In reality, he really wasn't fat. Children his age were all chubby and chubby. This child of mysterious origins, born to be a saint, was panting with rage, glaring at him with large eyes, confronting him. However, when Yi Fan threw him into the lake, after seeing the female corpses, he immediately cried out in alarm, immediately becoming well-behaved. Yi Fan brought him into the water. Even though this wasn't the first time he saw this, his scalp still went numb. At the bottom of the lake, there were corpses one after another, densely packed. This was a burial pit. With just a rough look, he discovered that there were several hundred people. The heart of the lake was completely filled, piled up. It was extremely terrifying. Those lotus arms, those slender jade legs, were still flickering with luster, but their bodies were stiff, without the slightest sign of life. All of the women had disheveled hair, their complexions pale. They wore white hemp clothes with the jade lake's imprint, their hair like snakes, dancing in disarray. In the dim lake bottom, it made one's hair stand on end. And now, Yi Fan was comparable to the great sage, coming here to investigate. So he couldn't stop. He personally moved the corpses away, cleaning up the heart of the lake. There were no water plants, no fish, only ancient corpses. During this time, a few women suddenly opened their eyes, releasing a terrifying radiance. The divine child was so scared that he almost fainted. Yi Fan, on the other hand, carefully observed, but unfortunately, they had all turned into shady people, without their past memories. They were just corpses in the mouths of mortals. These kinds of existences were naturally nothing to him, so they were all disposed of. Yi Fan discovered the mouth of a spring at the bottom of the lake. The water of the celestial pond was surging out from there. His heart was immediately moved. It was rumored that the immortal Tyr's maiden gold was found in this lake, and in the end, it was forged into the West Emperor Tower. And before the Jade Lake moved, that Emperor weapon was also suppressed in this pond, causing this place to be shrouded in dense fog. Yi Fan used force, lifting up a few limestone slabs at the bottom of the lake, causing the mouth of the spring to immediately enlarge, turning into a deep black hole, large enough for a person to enter. "Can I go in?" The divine child was afraid. "Little fatty, you're a natural saint. How can you be so timid? You must have been frightened." Yi Fan teased him. "I'll fight you to the death." The fair and clean little fatty, riding on the immortal source, forcefully rammed towards him. "You better behave." Yi Fan brought him directly into the mouth of the spring, deep into the ground. When they went deep, the water was even sweeter. Essence energy flowed, full of divine splendor. This was an underground lake, not very big. What made one's heart jump was that there were similarly many corpses, their cultivation extraordinary when they were alive. Their faces were all very beautiful. The divine child immediately became obedient, not making a sound, his little face showing some fear. Yi Fan's expression was grave. He pulled out the Emperor's sword, held it in his hand, and carefully searched. In the end, there was still not much of a harvest, and he once again drilled into the underground spring. Just like this, Yi Fan went a full 7,000 zhang underground, and even saw 7 layers of lakes. There were many corpses on all of them. Especially the 7th layer, there were some saint corpses. Finally, after entering the 8th layer, his hair stood on end. 8 or 9 corpses seemed to be swimming, all of them saints, even the great sage, the divine source shattered on the ground. Is this a portion of Jade Pool's past resources? Because of some unknown reason, the divine source broke. They actually all died here. Yi Fan was shocked. In the past, the West Emperor Pagoda suppressed the immortal pond, naturally to protect this place, at the same time ensuring the safety of the resources. Who would have thought that even so, a portion of Jade Pool's resources still suffered a calamity? What happened? Yi Fan was incredibly bewildered. When he arrived at the mouth of the spring, it became even more serene and dark. Only he had the heaven's origin eye. He had long become a blind person here. The answer should be in the 9th layer. Yi Fan took out the green copper cauldron, hanging it above his head, his left hand carrying the unwilling little fatty, his right hand holding the Emperor's sword, sinking into the spring. Chapter 1531. The water of the dark spring was clear, and multicolored light could no longer be seen dancing about. However, Yifan instinctively knew that the water quality was much higher. It's comparable to the divine spring of the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. No wonder the name of the jade pool shook the world. Many great sects came to ask for water. The water quality of this spring was rare, comparable to the divine spring of the various great life forms. This kind of water, regardless of whether it was used to refine medicine or drink, had divine effects. It could increase one's lifespan and was a supreme treasure. However, as soon as he entered the 9th layer, Yifan felt a majestic aura. His body felt like it was going to explode, making him feel incomparably uncomfortable. This lake was extremely large, spanning several dozen li. The green copper cauldron shone with sparkling light. Even with its defense, it was still like this. One could imagine how dangerous this place was. Yifan propped up the golden sacred domain, protecting the child at his heart, the aura of a great emperor. In just an instant, Yifan realized why it was like this. This place had the power of an ancient great emperor, and there were things they left behind. That was why there was such a terrifying fluctuation. Only this level of divine might could make the green copper cauldron shine, make the imperial sword tremble, and defend on its own. The killing intent was bone-chilling, making one tremble. When the jade pool moved, most of the ancient divine stones carved with formation patterns were moved away. This place couldn't be an imperial formation. "Ayo, Bonnie, you spicy melon." The divine child cried out in a small voice. "What are you saying?" Yifan asked. The little fatty pouted and wiped away his tears. He was actually about to cry. In the end, he was still a child, and his temperament was very simple. "Don't cry, I'll hide you." "No, I want to see what's inside." The little fatty was extremely stubborn. He wiped away his tears while secretly looking forward. There were clearly many dangers, but Yifan still felt like laughing. He shook his head, collected his emotions, and walked forward. Next, every step he took gave him a feeling of heaven and earth collapsing. Even the imperial weapon was trembling, making it a bit difficult for him to endure. The pressure pervaded the air, killing gods and Buddhas. They finally arrived at the end of the immortal lake. There was a small pond that was separated from the immortal lake, the water sparkling and shining, supporting a barrier of light. A woman with disheveled hair sat within, covering her true appearance. The light barrier was next to a stone wall, forming a small celestial pond there. Perhaps it could be called the 10th layer celestial pond, but its circumference was only 1 jong. Queen Mother of the West. Yifan turned pale with fright. This was a flawless woman with no injuries on her body. She wasn't like the Grand Emperor whose powerful spiritual essence scattered after being shattered, which was why she was incomparably oppressive. Even with the Emperor weapon in hand, he felt an incomparable pressure. Yifan was shocked. He didn't expect that the upheaval of the Jade Pool was related to the West Empress Mother. Was she the one who founded the Jade Pool? Was it also because of her that the Jade Pool almost ended? In a small spring pond, that woman was vivid and lifelike. Divine laws flowed through her body. Even though there was still a few li between them, the pressure she gave off was suffocating. A wave of strange aura pervaded the air from the West Empress Mother's body. It made one's heart palpitate, making one wonder if she had truly died. Suddenly, Yifan felt a wave of ice-cold, killing intent. It was as if he saw a pair of eyes open amidst the woman's messy hair. It was extremely intimidating. Yifan simply didn't dare believe his own eyes. That woman opened her eyes? How was this possible? The West Empress had already died tens of thousands of years ago. Everyone in the Jade Pool knew that she had passed away in meditation. So how could she still be alive? In an instant, that terrifying gaze disappeared. It was extremely unreal. Was it an illusion, or did it really happen? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt a chill run down his spine. "Ghost!" The divine child shouted loudly, kicking his calves. Unfortunately, the space inside the immortal source was limited, so his face turned pale. Yifan's heart jumped, and he decisively pulled him back. He felt more and more that this place was strange and terrifying, making him feel waves of uneasiness. He didn't expect that even with the Emperor weapon in hand, it would still be so dangerous. In the darkness of the immortal lake, shadows could be seen everywhere, as though something was swimming across the water. It looked even more terrifying, and only that small pond was shining with light. "What did you see?" Yi Fan asked. "I saw her smiling at me." The divine child's face turned pale as he spoke with a trembling voice. "Nonsense. Even my origin heavens, I didn't see her smiling. I only saw her opening her eyes." "How did you see it?" Yi Fan lightly berated. "It's true, I saw her smiling. That face was very beautiful, but it was very pale, without any color at all." The divine child insisted. He also said that he didn't see the woman opening her eyes. After Yi Fan heard this, his spine turned cold. Why did the two of them see different scenes? Who was the one who saw wrongly? He didn't say anything and directly looked at the little fatty's immortal platform, reading his memories. As expected, he saw a blurry and pale face, as though it was right in front of him, standing right in front of him. Yi Fan's heart trembled violently. He endured the urge to berate. He felt that this place was even colder than before. Was it really haunted? But to cultivators, this saying was too laughable. At their cultivation realm, how could they still be afraid of ghosts? What was that? It was merely a field energy formed from Yin-Chi. It was far from being comparable to a saint. That woman had emperor-level fluctuations and was at the bottom of the Jade Lake. She should be the West Emperor. What was going on? Why did such a strange thing happen? It gave off an ominous feeling. Also, why did different people see different scenes? Was everything an illusion? Or could it be that there was something strange about this emperor corpse that could affect one's primordial spirit? Yi Fan's expression flickered. He truly didn't know what had happened for such a strange thing to happen. He opened his heavenly eye, wanted to get to the bottom of this. The great emperor was too mysterious and terrifying. The West Emperor's face was covered in messy strands of hair. Her graceful figure was half covered by her messy hair. He actually couldn't see through her. At this moment, only that blurry and pale face could be used as a reference. He couldn't see anything else. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye wide. His eyes were about to explode, but he still couldn't see through it. Moreover, that corpse actually emitted waves of chaotic mist, making it even more terrifying. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt waves of coldness again. The green copper cauldron was blazing brilliantly. The killing sword trembled slightly, and the sword radiance flickered nonstop. The immortal slaughtering diagram on the body of the sword was dripping with blood, as if it had truly come to life. In a trance, a pair of cold eyes opened again, and there seemed to be a slight sigh. It was incomparably mournful, full of sorrow and grief. This was a contradictory scene. Those eyes were so cold, and the sorrow that echoed from the sigh was so sad. The two clashed, and it was very strange. "Help! She's throwing herself at me." The little fatty kicked his legs in a frenzy, his face full of fear. If he could escape, he would have already run behind Yi Fan's, but it was really strange. Different people felt different things, and Yi Fan didn't even know which was real and which was fake. He fell back again, and then searched the divine child's sea of consciousness. He discovered a pale and blurry face right in front of him, revealing a demonic smile. His hair was loose, and it was extremely frightening. Even he sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder the little fatty was scared and didn't dare to be stubborn anymore, asking him to save him. Standing far enough away, Yi Fan and the little fatty gradually calmed down. However, this place became more and more gloomy, as if they had fallen into the underworld. "I'm scared, and I want to leave." The little fatty finally softened and said with great embarrassment, "I'll put you away first," said Yi Fan. "Then, I'll look a little longer," he said with his mouth puckered. Tears were about to flow out, and he wasn't willing to let Yi Fan put him away. Yi Fan was speechless. This little fatty was quite stubborn. He was clearly scared to death, but he still wanted to compete with him and wanted to persevere. "Why is there another person over there?" The little fatty blinked his large eyes and said with a trembling voice. Yi Fan looked over, and he truly felt his scalp go numb. There was an extra shadow there, and it released waves of mist, making the small pond appear many times more terrifying. There's another ghost. How'd he come out? The divine child said softly. He wanted nothing more than to run away and never come back. The mist was quite special. It surrounded the emperor-level corpse, and even the heaven's origin, I couldn't see through it. Only when it gradually dispersed did it slowly enter the depths of his eyes. There was a bloody arm that was suffused with a greenish-purple color. Some long golden hair grew out, and it was extremely dazzling. There was a wave of bone-chilling coldness that pressed into one's bones, and it truly was sinister and bone-chilling. Yifan was immediately stupefied. After looking carefully again, his expression changed greatly, and his pupils rapidly contracted. It was as if he had seen a malicious spirit. There was a wound on that arm, and bright red blood flowed out. It made his heart pound violently, and there was a type of Tao law that resonated with him, producing a type of connection. The blood of a great completion saint physique. Yifan immediately thought of this possibility because the more he looked at it, the more he could feel a type of resonance. It passed through the Emperor's aura and the green copper cauldron's lustrous green light, making his blood boil. How did this arm come out? Yifan walked a few steps forward, and he couldn't help but be amazed. In the end, he discovered that the small pond was connected to a hidden cave, and the arm rushed out along with the waves. Great completion, Saint Physique. This is Great Emperor Wu Shi's father, the West Emperor's partner. Yifan was tongue-tied, and he couldn't say anything else. What he saw today was too shocking. He saw the corpses of two supreme beings at the same time, and this might be the root cause of the Jade Pool's upheaval. He stared blankly for a long time, and only after a long time did he come back to his senses after the divine child's reminder. Yifan changed his direction, and he looked towards the small pond and the cave. He wanted to see the true appearance of Great Emperor Wu Shi's father. The cave was very hidden, and the angle changed again and again. There was actually an ancient coffin inside, but it had already been opened. A corpse was lying outside, and its arm was leaning on the West Emperor. Why is there some golden hair on its body? It was obvious that it had grown later, as if something inauspicious had happened, resulting in this kind of change. The entire corpse was wrapped in wisps of mist, and it couldn't be seen clearly. However, it could be seen that there was a crack on the forehead, and there was a fatal wound. It seemed that its primordial spirit had been scattered back then. What happened? Yifan was puzzled, and he stared at the two corpses in a daze. He was very far away, but he still felt as if his body had been smashed to pieces. Moreover, when the divine blood in his body faced the great completion Saint Physique, it involuntarily surged. Their similar physiques caused them to resonate. Suddenly, as his blood boiled, an inconceivable scene appeared in front of Yifan's eyes, as if it was really happening in front of him. That was a heroic man. His eyebrows were like swords reaching his temples, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He was robust and imposing, and just by standing there, the sun, moon, and stars in the sky all lost their splendor. It was as if he was the ruler of this entire world. He stood under the heavens, overlooking all directions. However, right now, he was extremely tired. From time to time, waves of green and purple energy would emerge from his body, especially around his forehead. Strand after strand of golden hair drilled out from the surface of his body. I can't accompany you as you grow old. Let me free myself and send me on my way. He turned around and spoke to an exceptional beauty who similarly made the sun, moon, and stars lose their splendor. There was an indescribable helplessness and reluctance. The white-clothed beauty's face was full of grief. Tears tumbled down, and she was incomparably resentful. She forcefully clenched his thick and wide palm. Even if our child cannot become an immortal, he can still establish a new celestial court and rule the rise and fall of heaven and earth. At the last moment, when this man mentioned his child, his face was full of pride and confidence. He was brilliant and dazzling. The water waves rushed over, and the scene was temporarily broken. Yifan's heart was full of shock. Chapter 1532. What happened in the past? Yi Fan was in a daze. The scene he saw just now was very strange and shocking. After a long time, the scene just now was replayed in his mind. He felt that it was strange, and there were many things he couldn't understand. In the end, he sighed softly and thought about the last words of that saint physique. A few words shocked him. Establish the celestial court again. More than one person wanted to do this. What was the special meaning behind it? There was no need to elaborate on Dizun. As for the undying heavenly emperor, he was worshipped by all races and ruled the myriad realms. Although he didn't say it explicitly, it was probably this path. In addition, some powerful paragons also had such a wish when they were alive. For example, Emperor Qing wanted to establish the celestial court, but in the end, he failed to succeed. And now, this Saint Physique also said the same thing. He felt that great Emperor Wu Shi would establish the celestial court again. Other than the love and hope for his child, this was enough to explain some problems in itself. It seems that the reestablishment of the celestial court is of great importance. Dizun naturally chose to do this back then for a great reason. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He thought of the Yuhua God dynasty. They wanted to ascend. Based on this, wouldn't the ancient heaven be even more terrifying and majestic? The mythological era was too long ago and confusing. It was said that Dizun was the founder of the ancient heaven, but it was hard to say in recent times. The fog was rising. 100,000 years had passed, but Wu Shi didn't reestablish the celestial court. Could it be that he chose the former and truly became an immortal? After calming down, Yi Fan thought of this problem again. Wu Shi's father was so confident. Not only did he dote on and recognize his child's potential, but he also saw some of the future. 80,000 years ago, a vast fluctuation erupted from the Purple Mountain. Did Wu Shi become an immortal, or did he turn into ashes? Until now, it was hard to say. This great emperor's name shook ancient history. He was worshipped by the entire world. His combat strength looked down on the past, present, and future. He looked down on the ancient heavens. His whereabouts were the most eye-catching. Unfortunately, no one could see it, and no one could explain it clearly. There was only one sentence left in the world. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal path? Wu Shi's Tao becomes empty. If I can't achieve immortality, then I'll re-establish the celestial court. Yi Fan said to himself. This really was a great boldness that made one sigh with admiration. The ripples calmed down. He once again formed a connection with the scarlet blood, and the scene appeared again. He saw a peerless beauty with white clothes fluttering in the wind. She had a mournful expression on her face as she carried a corpse. She crossed millions and millions of stellar streams, and then she slammed her palm forward. Then, everything was destroyed. Yi Fan finally witnessed the attack of a great emperor. It was so direct and destroyed everything. Nothing could be seen anymore. What entered his eyes were scenes of heaven and earth splitting apart. Everything was destroyed. Finally, he saw a huge bronze plaque at the edge of the universe that had been split in half. Nothing could be heard, and nothing could be seen. Emperor, she shattered everything, as if he wanted to destroy the rules of heaven and earth and re-establish the hope of immortality. The divine chains of heaven and earth's order broke, and then there was eternal darkness. Yi Fan was endlessly bewildered. He didn't understand the final result, and he had endless thoughts. His mood was complicated as he silently stood there. After who knew how much time had passed, peace was restored to this world. Emperor, she held a child's hand, leaving behind a gentle and graceful figure. She carried loneliness and sorrow as she left into the distance. That child was extremely quiet, not crying or making a fuss as he followed. Inadvertently, he turned around to take a look. With a hurried glance, one could see the true appearance of the young Wu Shi. He looked like he was 2 or 3 years old. His black hair fell over his shoulders, and his eyes were bright. He looked like he was carved from jade. Even though he was young, there was a type of wisdom that didn't match his age. This is the great Emperor Wu Shi when he was young. Yi Fan revealed a look of shock. This was the first time he saw his true appearance. Even though he was a child, it still left him deeply shocked. Without a doubt, Emperor, she sealed Wushur. Only many tens of thousands of years later, when this world needed him to come into being, did he reappear. From then on, there was a supreme being legend. I want to beat him up. Within the immortal source, the little fatty said. Yifan was astonished. He didn't expect him to also see these scenes. You're jealous, right? You notice that he looks more heroic than you and isn't as chubby as you, right? I'm not fat at all. The little fatty was extremely angry. Yifan would always use this to talk about things, and it made him feel extremely unresigned. Then why do you want to beat him up? Is it because you feel a bit guilty? Is it because you feel like he's stronger than you? Yifan said with a smile. Nonsense. I just have a feeling that I really want to beat him up. The divine child muttered. Was this the natural hostility between a divine child and an immortal seed? Yifan couldn't help but laugh. They had never met before, yet he was already like this just from seeing a scene. Not long after, the copper cauldron floated above Yifan's head. He held the Emperor's sword in his hand, and he tried his best to get closer. He wanted to see everything thoroughly. There were no longer any abnormalities with the great completion, Saint Physique, and Western Emperor. Only that kind of Emperor-level aura made one's body feel like it was going to shatter, and one couldn't truly get close. The fluctuations spread in all directions. There were divine patterns engraved here, and it was actually personally carved by Wushur. There were also jade pool inscriptions that proved Western Emperor's identity. The jade pool moved in the last 20 to 30,000 years. Something must have happened during these tens of thousands of years. Yifan couldn't get any closer. He stared at the primal chaos, mist, and other things, wanting to see everything clearly. He discovered that there was nothing abnormal. Wanting to live his parents? He looked at the words left behind by great Emperor Wushur, and his heart was shaken. This was truly heaven-defying. Western Emperor himself was a great emperor, but even he couldn't do anything. Did Wushur want to do this? This should only be his hope. Yifan shook his head. He didn't believe that he could do it. Otherwise, after so many tens of thousands of years had passed, there wouldn't be just two corpses. Moreover, in this era, if Wushur hadn't become an immortal, he himself would have already passed away in meditation. Finally, Yifan's mind moved, and he saw a corner of copper material. It was a fragment of some kind of artifact, and it couldn't enter the light screen. There was still some distance between it and the two corpses. What is that? Yifan was astonished, and he felt a strange fluctuation. This place was extremely quiet, and the area around that piece of copper material was very gloomy. It was as if there were streaks of black shadows streaking past, and it was extremely eerie. It was as if that place was connected to the netherworld. It was unknown how much effort Yifan used to see through it with his heavenly eye, but after dispersing strands of black mist, he stared at that corner weapon remnant. In a daze, it was as if he heard the cries of tens of thousands of malicious spirits. Moreover, in that instant, it was as if he had arrived at another space-time. Blood rain poured down, and yellow whirlwinds blew wildly between heaven and earth. Ghost, divine child shouted. Little fatty, be a bit more obedient. Don't act so rashly, you'll scare people to death. Yifan knocked on the immortal source to warn him. Yifan used the army symbol formula to bring over that piece of remnant material. It was extremely difficult, and his entire body felt like it was going to split apart. It was because there were emperor corpses in front of them, and it really was too difficult for them to move closer. The green copper cauldron shone, protecting his body from collapsing. The immortal sword trembled, the dark red sword body dripping with blood. However, it wasn't to kill, but rather for self-protection. What kind of thing was this? Yifan brought it closer, but he didn't touch it. He felt a bone-chilling sensation. This piece that was black and carried a bit of bronze green was extremely sinister. It's as if it's connected to a 10,000-year-old ice house, bone-chilling cold. The little fatty shivered even through the immortal source, all of the fine hairs on his body standing on end. Yifan also felt like it was connected to the 9 netherworlds, sinister and terrifying. The murderous energy seeped into one's bones. This is an Emperor artifact fragment. After carefully inspecting it, He couldn't help but be shocked. He carefully observed it, and then he thought of the scene where Western Emperor's final palm smashed down, splitting heaven and earth, only leaving behind a broken horizontal board. It seemed like the material was similar. Someone didn't give up, coming here and opening the Emperor's coffin. In the end, it self-destructed, and the originally broken Emperor artifact even more so shattered. Yi Fan was astonished, but he wasn't sure if this was the truth. Of course, it could also be that a corner of the great sage's injured body's wound was forced out. After all, he didn't see it, so he couldn't say for sure. Was the great completion divine body cursed? At the final moment, even Western Emperor was helpless, unable to cure it. It truly is terrifying. As a divine body, Yi Fan naturally cared a lot about this. In the end, he left, not obtaining any more benefits. This Horn Emperor artifact fragment was extremely strange. The Tao patterns inside had all been erased, and there was no divine power left. There was only a deep coldness left. Yi Fan wanted to activate it, but he discovered that apart from its sturdiness, there wasn't much special power. In the end, he threw it here. That was because he felt that bringing this piece of copper material might bring about great trouble. It might attract some special things, so it was better to be cautious before reaching the great completion. Wu Shi's father had already died with a grievance. After leaving the Jade Lake and arriving on the surface, the scorching sun was overhead. The eerie and sinister feeling immediately disappeared, allowing the little fatty to heave a sigh of relief. The curse came from the underworld, or is it related to the natural order of the world? Yi Fan took one last look at the Jade Lake and then left with large strides. The divine sun shone brightly in the clear sky. Patches of scarlet land that spanned millions of miles quickly receded under Yi Fan's feet. He returned to the divine city, but he didn't stop and went to the central region. According to the agreed location, Yi Fan saw Yin Yishi and Li Tian. The two of them clicked their tongues in wonder and threatened him, saying that they wanted to cut him out and see what race he was. The fair little fatty's body was smooth and smooth. After being criticized and threatened like this, he immediately gritted his teeth and looked like he was going to risk his life. There's news. We spent a lot of effort this time, and we finally got something, Li Tian said. Really? Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised. Yes, someone from the Z-Way segmentum came. We found out. Yin Yishi smiled. What bad things do you want to do? The little fatty in the celestial source asked cautiously. He looked as if he had been sold. We're going there to sell and kidnap children, Li Tian said with a chuckle. Yi Fan really wanted to go to the Z-Way segmentum to look for the little girl. From a message left behind by Yin Tienda, the little girl might have been lost there. He hadn't seen Yin Tienda on the ancient road, so he wanted to go to the Z-Way segmentum to take a look. After so many years, the disappearance of the little girl had always been a knot in his heart. He had used all kinds of methods and searched all over the Northern Dipper, but he couldn't find her. Now that he had a new idea, he naturally had to investigate thoroughly. In the past, he had ridden the Nine-Dragon coffin from the forbidden area of the ancient Desolate Era. He had experienced all kinds of unforeseen events before arriving at that starfield. Now, he naturally couldn't replicate it. If he went to the forbidden zone of life again, he would most likely die. I've confirmed it. It's an old saint. If we go and ask him, we can show our sincerity. We should be able to find him. Yi Fan and the others set out, and nothing unexpected happened. They found the old saint, and everything went smoothly. They obtained the coordinates of the Z-Way starfield. I hope the little girl is there. We can find her, said Yi Fan. After dealing with some matters, he could move out. Who is she? Shenhua asked. Someone who specializes in taking care of you. Li Tian laughed. Chapter 1533. Before leaving Big Dipper, Yi Fan naturally had many things to do. He had to inform the people from Heaven Village that he was going to visit G Family. When he went to G Family, he made a fool of himself. He gave a baby as a gift, causing everyone to look at one another. G Family made it clear that if it was because of G Ziwa, what was the point of giving a baby? Father, the fatty was really bad and shouted on the spot. In the end, a row of tables were flipped. The main culprit just blinked his eyes innocently and didn't say a word. In the future, I will cook you and feed you to the Black Emperor. After leaving Ji family, Yi Fan really wanted to cut him out. I didn't call you. I won't take such a loss. My divine sense has a blurry impression. The fatty was really stubborn. Yi Fan didn't say a word and searched his celestial platform. In the end, he didn't find anything. This fatty was doing this on purpose. Yi Fan wanted to give the Ji family a future quasi-emperor, which could protect the Ji family for a lifetime of glory. However, when he thought of the words of the god of misfortune, Hunchuo, he did not insist. Of course, it was mainly because of the little fatty who caused trouble and called out randomly. He left half of the source of the Tao and then crossed Jishui River. Master, I want to go back. When Yi Tong heard that Yi Fan wanted to cross to Ziwei Starfield, his eyes turned red and tears flowed down. The hatred of the extermination of his family, the blood feud, his childhood was filled with sorrow. His parents, his elder brother, his little sister who died in front of him, and a loyal old servant who protected him while he was fleeing. Whenever he thought of them, his eyes would sting and his heart would ache. Yi Fan nodded. It was time to bring Yi Tong to Ziwei Starfield. It was time to settle the past. After being away for so many years, it's about time for us to return home in glory. After so many years, the goddesses and saintesses of Ziwei have almost forgotten about the supreme glory of me, great Emperor Li Tian. The two of them came from Ziwei. They definitely had to go back to take a look. Back then, the ancestors of their bloodline had been wiped out by the sections. The reason why the two of them left was because they wanted to break free from the swamp. If not, there would always be trouble. Right now, as Saint Kings, they could naturally return, not fearing the other sections. I feel that the path to immortality is really about to open. The footsteps are getting closer and closer. We have to make our preparations. We cannot put ourselves in danger, Yi Fan said. What are you afraid of? Let's fight our way in, the little fatty shouted. In the end, Yi Fan lifted him up and slapped his little buttocks. The force naturally entered his immortal origin, causing him to cry out loudly, his little buttocks completely red. You dare to hit this celestial emperor? I'll fight it out with you. The little fatty howled. However, he was still far from being able to shake the holy body. This little fatty is a talent. He was born to be a saint. Leave him here and let me train him well. Qi Luo and the others were excited. After nurturing Yi Tong, little Ke-er, Hua Hua, and the others in the heavenly village, they were especially interested in this kind of heaven-defying genius. Yi Fan shook his head and said, forget it. Let him stay by my side for now. This is a world-destroying disaster. He even scared Hunchuo so much that he ran like an old rabbit. Maybe there will really be some changes in the future. Let's just focus everything on me. It's good that you know, the little fatty mumbled. In the end, he was slapped again and cried out continuously. Little fatty, I heard that your background is not small. I'll give you an Arhut position. Come with big brother. Hua Hua returned and teased him. Baldy, don't tempt me. You're not a beauty. The little fatty glared. I have none there. I'll bestow you as a bodhisattva. Hua Hua smiled mischievously. In the end, Yi Fan gave him a light slap on his bald head. The sound was crisp and clear. A group of people from the Western Desert came, including Kaida, now known as the Golden Fur Heavenly King. He was the protector of the Western Desert branch of the Celestial Court. He ate meat and drank wine with Hua Hua in the temple every day. The old monk Mo had had enough. If it wasn't for the fact that Hua Hua was the proof of a Buddhist reincarnation and a miracle, he would have slapped the two of them into meat paste long ago. One had to know that the old monk was the great sage. Back then, he dared to fight against the victorious fighting Buddha. Now, he was the abbot of the great Thunderclap Temple. His status was extremely respected. However, he wanted to see through the truth of reincarnation. That was why he agreed to be the protector of the Mountain Gate for Hua Hua. Everyone discussed and decided that the people of the Celestial Court should gradually leave Big Dipper. Otherwise, once the path of immortality opened, no one could say what would happen. Everyone wanted to become an immortal. However, they had to stay alive. They had come into contact with too many things. The green copper cauldron was in their hands. The more they understood, the more they felt that the hope was slim. Wasn't it better to stay in the outer realm and observe quietly first? Without a doubt, there were many people in the universe who had the same idea. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent their subordinates first and not the giants themselves. Conceited people can't hold back in the end. They will descend sooner or later. At that time, it wouldn't be surprising if a battle of the quasi-emperor appeared. What was surprising was that in the next half a month, just as they were preparing to retreat, people from the outer realm descended to look for them. It's the siblings Gu Fei and Gu Lin. They came out from the heavenly village and actually returned to Big Dipper. Everyone was surprised and delighted. After the disappearance of the unreliable Black Emperor, everyone's contact with the outer realm was cut off. Now that the siblings had descended, it was a piece of extremely good news. Little Gu Lin and Little K had a very good relationship. After being separated for so many years, they quickly rushed over. When they saw Yi Fan, the siblings were even more stunned. They quickly rushed over and paid their respects. After being separated for so many years, the siblings had long since grown up. The younger sister was still very lively, but the older brother was relatively steady. He wore a Taoist robe, and he looked like a heavenly master. He had a long beard. In reality, the others had also been separated from the siblings for more than 10 years, and some had been separated for even longer. After meeting again, they naturally had endless things to talk about. Has the Black Emperor returned? The two Silver-Blood Emperors asked, their expressions very awkward. The two of them had been trained by the large black dog to the point that they still shivered when they thought about it. No, ever since he disappeared, he hasn't returned. Gu Fei shook his head. Even with the abilities of the siblings, they couldn't divine the whereabouts of the Black Emperor. It was just like trying to divine for Yi Fan. They would definitely suffer a backlash. In the words of the siblings, the first possibility was that Yi Fan's fate was too tough, and the second was that his future accomplishments were limitless, and it was difficult for external things to interfere. The so-called divination of the future had long since been explained by the ancient sages. Divination was like seeing fallen leaves fluttering in the air and predicting that they would definitely fall to the ground. It was nothing more than witnessing and predicting a certain trend based on a certain trajectory. Of course, it couldn't be completely taken seriously. For example, those fallen leaves could also fall into the tree hole, and even when they turned into dried mud, they would never fall to the ground. Come, take a look at this little fatty's background and see if we can see through him. Yi Fan invited the siblings to perform the spell, and he would personally protect them to prevent any accidents from happening to them. Gu Fei and Gu Lin nodded in agreement. They took out various magic tools, set up a tortoiseshell platform, and carved various symbols on it. They sat cross-legged on it, and then carried the little fatty up. What do you guys want to do to me? He kicked with all his might. Everyone laughed loudly. This fair-skinned little fatty was actually behaving like a little wife who had encountered a bad guy, and his eyes were filled with fear. The siblings performed the spell, and the place instantly flickered. The little fatty was very uneasy, and he twisted his body, wanting nothing more than to flee immediately. Crack! The final result was that the tortoiseshell platform exploded, and two indescribable laws interweaved in the void, hacking toward Gu Fei and Gu Lin. Swoosh! In that instant, the two of them disappeared. Yi Fan appeared where he was. This was the life substitution art, and it had long been set up. Once an accident happened, Yi Fan would take the blame for them. Two light sounds rang out, and two bloody marks appeared on Yi Fan's forehead, like cracks extending to his chin. It could be said to be very dangerous, and fresh blood dripped down. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Even the cheeky Hua's expression changed drastically. He stared at the divine child, and then looked at Yi Fan, asking, "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yi Fan operated his mysterious art, repairing his immortal platform, and the bloody marks disappeared. However, everyone saw the golden blood just now, and it was a ghastly sight. What exactly was this child's background? Performing a divination on him actually caused Yi Fan to be injured. It was simply inconceivable. If Gu Fei and Gu Lin were the ones who were injured earlier, they would definitely have turned into ashes by now. Even the old assassin Qi Luo felt his hair stand on end. It was just a child, yet he was able to deduce his past and origin, and it actually resulted in such a powerful backlash. It was terrifying to the extreme. In this world, ancient emperors couldn't perform divination, and immortals couldn't either. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a calamity. Naturally, there were some other taboo things as well. They couldn't perform divination, or else a great calamity would befall them. Whose child is this? It can't be that he really fell down from the immortal realms, right? Everyone was bewildered. Right now, Yi Fan was shoulder to shoulder with the great sage. When he performed the divination on behalf of Gu Fei and Gu Lin, he was also injured. This was enough to explain the problem. Only after a long time did everyone calm down. "Don't bully me, I'm very powerful," the little fatty said. "Pa!" Yi Fan gave his little bottom another slap. Of course, he didn't use any force, but as a result, he was so angry that he immediately stomped his feet. Everyone roared with laughter. The tense atmosphere was completely swept away. Gu Fei and Gu Lin laid down formation cores one after another before gradually arriving at the Big Dipper. Moreover, they already calculated the heavenly village's coordinates, so they could return along their original path. Everyone retreated from the Big Dipper, advancing all the way until they arrived at the heavenly village. It was extremely smooth. We finally returned. Everyone was deeply moved. In the village, a group of children ran over. There were even more elders who appeared at the entrance of the village excitedly. It was extremely lively. "We don't know what kind of dangers there will be on this trip. You all must be careful." Killing St. Qi Luo warned repeatedly. Purple Star. That star domain wasn't a simple place. There were many legends about it, and it was believed to be an emperor's star. Those who charged into the ancient heaven might have resided there for a long time. Even though Yi Fan and the others were currently extremely powerful, they still had to be careful. It wouldn't be strange if they encountered some people or things from the era of the Celestial Court. After all, this was a great era. The path to immortality was about to open, and any kind of minotaur or monster could appear. When everything was settled, Yi Fan carried the little fatty in Yi Tong. He set off with Li Tian and Yenishi. They stood on the Divine Light platform and advanced toward the ancient Purple Star domain. "I hope to see little Nan Nan as soon as possible." Yi Fan made up his mind. He definitely had to find her. No matter how great the trouble, he had to carry it out to the end. "I hope the ancient heaven is really in the Purple Star domain." Li Tian was also filled with anticipation. Yin Yishi, on the other hand, was much calmer. Chapter 1534. Heavenly Village was flourishing because Yi Fan left behind too many precious things, almost leaving the village with nothing to show for it, pretty much leaving behind everything he obtained in the past. Not to mention the various divine materials. Just the Tao Scripture's Sea of Reincarnation and the Celestial Scripture of Sun's immortal platform were priceless treasures. Early in the morning, a group of children in the heavenly village cultivated seriously. All of them were full of vigor and showed the power of hope for the future. Yi Fan left without Longma and the others. Apart from Shunhua, the others had all left their footprints in Ziwei. Even though it wasn't the first time they had crossed the sky, they still couldn't help but sigh when faced with the vastness of the universe. Humans were dust to a star, and the stars were dust to the universe. Entering from one star region to another was done by the microscopic creatures in the dust. This was a magnificent feat, which was why there was the saying that life was the greatest miracle in the world. The universe was boundless. It was like a huge black curtain, and the stars were dotted on it. They were like diamonds that were twinkling. Passing through the void of the universe, Yi Fan stood under the resplendent starry sky and looked at the purple star in front of him. He felt a majestic pressure. This was a star that had once produced a great emperor. Only then could there be such a powerful fluctuation. According to legend, any star that had produced a great emperor would be hard to destroy because of the Tao marks they had left behind and the protection of the laws they had used to achieve the Tao. Yitong's eyes turned red, and he couldn't help but cry silently. His parents, sister, and too many of his relatives had died. All of this was because of the Golden Crow race's massacre. There was no eternal inheritance and no immortal emperor or emperor. Even though they were the descendants of the Sun Saint Emperor, too many things had happened and the race had declined. Their formations were destroyed, their emperor weapons were gone, and their immortal scriptures were lost. They were heading towards the end of their decline. Father, mother, sister who blocked the sword for me, I'm back. Yitong couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Under the persuasion of Yi Fan, Yin Yishi, and Li Tian, he only calmed down after a long while. The group of people flew forward, approaching this ancient land of life. The divine child blinked his large eyes and said, "It feels a bit familiar, a bit similar to my birthplace." They were finally close, arriving in the skies above this great star. The boundless great earth and vast ocean below could already be seen from outer space. The radiance of natural laws flickered, everything hazy. They're finally back. The two founders of the Human Desire Tao have returned to their old haunt. Ladies, tremble and welcome the arrival of the greatest monarch. Li Tian shouted loudly with an excited expression. Yin Yishi also revealed an excited expression. He had left for more than 100 years. Throughout his life, he had spent the majority of his time in Big Dipper. Now that he had returned to his hometown, how could his heart remain calm? It had been so long that even Yi Fan had almost forgotten that Li Tian and Yin Yishi, who were beside him, were from the Ziwei segmentum. They were not born in the Big Dipper. This was their birthplace. "I'm so close to home," Li Tian said, lamenting the fact that he had left for so many years. Now that he had returned, he was happy, but also a bit disappointed. However, his next words destroyed the atmosphere. He said to himself, "I wonder if all the beauties I had back then have married. I'm so nervous. I don't think anyone will miss you. Before we left, you were like a rat on the street to the ladies. Everyone wanted to beat you up," Yin Yishi said with a smile. They descended at an extremely fast speed. Below them was a vast and magnificent stretch of mountains and rivers. The land was boundless and boundless. Majestic mountains towered into the clouds, and surging rivers spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. There were also many immortal lands with spiritual energy rushing into the heavens. Purple mist rose. This was a magnificent world. It was vast yet didn't lose its beauty, majestic yet didn't lose its immortal aura. It was shocking. I, Great Emperor Li Tian, have returned. The Human Desire Tao's inheritance will not be destroyed. It will shine brilliantly in this era. When they landed on the ground, spiritual energy surged like tides. This place was even more special. Yi Fan felt that it was somewhat familiar. He found that it was coincidentally the 8 Visions Palace of Xuandu Cave. "It's this place again," he couldn't help but whisper. When he descended back then, it was because he landed outside this mountain gate that he was forced to form a grudge with Yin Tianda, the 8 Visions Palace of the Tai Ching Holy Land. This is a good place. Even the eyes of Yin Yishi, the elegant successor of the Human Desire Tao, lit up. Yin Tianda ran to the ancient starry sky path. There's no chance to fight with him anymore. I wonder if he left anything behind. Li Tian also rubbed his palms together. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. The place was empty. Even the so-called 8 Visions Palace had been uprooted. There was nothing left. Yin Tianda, a guy who already had a divine restriction back then, he dared to snatch the ancient scriptures of the gods from the hands of a king when he just cut his path. He will definitely be a great enemy in the future, Yin Yishi said. "Master, I'm sad and my emotions are fluctuating violently. I'm going to cross the Saint King tribulation now," Yi Tong said. Great sorrow and great joy surged in his heart, making it difficult for Yi Tong to suppress these fluctuations. He couldn't help but cross his own Saint King tribulation. Let nature take its course. Don't suppress it. I'll protect you. Yi Fan nodded, feeling very gratified. Boom! Yi Tong's tribulation attracted all kinds of strange phenomena. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The sea of lightning was boundless. Yi Fan quickly took action. He laid down Great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven-deceiving formation to protect the nearby land. Otherwise, he was really afraid that it would be destroyed by the lightning. Everything went smoothly. Although it took a long time, Yi Tong walked out of the lightning and turned into a supreme Saint King. Bolts of lightning coiled around his body. At the same time, the sun shot out a blazing light and merged with him. It baptized his body and nourished his primordial spirit. These kinds of phenomena appeared one after another, alarming the Ziwei segmentum. Many experts moved out and rushed to this region. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Yi Fan and the others had already removed the formation and left. The mountains and rivers were boundless, and the land was vast. This star was divided into several continents, such as the Lu continent, the Divine Prefecture, and the He continent. In the middle, there was a vast ocean. Wanting to find a person in such a vast territory could be said to be like finding a needle in a haystack. It was easier said than done. Master, I want to pay my respects to my mother and the others. I'll leave for a while, Yi Tong said with a trembling voice. The Golden Crow race had killed his entire family. Now, there was not even a blade of grass growing in his family. There was no life left, only bones. He wanted to build a grave. Yi Fan sighed and said, Go. If a strong enemy really appears, don't force yourself. Come find me quickly. Yi Tong nodded, indicating that he understood. He left with tears in his eyes. Who is my mother? The divine child muttered. He rubbed his sparkling eyes and was lost in thought. Think hard. I also want to know what kind of monster could give birth to such a troublemaker like you. Li Tian teased him. You bully me now. Be careful. I'll suppress you for 10,000 years in the future. The little fatty always refused to admit defeat. All right then. Since you're still young, I'll spank you a few more times. I'll leave a beautiful memory for the big shots in the future. Li Tian spanked his little butt. He didn't use much force. Whoever is spanking me, I'll record it in my account book. The little fatty yelled. He was flustered and exasperated. He was really afraid that someone would mention such an embarrassing incident when he ruled the world in the future. What should we do? How do we find them? Yi Fan sighed. In the end, he had no choice but to draw the little girl's appearance. He was prepared to offer a high reward and mobilize all forces to find clues. He even asked the top forces to help him. However, the result was beyond their expectations. In a grand and huge city, he had just taken out the first painting scroll. Someone recognized it as soon as he opened his mouth. Moreover, it was so natural. Do you know him? Yi Fan asked suspiciously. Of course, a rough-looking uncle said. His cultivation level was only at the Holy Ji Palace secret plane. Compared to a saint, it was too low. It made people doubt whether what he said was true or not. Are you sure? Yen Ishi added. Who in the world doesn't know? Big Beard looked at them with disdain, as if he was looking at country bumpkins. Li Tian was depressed at that moment. He had returned to his hometown in glory, yet he did not receive the worship of the heroes. Instead, he was looked down upon by a tragic Big Beard. Big Beard looked like he was teaching a junior lesson. He said to Li Tian, Little brat, you must have just entered the world of cultivation. Otherwise, how could you not know these things? Li Tian was even more depressed. He wanted to vomit blood. He said angrily, I became a Saint King 18 years ago. Bullsh asterisk T. If you are a Saint King, I am the founder of the Saint King. Quasi-Emperor. Big Beard looked disdainful. Li Tian was tongue-tied. He was so choked that he could not say anything. It was really not good for him to attack this mortal. He was also too embarrassed to show his saintly might in front of him. It was really annoying. The divine child, who had been hidden by Yi Fan's concealment technique, wanted to hit the ground. He could not stop grinning. Li Tian was so angry that he hit his little butt again. This is strange, Li Tian said angrily. Tell me, why does everyone in the world know about this? Yi Fan also looked surprised. In fact, be it him or Li Tian, they were already shocked. They felt that something had happened. What Big Beard said was most likely true. Who doesn't know that a divine infant descended from the heavens? Over the past 100 years, every cultivator has seen its portrait. Big Beard criticized Li Tian. He said, youngsters nowadays are really impetuous. They are getting worse and worse. They don't know how to respect their masters. They don't even show respect to a senior like me. Thank you, senior expert in the Doctrine Palace realm. I thank you for 3 generations, Li Tian said with a dark expression. He could not stand being treated as a young brat. He grabbed another cultivator beside him and asked about the little girl's origins. However, Big Beard was very enthusiastic. He would occasionally interrupt and tell him about the extraordinary nature of the divine infant. Her tears can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It is comparable to the elixir of immortality. A strand of hair that she dropped was obtained by someone and ground into fine powder. After consuming it, the person's great Tao injuries were healed. Where is the Ziwei Divine Dynasty's Imperial Tower? Yi Fan did not want to hear about the little girl's miraculous abilities. He only wanted to see her as soon as possible. That's right. Let's not talk about other things. We are going to the Ziwei Divine Dynasty, Li Tian said loudly. Chapter 1535. The imperial palace of the Ziwei God Dynasty has been destroyed for more than 100 years, said a cultivator at the side. What? The Ziwei God Dynasty was destroyed? Li Tian cried out in shock. He and Yin Ishi grew up on this land and knew how terrifying this giant was. It was an undying holy land, but they didn't expect it to be uprooted. Even Yi Fan was stunned. He remembered the prophecy made by the imperial tutor of the Ziwei God Dynasty before he passed away. The divine infant descended from the sky, and the dynasty would prosper. But the result was like this. The imperial tutor's prophecy didn't come true. Things developed in the opposite direction. Yin Ishi was also stupefied. Such a great divine dynasty was wiped out just like that. This was truly unexpected, shocking everyone's minds. It did prosper. It was extremely prosperous for 100 years before it collapsed and was completely destroyed, someone said. So that's how it is. It's a pity that the imperial tutor saw the scene of the Ziwei God dynasty prospering before he passed away, but in the end, this was the result. As expected, I guessed the beginning, but I couldn't guess the ending. Even Yi Fan was stunned. Who would have thought that the so-called prosperity only lasted for 100 years? Then, everything changed. An undying god dynasty reached its end and turned into dust. Big Beard patted Li Tian's shoulder and said, "Young man, I think highly of you. Your aptitude is not bad. Take me as your master. Now, you don't know anything. As your master, I will teach you well and bring you into the true cultivation world. I will let you experience the supreme glory of a cultivator. Go." Black lines appeared on Li Tian's forehead, but he still endured it in the end. He told himself not to lower himself to the level of a mortal and to train his mind. How did the Ziwei God dynasty get destroyed? Yin Ishi mumbled to himself. Only by understanding could he be in awe. The origin of this giant was too great in the past. Someone sighed and said, "Of course, it's because the divine infant descended from the sky and attracted the covetous eyes of all the holy lands. They joined forces to attack them. On top of that, an incomparably terrifying force came from the outer realm and directly attacked the dynasty, turning them into ashes. Success is due to the divine infant, and failure is also due to the divine infant. The source of all problems lies with her." Big Beard concluded. "Where did the nascent soul go?" Yi Fan asked. Regardless of whether it was the Ziwei divine dynasty or the major powers that descended from the outer realms, he didn't care about them. He only cared about the little girl. "Where is she now?" Li Tian also asked. "Young man, don't let your imagination run wild. The nascent soul isn't something you can pursue. Be obedient and come with me. We'll comprehend that supreme great Tao together. Only then will you have the right to aspire to rule the world," Big Beard said earnestly. "Thank you, master of the Tao Palace realm. You're out of my league. I'll be pissed to death if I have to be taught by you for even a day." In fact, he was already panting heavily. Little Nan had disappeared. This was the situation that Yi Fan and the others understood after a round of communication. Ziwei prospered for 100 years, but in the end, it was defeated and wiped out. The nascent god ended up wandering outside the divine dynasty during this battle. Over the past few decades, there were people who saw it a few times, and it triggered a great massacre. The whole world fought over it, but in the end, it was to no avail. The reason why every cultivator knew about little Nan Nan was because her portrait had spread throughout the cultivation world over the past few decades. She had been searched for decades. Now that Yi Fan and the others had revealed her portrait to others, it was the behavior of a rookie. It was no wonder that Big Beard looked down on them. Everyone in the world is searching for her. They've entered and exited the great wilderness and entered various great treasured lands. They've been searching for decades. Even if they found something, do you think they'd tell you? That's an immortal divine herb. In the Z-Way Ancient segment, almost everyone thought that little Nan Nan was a special immortal divine herb. She had broken through the shackles that were impossible to break through in the world, and she had become an immortal divine herb. Who wouldn't care? Everyone in the world had gone crazy. This divine herb had surpassed everything in the past, and it was the first in history. Over the past few decades, the entire cultivation world was in chaos. Heroes rose up together to search for little Nan Nan's whereabouts. They wanted to obtain the great secret that allowed her to obtain immortality. In the eyes of the world, she's the first immortal divine herb in history. When Yi Fan heard this, he frowned deeply. This news was truly not good. Little Nan Nan's situation was worrying. She was simply like the legendary Xuanzang's flesh, attracting all the gods and devils in the world. Everyone wanted a bite of her. It was precisely because of this that the Z-Way divine dynasty was destroyed. It could be said that whoever controlled little Nan Nan would be the enemy of the entire world. They would be attacked by many experts, and it would be difficult for them to gain a foothold. After all, in the eyes of the world, this was a divine herb that had taken on a human form. Its significance was no less than that of a true immortal. In reality, this was also the case. An immortal divine herb could take on a human form and coexist with the world. It would never age. This was immortality, achieving immortality. Other than not having great strength, what was the difference between them and immortals? Everyone wants it. Many people think that as long as they eat her, they would have an endless lifespan and obtain immortality. They might even be able to ascend and enter the immortal world. If their conjecture was true, all the immortal divine herbs added up wouldn't be able to match up to little Nan Nan. How could the world not go crazy? What should we do? Yin Ishi frowned. I've already made preparations to become the enemy of the entire world. Whoever dares to harm little Nan Nan will have to pass through me first. Yi Fan coldly spoke, his voice containing a towering, killing intent. However, he was very worried in his heart because little Nan Nan hadn't appeared for many years. Even if she was found, she definitely wouldn't be made public. This matter was very thorny. He had to find the little girl as soon as possible, or there would be countless variables. One must know that all the experts in the world were thinking about her. When they parted, the Dao Palace realm uncle felt a sense of regret. He pulled Li Tian's hand and advised him sincerely, "Child, you will regret it for the rest of your life if you miss out on a great teacher like me. Quasi-Emperor, I'm not worthy of you. Please spare me." Li Tian pinched his nose and bade farewell. He felt that he was extremely unlucky to have met such a person. Sigh. The road of a future quasi-emperor is so lonely. What a pity for my supreme secret technique. Little brat, don't regret it in the future. The bearded man shook his head and disappeared into the vast crowd. Boom! After leaving the city, Li Tian sent a tall mountain flying with a slap. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's finally quiet." Ha ha ha! The little fatty in the immortal source laughed loudly, rejoicing in Li Tian's misfortune. He was just short of rolling on the ground. Li Tian felt even more depressed. He was mocked by a little brat. He instantly gave the fatty a few slaps. Where are we going? Yin Ishi wasn't in a hurry to go to the man-desire path. Finding little Nan Nan was more important. Let's go to the ruins of the Z-Way Divine Dynasty first and think of a solution. Yifan felt very helpless. This world was too vast. It was easier said than done to find a little brat. The fog was hazy. This was a vast remnant of the Ziwei divine dynasty. Even though tens of years had passed, this place was still bone-chilling and filled with killing intent. In the battle in the past, too many people died here. Almost the entire Ziwei divine dynasty was annihilated. A huge divine sect had become a thing of the past. This place was in ruins. Rubble could be seen everywhere. There wasn't a single intact building that had survived. Not only this place, all the important places that the Ziwei divine dynasty once ruled over were all destroyed, uprooted. There was no chance for the Ziwei divine dynasty to revive, forever erased from the world. There wasn't even a single stalk of wild grass in this area. The ground was blackish red, dyed by blood. Even now, there was still the smell of blood. In fact, there was even saint blood that hadn't dried up yet. In this battle, the performance of the Ziwei divine sect could be said to be extremely powerful. Their ancestors had found divine origin liquid from the primal chaos pure land and sealed some extremely powerful saints with it. Sadly, even after using all their trump cards, they were still completely destroyed by others. Their main force was none other than the major powers that descended from the outer realms. In addition to the support of many holy lands, they finally reached the end of their path. Yifan entered the ruins of the imperial city and came to the central area. When he saw a gigantic cave, a strange look appeared on his face. Wisps of black fog filled the air, and the baleful aura was terrifying. This was especially so for this cave. It was as if it was pierced out by a huge weapon. Yifan used the Veda scripture's ancient method, returning to the origin and earnestly deducing it. He wanted to see how this large hole was formed, because even he felt a wave of cold, killing intent. The one who did this was clearly extremely terrifying. A set of scenes appeared. A battle spear flew from the outer realms and directly entered the center of the imperial city. There was no powerful divine power that surged out, only a terrifying killing intent. In the end, although the imperial city collapsed, it didn't turn into dust. However, countless living beings exploded and died in the killing intent. On this day, no less than 50,000 cultivators died. If there were still common people in the city, then it would simply be unimaginable. Such a shocking strike was one of the major reasons for the destruction of the Ziwei divine dynasty. A supreme combat force appeared, and with a shocking strike, the fighting spirit of the remaining powerhouses was destroyed. It seems like an extremely powerful character made a move in the past. Even the Yuhua God dynasty couldn't block it with all their trump cards, Yin Ishi said. It might not necessarily be an extremely powerful character. Maybe that battle spear was too powerful. The divine power fluctuations weren't very intense. The main reason was that a supreme, killing intent appeared. Li Tian said, "Clang, clang." Suddenly, an item started struggling in Yifan's body. His body also emitted rays of black light, and the killing intent was overwhelming. Yifan was surprised. With a move of his divine will, a black spear appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying light. The black light pierced through the 9 heavens, and all the clouds in the sky were scattered. He didn't activate it. Instead, this weapon shone on its own, emitting killing intent. It was shocking. Clearly, this dark golden spear resonated with the aura in the cave. There was a kind of battle intent that reached the clouds. It was actually at a terrifying level, shocking everyone. "I'm afraid this spear isn't in the category of a holy weapon," Yin Ishi said with a strange expression. This spear came from the Kunlun mountain. Its true origin was unknown. According to Longma, it flew down from the outer realm and stabbed into the immortal Ascension ancient land. And Yifan had also examined this spear many times. He discovered that the gods inside were almost all dead. Only the lower part of the spear was left, and he couldn't pry into any secrets. He didn't expect that it would actually emit light on its own today. This was a kind of instinctive resistance and reaction. Could it be a quasi-emperor weapon? Li Tian said. Yifan didn't say anything. A long time ago, he had some conjectures. In the endless depths of the universe, there was a fierce battle. In the end, The black spear was almost destroyed. It tore through the void and fell on the Kunlun mountain. But now, it seemed that the enemy of this spear might have appeared in the Ziwei ancient star field. After a long time, the black spear slowly calmed down. The black light receded, and the killing intent in the huge cave was also cleansed. It seems that this trip to Ziwei won't be as peaceful as I imagined, Yi Fan said. At this time, after the killing intent had receded, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura with powerful fluctuations of life. Little Nan Nan's aura. Yi Fan was shocked. He suddenly turned around and rushed toward a broken wall in the distance. His speed had reached the limit. Chapter 1536. The wisps of black mist dispersed, revealing a large pitch-black crack that was 7 or 8 zhang wide and over 100 li long. It traversed through the imperial city and was obviously left behind from a great battle. Yi Fan entered the crack in the earth and directly went several hundred zhang underground. He came into contact with a large underground karst cave, and the aura here was even stronger. He was apprehensive. Could it be that he had found the little darling as soon as he arrived here? He shook his head, but this kind of exuberant life energy couldn't be lacking. There was a pond in the underground karst cave. Stalactites were everywhere, like snails and giant bamboo shoots. Water continuously dripped down, and the sound came from the darkness and emptiness, making it all the more quiet. Yin Yishi and Li Tian also followed, walking behind Yi Fan. They were a bit suspicious because they didn't sense anything special. Here, in a puddle, there was a sparkling and translucent crystal stone. It was like a diamond, flickering with beautiful radiance. Beside it, there was a jade jar that had shattered, and the crystals seemed to have rolled out from within. Yi Fan picked up the sparkling granule. It was extremely translucent and gave off 7-colored light. The aura of life assaulted his senses, and there was the little darling's aura. It's not that little 7-colored stone. Its shape seems to be condensed from a teardrop. He was extremely astonished. Could it be that the little fellow's teardrop could also turn into this kind of crystal? Yin Yishi and Li Tian were both astonished. They didn't sense anything even when they approached. They really didn't know how Yi Fan could find clues from so far away. Li Tian received it and said, "When I touched it with my finger, I felt an incredible divine might, as if there was immortal energy pouring into my body." Yin Yishi was also astonished. Why couldn't they sense it from a distance, and could only sense it through contact? He was extremely puzzled. It must be because the little darling gave me the little 7-colored stone back then, and I absorbed the 7-colored multicolored light inside, Yi Fan said, giving this kind of explanation. At the same time, he revealed a hint of joy. It was difficult for others to find the little darling, but he could rely on this to sense it. This was not a small advantage. Of course, compared to the vastness of the earth, this kind of advantage made people feel helpless. The vastness of the land was truly a headache, like finding a needle in a haystack. And this was a really big problem. In the following half a month, Yi Fan and the others crossed the straits and appeared on several continents, searching for clues about little Nan Nan. Unfortunately, not even a trace of it could be found. Decades had passed, and the major forces of the Ziwei segmentum had no results. It was unrealistic for them to find him as soon as they arrived. What should we do? The Human King Palace, the Netherage Longevity Monastery, the Moon Palace, and the other major factions have been searching for decades. Perhaps they have found something. I have to pay them a visit, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He had no other choice but to collect the fruits of everyone's labor. Perhaps this would be the only way to break through some of the fog surrounding little Nan Nan's tracks. That's true. After all, they've been searching for dozens of years. They definitely have more valuable information than us. Yin Yishi nodded. From that day onwards, a mysterious figure appeared in the Divine Prefecture, Luzhou, and He Prefecture. He turned to the powerhouses of the major sects and struck them with their clubs, but he did not take their lives. This was naturally Yi Fan. He had secretly taken down dozens of people, and they were all elites of the major sections. He had searched their consciousness for everything related to little Nan Nan. In the end, the more he looked, the uglier his expression became. These people treated little Nan Nan as an immortal medicine. All of them wanted to throw her into the cauldron and refine her into a furnace of immortal pills. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that, from what they knew, no one had succeeded yet. It's time to make a move against the most crucial major faction. After all, they're the masterminds, Li Tian said. Decades ago, the Ziwei Divine Dynasty had turned into ashes. The main culprit was that major faction that had descended from the Outer Realms. Now, it could be said that they had replaced it and become the strongest faction on this planet. After so many years, they had expanded rapidly. Many independent cultivators had joined them, and they seemed to be stabilizing the world. They had the domineering aura of swallowing the ancient continents. If this continued, it would not be strange for them to unify the Ziwei segmentum. However, the higher-ups of the Ziwei Divine Dynasty had always been mysterious and shrouded in a layer of fog. Even powerful factions like the Longevity Temple and Human King Hall didn't know everything. The moonlight was gentle and beautiful, and not a single sound could be heard. A majestic city appeared on the horizon. This was Kuan City, a place that caused all cultivators in the world to stop and feel deep reverence. Decades ago, they were the ones who destroyed the Ziwei Divine Dynasty, causing an eternal faction that had existed for thousands of years to meet its end. They were a Leviathan, and today, who would dare to provoke them? Once the order was issued, no one dared to disobey. From their expansion, it seemed that they really wanted to control the entire Imperial planet. This caused the various major factions to be deeply worried. They regretted joining forces with them to destroy the Ziwei Divine Dynasty back then. This was equivalent to killing a tiger and attracting an evil dragon. The moonlight was like water. The majestic city stood tall on the ground like an ancient ferocious beast in hibernation. Although its malevolence was restrained, it still exuded a terrifying aura. Yi Fan came alone. He stepped on the moonlight and entered the majestic city. He directly went to the inner part of the imperial city and was obstructed by a heaven-shaking grand formation. He didn't barge in forcefully. After observing for a period of time, he couldn't help but be shocked. There was actually Emperor's might here, and there was a killing formation set up by the Quasi-Emperor. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. He placed this divine dynasty in the most dangerous category. This wasn't a simple major faction, and its origins weren't simple at all. He carefully sensed it, but he wasn't sure if the Quasi-Emperor was here. However, he could sense a trace of dark clouds from the formation here. No matter what, the ruler behind it was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan didn't want to alert the enemy. He didn't want to start a war in this place. After waiting for a long time, an expert appeared in the imperial city. As for the guards before him, he felt disdain to act. This person was a half-sage. To him, this person wasn't considered much. But in this mortal world, this person was already considered very strong. Yi Fan transformed into a beam of divine light and swooped down, carrying this person away. It could be said that he didn't waste the slightest effort. No one noticed him at all. In the wilderness, Yi Fan searched his sea of consciousness, observing the origins of this great sect. After a moment, his heart trembled. This sect really had a great background. In the depths of the starry skies, there was a ruler whose cultivation was unknown. He didn't know where he came from, but he sent down a decree and ordered his disciples to move out. He wanted to unify the Ziwei ancient region. They wanted to build a celestial court. In the end, Yi Fan obtained this information. How could he not be shocked? How bold was this person? This wasn't establishing a sect on an ancient planet, but putting it into action. They wanted to conquer one region after another, building such a huge system and recreating the glory of the legendary era. Truly amazing. Li Tian and Yin Ishi walked out from the mountain ridge. After seeing this person's immortal foundation, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. To build a celestial court that can rule over 10,000 regions, this person should be Quasi-Emperor at the very least, right? Who in the current human race can rival him? Perhaps only Old Man Guy can do this, Li Tian said. Just a disciple, but he almost wants to unify the Ziwei ancient region. The leader behind him must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, why would he dare to do this? Yin Ishi sighed. After Yi Fan erased the relevant memories from this person's head, he sent it back. He frowned. He had tried all kinds of methods, but it was all to no avail. Maybe it's time to ask some old friends to take action, Yin Ishi said. To that special sect? Li Tian asked. Yes. Yi Fan naturally also thought of this. Now, he needed to seek help from the Heavenly Secrets sect. Back then, when they left, Ancestor Heavenly Secrets was about to pass away. He saw a corner of the future and sent out 2 prophecies, which could be considered accurate. Li Tian and Yin Ishi had the Heavenly Secrets command talisman. According to the Ancestors' agreement, Heavenly Secrets Valley had to divine for them 4 times. Now, there were still 2 left. Back then, Ancestor Heavenly Secrets had said that they could come back after 20 years. After Yi Fan and the others left, they were hundreds of millions of miles away from this place. They didn't know the coordinates of the way back, so they never thought they would come back. They had no intention of entering this sect again. Who knew that after more than 100 years, they would have a request again? The affairs of the world were unexpected. Taiyuan was located in the west of the Central Plains. It was a huge, deep valley that didn't see the light of day all year round. It was extremely dark. The secluded Heavenly Secrets sect of the ancient secluded path closed its doors here. It was rare to see them in the world. All of this was because they could divine the Heavenly Secrets and were cursed by the heavens. They had no choice but to hide from the world. This sect was envied by the heavens. Although they had amazing divine arts, it was difficult for them to flourish. Throughout the generations, they only had a few disciples and were a secluded ancient sect. When Yi Fan and the others went deep underground, they were stunned. The Heavenly Secrets sect had been razed to the ground, and there was debris everywhere. It had been completely destroyed. This was like a bucket of cold water being poured on their heads, making them shiver all over. Coming here was the most effective shortcut. They might be able to find some clues about the little girl, but they didn't expect it to be directly destroyed. Who destroyed it? Li Tian gritted his teeth. It was the divine dynasty that descended from the outer realms, Yin Ishi said. They found a terrifying hole left by a battle spear here, and it was similar to the one in Ziwei Imperial City. Obviously, this powerful force that wanted to build the ancient heaven also wanted to use the prophecy of the Heavenly Secrets sect. But in the end, they destroyed this place. Yi Fan was disappointed and left this place. He felt that it would really take a long time to find the little girl. However, things often exceeded people's expectations. They searched in the Divine Prefecture in the east, and after half a month, they saw a Taoist child who took the initiative to greet them. Little Taoist, who are you? I am from the Heavenly Secrets sect, and I am here to deliver 2 pages of talisman paper to you, the little Taoist child said. The Heavenly Secrets sect avoided that disaster. Li Tian was surprised and at the same time shocked. This branch was really amazing to be able to find them. After avoiding the disaster of the past, we are living in seclusion in the short mountain up ahead. Another patriarch is about to pass away. There is still 1 day left, and I happen to see you here to think about your last matters in the mortal world. The little Taoist child showed a hint of sadness. In the distance, another middle-aged Taoist walked over. His black beard fluttered in the wind, and he looked like an immortal. Upon closer inspection, he looked somewhat familiar. It was the little Taoist child from more than 100 years ago, and now he had become the successor of the sect. Another patriarch is about to pass away, fulfilling his last wish. Our sect will completely hide from the world until the greatest change in the past 10,000 years is over. The middle-aged Taoist child had a sorrowful expression. Back then, he witnessed a patriarch die because of the jealousy of the heavens, and now, another patriarch. This was a bad luck that they could not escape. My condolences. Yi Fan and the others didn't know how to comfort him, so they bowed silently and gave him some of the divine liquid of the ancient celestial being. The patriarch doesn't dare to calculate what you're looking for. Once he burns it, not to mention him, Even the heavenly secret sect's eternal inheritance will be completely annihilated. I only have a vague feeling that if you all head northwest, you will obtain something in this mortal world, the middle-aged Taoist said sorrowfully. In the end, both sides bowed to each other and parted ways. From then on, the heavenly secret sect would no longer exist in this world for tens of thousands of years. In the bitter and cold northwest, a small figure was currently moving forward alone. His small clothes had long since become tattered beyond recognition. Chapter 1537. Heading northwest. Meet in the world of mortals. This was the paper in Yi Fan's hands. It had long turned yellow. This was Heaven's Mysteries Gate's well-known talisman paper. These words were written on it, indicating that another ancestor was about to leave this world. Yi Fan and the others left quite far away. They turned around and bowed towards that short mountain. The various great inheritances and ancient sects entered the great wastelands one after another, entering the places with the densest spiritual essence. It was all because they felt that the little girl was formed from an undying immortal medicine, that she would like places with abundant life spiritual essence. It was to the extent where the Holy Lands didn't hesitate to enter a few forbidden regions. After all these years, they truly paid a bitter price. That's more like it. In this world of mortals, how could the great sects meet? Yi Fan calmed himself down a bit. On the other side, Li Tian cried out strangely. There's also a talisman paper in his hands, on it a few words that made him excited. The human desire Tao will flourish. Me and senior brother will become the ancestors of resurgence. In short, the information they obtained wasn't bad, making them feel much more at ease. Only, whenever he thought of the little girl, Yi Fan's heart would still feel a bit sore. The little fella always suffered, who knew how many cold eyes she had received in the world of mortals. After all these years, why didn't she grow up? This was something he couldn't understand. They headed northwest without any delays, fearing that something unexpected might happen. It was because the prophecy was just a reference and couldn't be completely trusted. The East Divine Continent, North's Lu Continent, and West Sea Continent all had great powers that couldn't be provoked. Yi Fan set out from the Divine Continent in a fixed direction. Even if he encountered an undying inheritance, he still had to charge through it. However, before he left Central Continent, he heard a few strange news. Did you guys hear? The Sun's Sacred Emperor's descendant has returned, and he is now extremely powerful. Is that true? Wasn't this bloodline completely wiped out? Even their immortal scriptures have been lost for tens of thousands of years. What kind of formidable figure can they produce now? Did you forget? That youth named Yi Fan saved their clan's only bloodline. During these few days, news of Yi Tong's return already spread because someone saw him pay respects to his ancestors. It was a ruined land. Mountain ranges had collapsed, palaces had been shattered, rubble covered the ground, countless corpses and black mists suffused the air. It was a barren land. During the past half a month, every night, there would be someone crying in grief. The cultivators who passed by noticed that something was strange. They stopped to take a look and saw Yi Tong. Another 2 days passed, and shocking news came. Yi Tong shot the golden crow with her bow, killing more than 10 patrollers who had rushed to the ruins of the Solar Divine Court. This naturally caused a huge commotion. Yi Tong's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. She didn't even try to dodge, and she wanted to sweep through the Golden Crow bloodline. There's really going to be a battle. The Golden Crow definitely won't be able to sit still. Wiping out the bloodline of the human race's Saint Emperor will incur the wrath of the heavens. I have a premonition that the Golden Crow clan is too arrogant. Their good days are coming to an end. That young man named Yi Tong hasn't left during these days. He's building a grave there. He's quite confident. The Bear Mountain Range had been cleared out by Yi Tong. His eyes were swollen from crying. He had gone to many places during these days, but he couldn't find his parents' corpses. He had even gone to the Black North Sea, but he couldn't find the remains of his old servant. In the end, he only found a young skeleton among all his relatives. Yi Tong cried his heart out and kowtowed on the ground. His body and mind were both trembling. How much older was the little sister from back then? Yet, She continuously comforted him during the crisis and even stood in front of him in the end. Even now, thinking about it made his heart wrench. The thin girl, her frail body, her pale face, and her sad but beautiful smile were fixed in Yi Tong's heart. Every time he thought about it, his heart would shatter. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He was like a wounded lone wolf, and he couldn't help but howl at the sky. Golden Crow Clan, I, Yi Tong, am not a bloodthirsty person. I don't want to exterminate you, but those who attack me back then shouldn't even think about living. Those who destroyed my clan, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Yi Tong had never shouted himself hoarse like today. It was the first time he was so ferocious. His murderous aura surged and swept up to the sky. All the clouds were scattered, and in the distance, mountains collapsed. He didn't need to look for the Golden Crow Clan. When he was building the grave and burying the countless bones in the ruins, someone from the Golden Crow Clan came knocking. Moreover, his background wasn't small. He was a saint, and he led a majestic army. Evildoers of the past, how dare you come back today? Even the heavens want to exterminate your clan. It's a pity that the Sun Saint Emperor's prestige will end here. This old Golden Crow Clan leader's words were quite harsh and vicious. He was provoking them. It's just an incarnation. Is your Golden Crow Clan afraid? You want to test me, but you don't dare to come with your true body. You're just throwing your life away. Yi Tong roared. The might of the Saint King was displayed without mercy. In an instant, it covered the sky and earth. Light and divine radiance filled the place. He stretched out his hand and smashed the saint in front of him into pieces. As for the so-called army, they were all formed from golden feathers and not real bodies. The Golden Crow Clan sent out the saint incarnation to test, but in the end, they were completely annihilated. The news spread throughout the continent. We're just passing by, so let's go and take a look. As a master, it wouldn't be right if I don't put in some effort. Yi Fan and the others received the news and headed northwest. They just happened to pass by the ruins of the Sun God Court. The divine continent was shaken. Everyone realized how powerful Yi Tong was. The Golden Crow Clan was in big trouble this time. They would most likely pay the price for the bloody massacre in the past. He even dares to kill the descendants of my human race's Saint Emperor. He's too savage. Naturally, many people hoped that Yi Tong would personally kill the enemy. In the divine continent, violent winds swept about. The Golden Crow Clan was furious. He was just a remnant of the past, but only a few years had passed. He had actually grown to such a level. This made them both angry and shocked. He's grown too fast. We have to kill him. Activate the clan's great sage killing formation and do our best to kill him. His constitution is no different from the Sun Saint Emperor. Now that he has returned, he should be even stronger than we imagined. Not only do we have to activate the killing formation, but we also have to use the great sage weapon to kill him thoroughly. We also have to ask for our trump cards to appear. The Golden Crow Clan was filled with killing intent. After being powerful for so many years, they were killed today. This made them, who had always been high and mighty and enslaved everyone, feel incomparably uncomfortable. On this day, killing intent surged and the clouds of battle filled the sky. The Golden Crow Clan mobilized their weapons and sent out many experts. This time it wasn't just images but their true bodies. Ancient war chariots rumbled one after another as they crushed the heavens. Battle intent surged as they drove towards the northwest of the divine continent. They once again arrived at the ancient land they had broken through in the past. It was unknown just how many golden crows had arrived. The sky was filled with golden shadows, and their wings covered the sky. The Golden Crow Clan had mobilized so much that wiping out several great clans wouldn't be a problem at all. Evil creature, hand over your life. The Golden Crow Clan shouted. It was still in this ancient land. Another crusade took place. Mountains and rivers were shattered. Yi Tong felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. In the past, it was precisely this group of people who destroyed his home and killed his loved ones, leaving him with a lifetime of pain. He attacked furiously, fighting against the Saint King realm great beasts. That was the clan's trump card. Pairs of golden wings unfolded, and sinister faces appeared one after another. All of them were laughing cruelly. War chariots filled the sky as endless spirit patterns descended. Little bastard, you left for so many years, yet you still dare to return. You're seeking your own death. The clan's powerhouses moved together, activating the Great Array. At the same time, a great sage artifact descended, its pressure covering the sky and earth. It wanted to imprison Yi Tong and take his life in an instant. This kind of attack was enough to break apart an immortal sect, but now all of it was concentrated on a single person. It could be said that the Golden Crow clan attached great importance to him. Although Yi Tong was indignant, he didn't lose his calm. He had been taught by Yi Fan and grasped the movement's secret art, so he didn't fall into the trap. With a speed that others couldn't comprehend, he instantly fled several dozen kilometers away and avoided certain death. Little evil creature, where do you think you are going? Even if you are the descendant of the Sun Saint Emperor, you won't be able to live. End this once and for all. The Golden Crow clan's powerhouses roared. They attacked together again, pressing forward. You came just in time. In the distance, Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yin Ishi arrived. They had heard the news on the way here, so how could they not show up? They rushed over as soon as possible. Their expressions were extremely cold, and their killing intense soared. They were not only Yi Fan's disciples, but also Li Tian and Yin Ishi's disciples. It could even be said that they cared more about Yi Tong than Yi Fan. After all, they were the ones who raised Yi Tong. You guys dare to use force to suppress my disciple. Li Tian roared in anger. Meanwhile, the elegant Yin Ishi's expression also turned ashen. He directly took out the goddess furnace, and the dazzling divine furnace blossomed with boundless, auspicious light. Dang! Li Tian slapped the furnace and threw it out. The divine furnace instantly enlarged, becoming incomparably huge. It smashed into the Golden Crow clan's great array, and with a loud boom, it was completely shattered. The Golden Crow clan's great sage artifact also collided with the goddess furnace at this time. The people of the Golden Crow clan were initially filled with hope, but their faces turned pale once again. The Golden Crow clan's great sage artifact couldn't compare to the goddess furnace at all. It was directly smashed into smithereens without any suspense. The sky was filled with miserable cries of the Golden Crows. It was unknown how many people had been buried in this enormous energy storm and turned into a bloody mist. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was also taking action. He protected the originally shattered mountains and rivers below, preventing the Solar Court's ruins from suffering the impact and protecting the tomb. The people in the distance were shocked. They knew that the Golden Crow clan was finished. With such a ferocious person taking action, it was useless even if they used all their resources. They were destined to be eliminated. Golden Crow King, where do you think you're going? Yi Tong roared. He remembered that this was a great completion king level expert from back then, and now he was already a Saint King. However, he was fearless. The Golden Crow King's face was deathly pale. He recognized Yi Fan and saw the goddess furnace clearly. He had never imagined that those people from back then would be so terrifying now. Most of the Golden Crows were still there. Li Tian and Yin Ishi didn't take action again. They only destroyed the killing formation and the great sage artifact. They were no longer worried about Yi Tong. Since we've already taken action, let's have a conclusion today. After speaking, Yi Fan directly tore apart the void and disappeared from his original location. He arrived at the Golden Crow clan's ancestral grounds. It was obvious that there was a great sage formation here. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. An arrow tore apart heaven and earth. The mountain gate below directly collapsed, and the great formation was torn apart. When the second arrow landed, the entire formation was more or less destroyed. He shouted, "The Sun Saint Emperor had made such great contributions, yet you guys can cold-bloodedly take action and wipe out his entire clan. Those who participated in the past stay behind. Those who didn't take action, leave immediately." In the Golden Crow clan's important land, everyone had long been scared silly. The savagery of the past was nowhere to be seen. They were simply scared out of their wits. The entire clan fled, regardless of whether they had taken action in the past or not. They didn't dare to hold on here. Yifan didn't chase after them either. He reached out a large hand and grabbed all of them. Then, he tore apart the void and threw them into the solar quartz ruins. Meanwhile, he himself stayed behind to destroy this ancient land. He was afraid that there was something strange here that would injure his own disciples. Hanlong, Yifan's arrow shot out, directly blasting an ancient city into pieces and turning it into flying ashes. Wong, light shone brilliantly. This place was strange after all. The buildings on the ground were all destroyed, but even more complicated formation patterns appeared underground. Younger generation, you dare? 7 or 8 figures rushed into the sky, shattering the divine origin. There was actually a great sage among them. An intense battle ensued. Incomparably terrifying formation patterns revived. Together with these people's attacks, heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. All of the experts in the Ziwei ancient star domain were shaken, rushing into the 9 heavens. In the end, Yifan returned. There were specks of blood on his body, all of it belonging to the Golden Crow clan. This clan's ancient land had been razed to the ground by him. I'll leave it for Yitong. Yifan sighed. The most powerful experts had all been swept away by him. It was because the great sage had already surpassed the scope of what Yitong could deal with. Now, he didn't have to worry anymore. With this type of intimidation, it was likely that no one would dare plot against his disciple. Let's go. We'll head northwest. Yifan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi left. Only a crying Yitong was left fighting between heaven and earth. The solar quartz ruins became a blood-soaked battlefield. Chapter 1538. A great gale blew over, causing the leaves to dance wildly in the wind. Thousands of layers of sand were swept up, and many weeds were uprooted. This was the northern Lu continent, a bitter and cold place. Yifan and the others crossed the strait, heading northwest to this place. They already didn't care about what happened behind them, but news continuously entered their ears. The Golden Crow race was defeated, many experts flapping their wings and fleeing to the ends of the world. The entire world was shocked. Who would have thought that the child from back then would grow to such an extent? He had returned after so many years of exile, killing the Golden Crow race into a mountain of corpses. Yitong had slaughtered his way to fame on the North Star. Everything he did was for the sake of avenging his parents. Those who had taken action in the past were all within his hunting range. The starry skies were stained with blood, and the fiendish earth was filled with the blood of the Golden Crow race. The divine continent, He continent, and Lu continent were all in an uproar. A grand and powerful race had fallen just like that. Even their ancestral ground had been destroyed. This shocked the entire world. The Golden Crow race was finished. This was the consensus of the people. On this day, many people took action to add insult to injury. The major powers and some powerful rogue cultivators specifically targeted lone Golden Crows, almost wiping out the race. As for the Golden Crow race's inheritance, it was naturally divided up cleanly. This was the reality. When a fierce tiger fell, a pack of wolves would rise up and attack it. A grand and powerful race was annihilated. The Golden Crow King's head was personally beheaded by Yitong and placed in front of the solar quartz ruins to be used as a blood sacrifice. On this day, Yitong cried loudly. The hatred and sorrow he had suppressed for many years were all vented out. The divine continent in the east was in an uproar, and the northern Lu continent was not peaceful either. Many people heard the news and went to fish in troubled waters. All of this had nothing to do with Yifan and Li Tian, and no one paid attention to it. The destruction of the Golden Crow race was imminent, so there was no need for them to take action or pay attention. Finding the little girl was the most important thing. However, there are also people who follow their tracks after seeing them display their might. They vaguely felt that there was something wrong with these three and wanted to find out what was going on. In the world, who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching the situation? Do these people have dog noses? They actually want to follow us. Li Tian said, in this world, there naturally weren't many people who could chase after them. They could get rid of them in an instant, but there were still those who persevered. Some of the major powers had secretly investigated and spied on the path they had taken in the past few days. When they discovered that they had been heading northwest, they were all suspicious. The northern wind blew the white grass off the ground. In the northwest, there were some places where snowflakes drifted down all year round. The more Yi Fan walked, the more he frowned. Little Nan Nan's frail body. Could it be that she really had to survive in this bitter land? He was a little worried. Presumably, only in the bitterly cold lands can one avoid those sacred sections. The denser the spiritual qi, the more dangerous it is, Yin Ishi said. How did little Nan Nan run to such a faraway place by herself? This made people puzzled, and they probably wouldn't be able to explain it either. The pitiful little girl had a lot of secrets. Is that little girl special? Why are you all so nervous? Godchild curled his lips. Don't talk so much. No one will think you're mute. Li Tian habitually gave him a slap on the butt. Pervert, I'll remember this. This is the 105th slap. You'll regret it in the future. Little Fatty said angrily. Mountain ranges rose and fell. Some regions were covered in white snow, while others were lush green. This was the north, the bitterly cold land. Different places had different appearances. Of course, the peak was definitely silvery white. Only below the mountainside would there be greenery, but occasionally it would be completely covered by snowflakes. Passing by a small town, Yi Fan saw a child begging on the street. He immediately rushed over, but was extremely disappointed. Although their ages were similar, they weren't the same person. He left behind some food and secretly gave her some money before silently retreating. When they reached the north, the resources were barren, and the mortals lived in poverty. It was far from being comparable to the warm south. There were many wanderers, and all of them were heading south. Half a month later, they entered the ice plains. It was even colder here. It was completely the scenery of the north, and the cold wind whistled. Of course, there were also some special places in the bitterly cold land. Spiritual qi flowed, transforming the frigid ice and snow into streams. There were oases where vegetation grew. Here, Yi Fan's brows furrowed even more. Goo! In the distance, there were snow-white ice crows flying about. They were a special type of morning birds. They were similar to crows, but their entire bodies were snow-white, and their cries were also the same. A savage beast died, attracting several hundred morning birds. They pecked at the ice and ate the rotten bones. The scene was drenched in blood. These morning birds have demonic energy, and some of them are almost dead. There are some special savage beasts and demonic birds in the bitterly cold land. Although ordinary people can kill them, it really isn't easy to live in this kind of environment, Yin Ishi said. Along the way, they saw the hardships of living in the bitter land. Whether a piece of land was fertile or not, it was related to the survival of some races. There are some people who can really act recklessly. Even though they don't know the reason, they still send out so many people. They similarly headed northwest, and quite a few cultivators have appeared in the past few days. It seems there will be some twists and turns in the search for the little girl. These people smell blood and might have guessed something. Although there were people who had also found their way here, Yi Fan and the others weren't too worried. They only felt disgusted. These people seemed to have grown dog noses. The Reed Continent Immortal Tomb was left behind by my sex ancestors. You all are not allowed to approach. There were people in the northern lands who sharply sensed something and severely reprimanded the foreign powers. Otherwise, if they approached, they would create a story about the Reed Continent Immortal Tomb. However, this naturally didn't have any effect. On the contrary, it made the number of people increase a bit. A few great powers all carried an attitude of giving it a try. They sent out people. If they could find a divine treasury, then this trip wouldn't have been made in vain. Come, come, chase me. This was a very desolate corner of the northwest. There was a stockade village. Ice and snow swirled about, and a few children wearing bee skins ran through the snow, chasing each other. Because these children were born in the bitter land, they were all quite vigorous. None of them were pampered and spoiled. A few of the older children even carried small wooden bows and arrows on their backs, shooting snow rabbits. In the distance, in front of the stockade village, a lonely little figure appeared. She gazed at the children in the stockade village with longing and a bit of fear. Her entire body was dirty, and her little clothes had long been torn. She was a real little beggar, who knew how many times she had fallen in the world of ice and snow, and her body was covered in ice shards. Her little face was red from the cold, and her clothes were tattered. She looked quite pitiful, and only her pair of large eyes could still be considered bright. They revealed a hopeful expression as she stared impatiently at the children in the stockade village. "The little beggar is here again," a child shouted. All the children looked over and looked at the little girl who was about 3 years old. They stared at her for a long time. "Don't play with her," a slightly older boy shouted. "Little beggar, don't come anymore. We won't give you anything to eat. Hurry up and leave." Another person shouted. "Hurry up and leave." Many people shouted. The little girl, who was about 3 years old, lowered her head in grievance. She looked at her own tattered little shoes, and with tears in her eyes, she said in a small voice, "I didn't come for food. I just want to play with you all." "I'm not playing with you. You're a monster," a slightly older girl shouted angrily. "Nan is not a monster. I'm a human," the little girl said with grievance. She lowered her head even more, and tears swayed in her eyes. "You're still saying you're not a monster? Grandpa Sue and Grandma adopted you, but in the end, you still haven't grown up in almost 10 years. They raised children for old age, but the 2 old people died first. You still haven't changed at all. It was you who killed Grandpa, Sue, and Grandma," a teenage boy said angrily. "It wasn't Nan who killed Grandpa and Grandma. It really wasn't." The little girl shook her head. Tears fell from her eyes as she faced the snowy ground alone. "Hurry up and leave. You're a monster. It was you who killed Grandpa, Sue, and Grandma. Hurry up and leave." Many people shouted, "Don't be like this. The little beggar is very pitiful. She wandered into our stockade village like this. If we drive her out now, she will freeze or starve to death," a young girl said. "Little grass, don't sympathize with her. She's a monster," another child refuted. "She often forgets things. I really don't know what kind of monster she is." Nan didn't forget everything. "I remember Grandpa, Sue, and Grandma." Nan also remembers a big brother and a dog, the little girl said softly. "Umph. In the past, you often met us and sometimes forgot. We don't want to talk to you anymore." Nan didn't do it on purpose. "I don't know what happened. It wasn't like this in the past. Nan might be sick," the little girl said timidly, tears swirling in her eyes. "Forget it. She won't leave. Let's go. Don't care about her." Many children ran into the stockade village. The little girl turned around alone and wiped away her tears. Alone, she walked into the wind and snow. Her small figure made people's hearts ache. "Little Nan," someone called from behind. The girl named Little Grass, who had sympathized with her, ran out and asked softly, "Are you hungry?" "Very hungry," the little girl said softly with her head lowered. "Here." Little Grass took out some food and stuffed it into her hands. "Little Grass, come back quickly. She's a monster and will eat people. Last time, an old Taoist passed by here and took her into the demon pagoda to be refined. In the end, I heard that the old Taoist died instead," a child shouted from behind. "Little sister, thank you. Nan has a pearl here. I'll give it to you." The little girl wiped away her tears and handed a diamond-like crystal to Little Grass. She murmured, "This thing only appears when I'm the saddest. When Grandpa, Sue, and Grandma passed away, it appeared beside me." In the end, a little girl in tattered clothes walked into the distance alone against the wind and snow. Her lonely figure was almost drowned in the heavy snow. Her voice was very young, and her face was covered in tears. She murmured, "Nan still remembers a big brother and a dog, but they're all gone." The wind and snow danced. The lonely little body left a shallow footprint in the snow, leading into the distance. Chapter 1539. In the world of ice and snow, a small figure chased after them, panting and shouting, "Little Nan, don't go ahead. Uncle Lee just said that there's a sinkhole there, and there are people who can fly there. They'll catch monsters. Don't go." Xiao Xiao ran over and reminded her. Then, She stuffed a bag of food into her hands and turned to leave. I wonder where Nan Nan is going. The little girl looked at Xiao Cao's back and softly muttered to herself. She wiped away the tears on her face and walked in another direction. The icy plains were vast, and there weren't many places with vitality. As a result, villages and other places were dotted around in the vast world of ice and snow, and it was not easy to see them. Cold winds whistled and snow swirled in the air. There were many figures on an icy river because a sinkhole had appeared here. Some people said that a meteorite had fallen from outer space and created such a scene. But when they got closer, they didn't see any meteorites, nor were there any traces of burning. Some people said that this was an immortal burial ground. It was unknown whether it was the Taiyan ancient emperor or the Sun Saint Emperor who had come to this icy plains and left behind a comprehension after achieving the Tao. It could be considered a peerless treasure. In addition, some great sects in the north had announced that an immortal burial had appeared and requested external forces to leave. The appearance of a mysterious sinkhole naturally attracted many people to explore. When a king went deep inside and never appeared again, the news immediately exploded like a pot of boiling water. Whether it was the divine prefecture, which was restless because of the Golden Crow race, or the peaceful spring land in the south, all of them could not remain quiet. People from several provinces moved together. There were even some people who believed that Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yin Ishi had come to the northwest because of this. They must have obtained some secret. Many people had arrived long ago. After losing track of them on the way, they directly came to the northwest and then went back in the opposite direction, thinking of ways to find Yi Fan's party. And now, this group of people happened to be the first to appear at the scene. They were both excited to see that sinkhole. Perhaps this really is the place where the Sun Saint Emperor left his comprehension piece. One must know that Yi Tong was with them. Even if her clan was destroyed, she might have left behind some clues. That's right, that must be it. A great emperor's Tao realization scripture is truly exciting and shocking. The development of the situation deviated from everyone's expectations. Even Yi Fan was shocked when he arrived at this icy field. Then, he felt that things were not too good. With so many people coming here, it would be truly worrying if they bumped into the little Nan Nan. He could not tolerate anyone capturing the little girl to refine medicine, and he did not want to see her being wronged. He had to find her as soon as possible. Not everyone was clueless in this frozen land. One of the old Taoist priests looked around as he walked, as if he was looking for something. That sinful disciple actually had heaven-defying luck to bump into a human-shaped, undying herb. However, he was just too useless. He failed to refine the medicine and was blown to death instead. The old priest muttered to himself, "Such a heaven-defying, human-shaped, immortal medicine. How could the Ziwei divine dynasty be careless? They must have left a forbidden treasure on him. That sinful disciple is truly disappointing. Why didn't they do a thorough check first?" The old Taoist used a special ability to understand what happened. In reality, he was not the only one. There was another middle-aged scholar who was fanning himself in the snowy land. Cold lightning shot out from his eyes as he searched for the little Nan Nan. It said that the divine infant disappeared and can't be seen. That's just misleading people. In these decades, she appeared at least 5 or 6 times and fell into the hands of others. Unfortunately, those lucky ones were too greedy and directly refined the medicine, resulting in a backlash. How could she be immortal with the aura of eternal life? They were all too careless. There was no lack of sharp people in this world. Through the movements of the grass and the wind and many spies, they could obtain the most valuable information through the tiniest traces. There were more than 1 or 2 people who guessed that the divine infant was in the north. Yi Fan appeared on the icy field and approached that area. When he saw so many cultivators, his expression turned cold as he looked at the vast snowy land. What is this place? Could it be that there really is the Sun Saint Emperor's comprehension scripture or the tablet left behind by the human sovereign? Li Tian was surprised. He was from the Ziwei divine realm and had naturally heard of the legends of the north. At this time, saints had already appeared, and even saint kings appeared. They stopped above the heavenly pit and frowned, not daring to go down, because there were rumors just now that saints had already gone down and hadn't come back up. Moreover, their divine senses would be quickly devoured, and it would be difficult to see anything. The figures of Yi Fan and the other two flashed and disappeared for where they were, entering the ground. They had emperor weapons in hand, so they were fearless and wanted to find out what was going on. A war chariot. This was a bronze war chariot, but it was deformed and almost melted. It collided with a special stone, and the bronze and stone fused together. "What is this? Why are there blood vessels in the stone?" Divine Child muttered. There was an expert in the war chariot who should have come from the outer realm. Unfortunately, he had almost turned into ashes, and only a piece of his Tao bone was left. This stone's material was special, and it was actually so terrifying. When the two collided, a Saint King-level figure fell. Li Tian and Yin Ishi's eyes immediately went straight. They looked seriously, and then they let out a strange cry. Their faces were pale, as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing. They quickly retreated, their faces covered in cold sweat. A portion of the divine senses they had just sent out had been devoured. Yi Fan held the immortal sword and blocked in front. He also felt a terrifying fluctuation devouring his divine sense, but it was stopped in the end. Could this be the legendary Heaven Desire Stone? Yin Ishi said with a trembling voice, as if he was extremely shocked. My human desire, Tao's opportunity to rise, was because of this? Li Tian was also trembling. What is a Heaven Desire Stone? Yi Fan didn't understand and asked. Yin Ishi said, legend has it that it is a stone formed from the desires of the heavens. It contains boundless desires, making one lose themselves and devour the divine sense of mortals. It is the most terrifying. When exploring this stone, the slightest bit of carelessness could cause one's primordial spirit to be killed. It was because it was like the desire of a world. If a person explored it, their sea of consciousness would instantly explode. Some people speculate that the so-called Heaven Desire Stone is the product of the ancient Quasi-Emperor's failed Tao corroboration, flesh, and consciousness left behind by a star, Li Tian said. Yi Fan was immediately moved when he heard this. He wanted to become a great emperor, but in the end he broke apart at the last crucial step and was smelted into this kind of artifact. If this was true, then it would be immeasurably precious. There is another saying that an entire ancient star was destroyed, and the essence blood of countless heroic spirits and resentful souls were smelted together to form this miraculous object, Yin Ishi added. For the human desire Tao, this was a rare treasure. It complemented their cultivation techniques and could be used to temper their human desires. One day of cultivation would be equivalent to several days of cultivation in the past. Can you guys put away? Yi Fan asked. No problem. The senior and junior brothers nodded and took out the goddess furnace. This magical artifact was very special and could easily swallow such a heaven-defying object. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. He felt that the goddess furnace was many times stronger than he had imagined. It actually sealed the extremely rare Heaven Desire Stone, not letting any of its aura leak out. Shwa! The three of them appeared on the surface in an instant and left. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then, a brave person entered the sinkhole and shouted, "The thing has been taken away." The group followed and followed Yi Fan's group from afar. Some people recognized it, so they didn't dare to speak. Some didn't, but they didn't dare to act rashly and wanted to see what would happen first. Yi Fan didn't take it to heart and continued forward. Suddenly, he stood in front of a stronghold and sensed a powerful life force. Still, only he could sense it. He disappeared in an instant and brought back a little girl. She cried out, "Where did you get this crystal?" Little Grass was a little scared. Little Nan Nan gave it to me. Little Nan Nan. Hearing this name again, Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated. He was incomparably excited and looked at Little Grass. Where is she? You don't bully Little Nan Nan. She's actually very pitiful. Don't put her in the demon tower, Little Grass said. Who dares to put Nan Nan in the demon summoning tower? Yi Fan's expression immediately darkened. He instantly understood Little Grass's sea of consciousness, and then a look of shock and anger appeared on his face. He handed Little Grass to Yin Ishi for him to take care of. Then he disappeared from this place and rushed to the end of the ice plains. This child's constitution is not bad. What's rare is that she gets along well with little Nan Nan and takes good care of her. I think Yi Fan will give her some benefits. Why don't we put her in my carnal desires path? Li Tian said. Yin Ishi was startled and shook his head. Our lineage isn't suitable for her. If she's willing and wants to cultivate, she can be sent to the Moon Palace. You aren't bad people? Little Grass was far calmer than other children of the same age. Although she was afraid, she didn't panic to the point of not knowing what to do. Heavy snow swirled at the end of the horizon. A few figures were confronting each other, and among them was a little girl who was shivering. Her tattered clothes were very thin, and she was very small. She was almost buried in the wind and snow. She stood there, unable to move forward or backward. She was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A few people surrounded her and were determined to obtain her. I discovered the divine infant first, so it naturally belongs to this old man. That's not right. I clearly arrived first. There won't be any results if we continue fighting like this. I think it's better to refine it into medicine and then divide it evenly. When little Nan Nan heard this, she couldn't help but take a step back. Her large eyes were filled with tears, and she said timidly, "Uncles, Nan Nan is very obedient. Don't hurt me." Although the immortal divine medicine is nature-defying and cultivated a human form, it still hasn't refined a great divine ability. Your fate has already been decided. You're born to be a medicine. The middle-aged scholar smiled, but the hidden coldness in his bones made people shiver. Such a great immortal fate has actually been encountered by us. I agree to refine it into medicine first, and then divide it evenly, an old Taoist said. Roar! A loud roar came from afar. A figure stood on the peak of a mountain. His eyes were like lightning, and he saw everything here. It was Yi Fan. He sensed little Nanan's aura from far away. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was as if a vast ocean had swept up the sky in his heart. In an instant, it turned into a divine light and rushed over. It was as fast as a sudden clap of thunder, causing the boundless snowy region to tremble and triggering a great avalanche. Let's see who dares to hurt Nan Nan. A loud roar shook the heavens and the earth. The waves rushed towards several figures, but at the center, little Nan Nan was calm and tranquil. Snowflakes didn't dance. Who's there? How dare you steal food from the tiger's mouth and fight for the divine infant with me? Are you tired of living? Roar! Yi Fan's anger and battle intent shot through the 9 heavens. It was the first time he was so angry in recent years. Golden blood chi surged and surged into the sky. He appeared in the field. Angry shouts and screams came from the field, but none of them were as shocking as the blooming flowers of blood. These people were saints, but they exploded one after another. One after another, they were all crushed by Yi Fan's roar. Their white bones were stained with blood and splattered everywhere. During this process, Yi Fan had already arrived. He picked up little Nan Nan and covered her eyes so that she wouldn't see this terrifying scene. Is it Big Brother? Nan Nan is dreaming again. The little girl whispered pitifully. Her eyes were filled with tears, and they rolled down when they touched Yi Fan's finger. When Yi Fan heard this, his heart was about to break. He felt extremely bitter and said, "It's all Big Brother's fault. It took me so many years to find you. This isn't a dream. Nan Nan won't be wronged anymore." The little girl's body suddenly trembled. She stretched out a pair of ice-cold hands to touch his cheeks and said timidly, "Is it really Big Brother?" Yi Fan carried her away from this place. The blood and bones disappeared. He stood on a snowy peak before letting go and putting her down. The little girl was too pitiful. Every word she said made his heart tremble. "Big Brother, Nan Nan finally sees you again." The little girl raised her head to look at him. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Tears kept rolling down her cheeks. She tightly grabbed onto the corner of his clothes, afraid that it would disappear if she let go. She said, Nan Nan is sick and has forgotten a lot. No one plays with me. They all ignore me and chase Nan Nan into the snowy plains. I miss Big Brother. These words were like needles that pierced into Yi Fan's heart. He blamed himself and felt heartache. It took so many years to find him. Little Nan Nan had suffered too much. The little girl's tattered clothes were thin. Her shoes were full of holes, and her toes were almost exposed. She was dirty all over. Only her big eyes that were filled with tears were clear and bright. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail that had never changed. A child around 3 years old dressed like this in this world of ice and snow looked especially pitiful. Big Brother is here. He won't let Nan Nan suffer anymore. Yi Fan picked her up and placed her on his shoulder. Golden rays of light overflowed and enveloped the little girl. In the distance, there was a long howl. Naturally, there were people who noticed the commotion here. The birth of a nascent soul had shocked everyone. The entire polar region was in an uproar. Even the bitter cold could not stop the fire in people's hearts. All the major forces who received the news rushed over with their men. Nan Nan is scared. The little girl sat on Yi Fan's shoulder. Seeing so many people rushing over, her big clear eyes were filled with unease. This was not the first time she had experienced something like this. It left a shadow in her heart, and she was slightly terrified. Even though her memory was blurred, she still reacted instinctively. Don't be afraid, Nan Nan. No one can hurt you anymore. They are nothing. It doesn't matter even if everyone in the world is looking for you. So what if the whole world is your enemy? Kill them all. Yi Fan said forcefully. His words shook the entire snowy plains. Chapter 1540. The snowy peak trembled and rumbled as a terrifying avalanche occurred. Groups of cultivators appeared, and all of them flew in this direction. There were men and women, old and young, protectors from the #1 divine court in the world, as well as unaffiliated cultivators from the great wilderness. In this place, there were many figures. The experts walked on the snow. Avalanches and shattered mountains couldn't stop them at all. All of them surrounded the little girl. Everyone's eyes were focused on the little girl. No one could shift their eyes away. This was the legendary divine infant that allowed the Ziwei God dynasty to prosper for 100 years. Then, it suddenly disappeared. Its portrait spread all over the world. Now, the entire world knew about it and was searching for it. It really appeared. The human-shaped immortal medicine has finally reappeared in the world. I'm so excited that I'm going crazy. One cultivator after another only had the little girl in their eyes. In fact, they almost ignored Yi Fan. That was the hope of becoming an immortal in the present world. A child that surpassed an undying medicine, a living immortal. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red. Many people didn't recognize Yi Fan, let alone in such a situation. Even if a god came, everyone wanted to take a bite out of him and obtain some immortal fate. At this moment, Yi Fan surprisingly calmed down. His blood chi was restrained, but he was incomparably cold as he stared at these crazy people. Some people recognized him and felt fear in their hearts, but they didn't retreat. They waited for someone to challenge this terrifying saint physique. Maybe they could wait for an opportunity to seize the human-shaped immortal medicine. Put down the divine infant and leave. A black mass of people appeared on the icy plains ahead. The leader was riding on a wild beast. He held an ancient halberd in his hand and pointed it at Yi Fan, surging with killing intent. These are people from the extreme North's Ice Demon Hall. For the sake of an undying holy land, they finally appeared. It's not surprising that they mobilized so many troops in their territory. Many people frowned, feeling immense pressure. A virtuous person should obtain the human-shaped immortal medicine. I won't make things difficult for you. Leave the immortal medicine and leave quickly. His mount's body was covered in ice scales that flickered with a cold light. His body was also covered in metal armor. His killing intent was dense, and even his head was covered in armor. It was a terrifying sight. Behind him, everyone else was dressed in the same attire. Their armor shone with a cold metallic luster, and the savage beasts they rode on shook their heads and wagged their tails, neighing continuously. Put down the godly medicine. These people shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. Behind them, many mountain ridges collapsed and were turned into dust under the hooves of many savage beasts. This was an unstoppable flood of steel. It quickly rushed over, shocking everyone. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up into a cruel smile. He was furious to the extreme. Little Nan made his heart ache, and he felt very uncomfortable. Yet, these people still acted like this in front of him, treating the little girl as medicine. Kill! Yi Fan roared, and like a wounded beast, he covered little Nan's eyes. He grabbed an iron sword through the air and slashed forward. Even though it wasn't an immortal weapon and was only a fine iron sword, in Yi Fan's hands, even a withered tree could release immortal radiance. Naturally, it was extraordinarily powerful. This sword illuminated the sky and cut open the dome of heaven. It was as if a huge river of stars was spreading out. With a kacha sound, a huge hole that was several dozen zhang wide appeared on the ground. As for the leader of the halberd-wielding group, he was shattered at the first moment. He wasn't cut in half, but was smashed to death by this kind of power, exploding into several hundred pieces. Even the savage beast he rode on didn't even have the chance to let out a cry before it directly exploded into a bloody mist. Dragons have reverse scales. Those who touch them must be killed. Little Nan was Yi Fan's reverse scale. Just the sight of such a lonely and pitiful little girl who was pitiful and lovable had fallen to such a state made Yi Fan's nose ache, let alone the fact that so many people were coming to bully her. When the sword landed, dozens of steeds were right in the middle. They disappeared in that terrifying crack, all turning into a bloody mist and being crushed into pieces. As for the other steeds, they were all in chaos. They were thrown off their horses, all of them extremely terrified. "Who are you?" The people from the Ice Demon Hall roared, unable to believe everything. "I'm the one who will kill you," Yi Fan said through gritted teeth. The iron sword in his hand swept out this time, and sword chi engulfed and spewed out like a waterfall, destroying everything in its path. Ah! Tragic cries rang out one after another. Severed limbs flew up in front of them like waves splashing up one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Those were the waves of flesh formed after human bodies were shattered. This sword strike was unstoppable. Be it the wild beasts or the fierce warriors sitting on them, they were all sliced into pieces. In this boundless sword wave, no one was an exception. All of them turned into a bloody pulp. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries of terror, these steeds fell. The ice plains were drenched in blood, and there were broken bones everywhere. The large bloodstains made this place look ghastly. Who is this person? The other cultivator's hair stood on end, and all of them felt their scalps go numb. This was simply an Azura. He had actually killed all the men sent out by the Ice Demon Hall in the extreme north. 2 swords, just 2 swords, and he ended the army and made it a thing of the past. Someone trembled and cried out involuntarily. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Of course, there were people who recognized Yi Fan, but they all remained silent at this moment. All of them watched coldly from the sidelines, but their hearts were restless. The temptation of the divine infant was too great. Even though they knew how terrifying Yi Fan was and knew how powerful he was, they were still unwilling to accept it. They hoped that a peerless powerhouse would stand out and gang up on him, killing him and snatching his divine infant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the end of the horizon, the rumbling of war chariots rang out. Ancient bronze war chariots appeared one after another and drove in this direction. They crushed the sky and shook the firmament. Great flags fluttered one after another like dark clouds pressing down, covering the sky and the sun. The divine infant belongs to the people of the world. No one can monopolize it. A mighty and fierce middle-aged man shouted. This great power arrived rather late, so they naturally had to find a good excuse. They said that the world should share the human-shaped immortal medicine and berated Yi Fan, wanting him to let go immediately. They wanted to use the great power of the people of the world. All you don't know the difference between life and death. How dare you all hurt little Nan? Yifan's expression became even colder. He carried little Nan Nan and covered her eyes as he charged over. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he killed. It was just an iron sword, but it swept across the area. Blood splattered everywhere, and heads flew into the sky one after another with large amounts of blood in them. It was extremely terrifying. This was a scene from hell. Only one person stood alone in a pool of blood. All of the war chariots in the surroundings were destroyed, and all of the experts' heads flew into the air. Corpses were everywhere, covering the sky. As for their primordial spirits, they were crushed by the killing intent that invaded their bodies the moment their heads were chopped off. Not a single one of them survived. Yifan landed on the ground expressionlessly and looked at everyone. Even though he killed the troops of two great sects, more and more people gathered and didn't decrease at all. The tide of people surged and rushed over from all directions. They occupied the mountain peaks and snowy ridges surrounding this place. And at this time, Li Tian and Yen Ishi also arrived. They brought little grass and stood beside Yifan. "Little Nan Nan, it's good that you're fine." The little girl patted her chest and let out a long sigh. "Little sister, thank you." Little Nan couldn't see with her eyes, but she could sense the auras of the people around her. The pitiful little thing was much better than before. Her frozen red little face slowly returned to normal after being enveloped by Yifan's golden light. "Fellow Taoist, can you listen to this old man?" An old Taoist appeared in front of them. "Speak." Yifan looked at him calmly. "A humanoid celestial medicine is very important, even if you can temporarily suppress everyone. Do you have the confidence to walk out of the Z-Way segmentum? Everyone in the world will stop you. Why don't we discuss the method of longevity together? What do you think?" "There's no room for discussion," Yifan replied coldly. "Fellow Taoist, you're too much. Do you really think you're invincible? You should know that there's always someone better than you out there. If you can concoct a path of celestial pills, you'll definitely be able to choose first. I guarantee that everyone will be happy," another old man said. They each had a great power behind them, and they were all giants with extraordinary identities. However, when Yifan heard about concocting pills, his expression immediately turned ugly. His killing intent was revealed as he shouted, "I can tell you that little Nan isn't a divine medicine. She's my family. If you want to have any ideas about her, you'll have to get past me first." Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. "Fellow Taoist, you're too overbearing. Do you want to take the immortal medicine for yourself? You have to understand that you're making an enemy of all the cultivators in the world. It's not easy for an opportunity to become an immortal to appear, but you want to cut off everyone's path. You're challenging all the heroes of the world." Yifan was terrifyingly calm as he looked at everyone silently. After a long time, he said, "I don't want to kill people. I don't want to kill the innocent. But if you force me, don't blame the earth for being flooded with blood and the Holy Land for being destroyed." Everyone was shocked. This was too arrogant. Did he really think he could destroy all the sects in the Z-Way segmentum? Yifan didn't say anything. He only sent out a few fragments of the brand. They were scenes of him and little Nan in the Northern Dipper segmentum. He clearly told everyone that his relationship with the little girl wasn't because of the immortal medicine. His silence was filled with endless murderous intent. Yifan stared coldly at everyone. He tried his best to restrain himself and didn't want to kill too many people. Everything that should be said and explained had been done. If there were still people who didn't know the difference between life and death, then there was no need for him to be lenient. "Dao friend, even if you have some relationship with her, it's probably because she is an immortal medicine, right? Do you want her to be your exclusive immortal medicine? I'm afraid this will be very difficult because everyone in the world won't agree to it. Who the hell do you think you are? How can you represent everyone in the world?" Yifan held his sword and slashed down. With a puff, the person was cut in half. His murderous intent became even stronger as he looked at the heroes. "What if we add in the divine court that rules the world?" Someone said coldly. The so-called divine court was a terrifying force that descended from the outer realms after destroying the Z-Way divine dynasty. They wanted to build an ancient heaven and now. They were called the divine court under the starry sky of Z-Way. Yes, what if we add in the longevity temple of the Nether Ridge and the moon palace of the Northern Lands? Is it enough? If we add in the heavenly demon alliance of the He State, the origin demon cult of the Great Wilderness, the white tiger manor of the Divine Prefecture, and the others, is it enough? Can they represent everyone in the world? A group of people shouted. When the others saw this, they all agreed. Everyone's morale was high, and they were exceptionally excited. It seemed like all the top forces in the world had expressed their stance. Even if there was someone else among them who was impersonating and making up the numbers, it was enough. At the very least, everyone's emotions were stirred up, and they roared in unison. With the pressure of the entire world, no matter how strong they were, they had to bow their heads. St. Fiziki fan, what do you think? Someone shouted. I think it's very funny. If you think you can represent the entire world, then I'll kill all of you. Yi Fan exploded, and the last bit of restraint disappeared. Boom! He was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. With a shake of his hand, the iron sword swept out, and fresh blood turned into streaks of bright light that blossomed in this place. He didn't hold back at all and used the army formula. All kinds of artifacts in the crowd turned upside down as if they were being crushed. Corpses were everywhere, and a bloody mud was formed. On this day, this place turned into purgatory. Yi Fan went on a killing spree and killed everyone in the world without mercy. The golden divine treasure was displayed, and the one turning into 3 pure ones was used. Celestial the Archfist was executed. This was a grand event of bloodshed. The entire ice field was dyed red, and blood and broken bones were everywhere. Yi Fan blindfolded little Nanan's eyes and blocked her ears. He turned into a killing god and swept through the northwest polar region. Half a day later, the news spread. The entire world was silent for a moment, and then the clamor soared into the sky. In the northwest polar region, the heroes were lying dead. 80 to 90% of the cultivators were dead. Those who appeared on the ice field and didn't accept Yi Fan's warning were all turned into broken bones and bloody mist. Chapter 1541. On the icy plains, the wind was still howling and snow was falling, covering the terrifying battlefield. Bloodstains and broken bones were all hidden in the pure white snow. A cluster of flames was burning with a cauldron on top of it. There were all kinds of delicacies inside, emitting bursts of fragrance that were especially alluring in the cold snow. Yi Fan personally made another pile of flames and barbecued skewers of golden and glossy dried meat. The fat dripped down and made sizzling sounds in the fire. There was so much food, all of which were rare treasures. It would be difficult to find them on an ancient planet, such as flying serpent, golden-backed loach, divine blood-silver chicken. The little girl obediently sat on a soft cushion and stared at the various delicacies. She couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The little girl was really starving. Her experience made people feel sorry for her. She was freezing and starving alone in a world of ice and snow, and even the snow could drown her small body. It'll be done in a while. Wait a moment. Yi Fan smiled at her. She softly grunted and blinked her big eyes, obediently waiting there. Her dirty little face had long been washed clean, and she had changed into a clean and warm robe. After dressing up, the little girl was like a porcelain doll, carved from jade. At this time, both Li Tian and Yin Ishi were telling some interesting stories to make the little girl happy. Uncle, Nanan is fine. Don't worry. The little girl was very sensible. Seeing Yin Ishi and the others surrounding her, checking and healing her, she said childishly. Xiao Qiao was also at the side and was very happy to see that the little girl was fine. Okay, come, taste the famous delicacy of the ancient human road, the 5-veined lamb leg. Yi Fan smiled. He had already roasted a lamb leg until it was golden yellow, but it wasn't old at all. The meat was delicious and fragrant. He used a silver knife to cut off a piece. There was a 5-colored luster flowing within the golden and glossy skin. It was very extraordinary. The little girl raised her little face and happily received it on a small silver plate. But she didn't eat it herself. Instead, she handed it to Xiao Qiao and said, "Little sister, this is for you. Nanan, eat first. I'm not hungry yet." Xiao Xiao was a few years older and had long become more sensible. She knew that little Nan Nan had been suffering from hunger and cold these days, so she hurriedly declined. There's no need to give way. Everyone has a share, Yi Fan said with a smile. His heart was filled with warmth. He no longer had the killing intent of the battlefield. Seeing such a pure and warm scene, he felt much better. The silver plates jingled as the two children ate with relish. They brandished their silver forks like a windmill, looking very adorable and fun. However, Yifan's heart ached when he saw this. The little guy was really hungry. After so many years of suffering such grievances, Yin Ishi was very worried that something would happen to Nan Nan. In a low voice, she discussed with Yi Fan whether they should think of a solution. However, when they probed carefully, they discovered that the little fellow was purely hateful. He would always think of other people's kindness, and had long forgotten about unhappiness and difficulties. There was no hatred in his heart, only light. It was hard to tell if he was a simple-minded or a cute little fellow. Nan Nan always forgets the past. Could it be that she is consciously trying to erase it? Or is there something in the distant past that she needs to forget? Li Tian secretly asked. Yi Fan frowned. He had thought of many things regarding Nan Nan's symptoms. Moreover, he had already helped Nan Nan improve her condition so that she wouldn't forget the people around her. However, there were still many unsolved mysteries. Is this the secret to her longevity? Yi Fan's heart was very uneasy. He had a few guesses regarding Nan Nan's background and identity, but it was not convenient for him to say them out loud. Her immortal platform remains the same from start to finish, untainted by dust, undisturbed by the world of mortals, forgetting the past, pure and translucent. Is this one of the reasons for Nan Nan's longevity? Yin Ishi also asked. He and Li Tian had long since learned about Nan Nan's past from Yi Fan, as well as her current situation. Naturally, they had many ideas. It was like this several thousand years ago, and it was still the same today. There were even some traces that indicated that there were faint traces of her even earlier in the ancient era. These were the clues that Yi Fan had found in the Eastern Barrenlands. How heaven-defying was this? Big brother, I'm full. The little fellow was very happy. She sat there obediently and raised the little silver plate high up for him to see. She had finished all the food. The little fellow was very pure and easily satisfied. As long as no one bullied her, she would always be happy. She could influence others and relax with her, feeling warm. Yi Fan dotingly stroked her head and let her drink some hot soup. Seeing her like this, his heart finally felt a little better. Did we forget about a little brat? Li Tian chuckled. Where's the little rabbit? Nan Nan and Little Grass shouted together. Here. Yin Ishi smiled and took out the chubby, fair, and chubby divine child. Liar. The two little fellows shouted in unison. Little Grass moved forward curiously and looked at the divine child through the immortal source. She said, Why is he in the rock? Is this a coffin? Did he die prematurely? You're the one who died prematurely. The little fatty woke up from his sleep and saw a little face sticking close to him. He was instantly dissatisfied. It's a ghost. Xiao Xiao was frightened. She screamed and retreated. You're the ghost. I'm the greatest miracle in the world. The little fatty said in an old-fashioned manner. Then he suddenly woke up and said, This is the little girl you guys are looking for. She's not that great. A heaven-defying freak like him was very likely the only one seen since ancient times. He indeed had the qualifications to say such words. In the eyes of others, Little Grass could already be said to be a rare talent and beauty. Silly child, you're talking nonsense again. Your butt is itching again, right? Li Tian laughed weirdly, and then rewarded him with a slap. 113, I remember it. The divine child was furious. Big brother, who is he? Little Nan Nan stuck her little head out from behind Yi Fan and looked curiously at the little fatty in the immortal source. This is a stubborn and mischievous wild child. Even the heavens don't like him and sealed him. Li Tian rushed to answer first. The divine child looked at him with slanted eyes and gnashed his teeth. Then, his face was filled with disdain as he provoked them. Little Nan Nan also moved closer and looked curiously. She even used her hand to touch the immortal source. An immortal multicolored light immediately flew into her body. Ghost! This time, it was the little fatty's turn to cry out. His face was full of shock as he stared at the little girl. Little Nan Nan hurriedly retreated and grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes. She hid behind him and only stuck out half her little head to watch. Yin Ishi and Li Tian clicked their tongues in wonder. Although they had long heard of the little Nanan's miraculous abilities, they still couldn't help but be astonished after seeing it for themselves. She? Who is she? How could she steal my origin energy? The little fatty seemed to be frightened badly. He widened his eyes and stared at the little girl without blinking. Nana didn't do it on purpose. The little guy said in a small voice and took a step forward to apologize. Ayaya, the source leaked out again. The immortal energy hibernating within my body has leaked out. The divine child cried out loudly and revealed a fearful expression. He was truly afraid of the little Nan Nan. Yi Fan revealed an astonished expression. He discovered that there were symbols flickering within the little fatty's body. His blood contained mysterious law fragments, and this was truly moving. It was extremely profound and difficult to see through. Moreover, the so-called immortal energy was seeping out from his blood, and it made the little fatty's face turn white from fright. The little Nan Nan had a puzzled expression on her face as she retreated. She didn't have any abnormalities from beginning to end, and her body was calm and peaceful. The multicolored light seeping out from the little fatty entered her body without producing the slightest change. Li Tian and Yin Ishi were both moved. The little grass didn't understand and only stood to the side, looking left and right. She didn't understand anything. Save me. The little fatty was truly scared now. He loudly shouted and was so scared that he was about to cry. Who told you to talk back? Are you scared now? Li Tian laughed and moved him away a bit. Meanwhile, the little Nan Nan didn't come any closer either. Only after a moment did the little fatty within the immortal source return to normal. However, his heart was filled with fear, and he wouldn't come closer even if he was beaten to death. He even wanted to escape, but unfortunately, he couldn't fly out of Yi Fan's palm. Who is she? Why is she so terrifying and mysterious? She's so small, and she might not even be as big as me. The divine child's eyes were wide open as he continuously pondered. He was unconvinced. Nan Nan, come here. After thinking for a bit, Yi Fan carried the little Nan Nan in front of the immortal source. He didn't want to investigate the little Nan Nan, but rather wanted to confirm the divine child's origins. No! The little fatty miserably cried out like a pig being slaughtered. His arms and legs flailed about as he shook the immortal source. This time, as soon as the little Nan Nan approached, strand after strand of immortal energy flew out from within the divine child's body. In addition, his body rumbled, and the great Tao fragments within his blood increased by several times. This chubby little fatty's origins are really frightening. How old is he? And he already has such a supreme Tao law fragment within his body. Li Tian was speechless. However, at this moment, the divine child was in a very sorry state. He was filled with fear, and this was an instinctive fear. This was the first time in his life that he was so afraid of someone. Within his body, more and more runes appeared, and in the end, his entire body lit up. At the same time, the green copper cauldron within Yi Fan's body actually trembled and emitted a clear sound. His expression instantly changed, and he quickly took it out. Yi Fan held the little Nan Nan and paid attention to protecting her. Then, he directly stuffed the divine child into the green cauldron and observed him closely. Murder! I don't want to die. You can't do this to me. Hurry up and take that little girl away. The divine child howled dryly. Wong. The green copper cauldron trembled again, and this caused the expressions of Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yin Ishi to be greatly shocked. They revealed expressions of disbelief. This little fatty's origins were too shocking. Yi Fan shook the cauldron, wanting to make more discoveries. In the end, he discovered that the little fatty was in a state of confusion and was almost foaming at the mouth. Nan Nan, help Big Brother again. Yi Fan had the little Nan Nan stretch a snow-white hand into the cauldron, and he stared unblinkingly at the little fatty. I'm scared, I'm convinced. You guys hit my butt, and those debts will be erased. I won't keep accounts. The little fatty cried out in compromise. The blood within his body boiled, and under the little Nanan's suppression, even more immortal energy seeped out. Although it couldn't harm his body, there was an instinctive fear. Wong. The green copper cauldron swayed, and this time it blossomed with even more resplendent light. Moreover, it emitted a few ancient syllables that were exceptionally mysterious. Chapter 1542. Inside the green copper cauldron, the ancient syllables were extremely strange, as if they were the sounds of an ancient sacrificial ceremony. They traveled through time and space, but also sounded like cries and howls. It was extremely strange. The broken cauldron shone brilliantly, like a blazing sun. Its entire body was translucent. All types of flowers, birds, fish, bugs, as well as the sun, moon, and stars all appeared. The sea of primal chaos surged within the cauldron. What happened? Li Tian and Yen Ishi were both stunned. Yi Fan pulled the little girl and couldn't help but take a few steps back to protect the little fellow to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Meanwhile, inside the broken cauldron, the divine child was crying and shouting loudly, bobbing up and down in the sea of primal chaos. God damn it, you can't do this to me. Streak after streak of dazzling symbols suddenly appeared on his body. They immediately rushed into the heavens like raging waves beating against the shore, engulfing the heavens. Pung! The little fatty's body seemed to have exploded, actually rushing out with a special multicolored light. Several symbols exploded, and then he stopped moving. The divine child died? The others were shocked, and Yi Fan was even more stunned. It was because he felt that the little fatty didn't have the slightest trace of life. The symbols that exploded were extremely special, actually as large as his height. 8 or 9 of them appeared one after another, and in the end, they were all obliterated. It was shocking. Don't tell me this little fellow really suffered a disaster. Li Tian tried to poke him, but there was no reaction. The cauldron was misty, and the little fatty was sealed in the immortal source without the slightest trace of life. No one had expected this kind of result. At this moment, the broken cauldron's luster was restrained, and the green multicolored light gradually disappeared. It recovered its calm, becoming rusty again. No one would have noticed it even if it was thrown into a pile of scrap metal. Yi Fan fished up the immortal source. The little fatty's eyes were tightly closed, but his skin was sparkling and translucent. It didn't seem like he was injured at all. Half a quarter of an hour later, he suddenly had life fluctuations. He then opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "So comfortable! Everyone!" Acting all mysterious. "I thought you were dead." A moment later, Li Tian naturally rewarded him with a slap. "It's as if I obtain a new life. I feel much more agile than before." He shouted excitedly, but when he saw the blinking little girl, he immediately became listless. "Can you keep her away from me?" He carried a sobbing tone, because there was immortal energy flying out from his body, continuously entering the little Nan Nan's body, naturally suppressing him. "What happened to your body?" Yen Ishi probed, but found nothing. Yi Fan lifted little fatty up to reflect the sun. He turned him over and over, as if he was examining a rare treasure. His eyes were bursting with divine light. "Hey, what are you doing? I am the future supreme being. If you offend me, your future days won't be good." Divine Child was furious, threatening fiercely. Unfortunately, Yi Fan ignored him, but in the end, he didn't find anything special and put him down again. The place regained its peace. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yen Ishi looked at each other and then stared at the little fatty. They all had similar guesses. It's related to the green copper cauldron. Could he be the son of venerable sovereign? That's right. The sacrificial chant from the little fatty's immortal platform is too grand. Who can match it? I guess it was created when Di Zun was buried. Not necessarily. Maybe it was the Kunlun divine child. Kunlun Mountain was very strange, giving birth to an immortal bell in a green cauldron. It surpassed the understanding of the world. In the end, Li Tian didn't give up and made a further decision. He stuffed little Fatty into the cauldron again, and then had the little girl directly block the immortal source. This place was like slaughtering chickens and ducks. Little Fatty cried out miserably, and immortal light shone in all directions. The loss was severe, but there were no more strange signs. Moreover, the green cauldron was like an ancient well without any luster, mottled with rust. There were actually no changes this time. This was shocking. All of the strange signs had disappeared, and there seemed to be no connection between Divine Child and the green cauldron. It was puzzling. All signs had disappeared, as if the connection had been completely severed. In the end, Yifan put away the green cauldron, finally freeing Divine Child. Now, because of the little girl, he was well-behaved and obedient. The Ziwei Star region was in an uproar. Yifan had killed so many experts, shocking the world. The icy plains were bleeding, and the wilderness was covered in white. This was a heaven-piercing event, and the great sects suffered heavy losses. What affected everyone the most was still the humanoid immortal medicine, but it had fallen into Yifan's hands. Who could remain calm? It's just one person. No matter how strong he is, can he fight against everyone in the world? The whole world is his enemy, and he is going against the will of the masses. It's hard for him to have a good ending. Some people were furious. Their sect elders had died, and they couldn't help but shout and curse. This was a wave of anger, and everyone was unwilling. Not to mention those relatives and friends who had died. Just the humanoid immortal medicine was enough to make the whole world go crazy. In the extreme north, the Ice Demon Palace was furious. The people they had sent out were all dead, and so many cavalry had been killed. It made them so angry that their teeth were about to shatter. However, they had no choice but to endure. The power of the human race's sacred physique was terrifying, and no one dared to fight against it. But they were unwilling. Since he dares to be so arrogant, let's make him the enemy of the whole world, and let everyone in the world kill him. A Tao protector of the Ice Demon Palace said coldly, his voice filled with coldness. In reality, it's already like this. He has killed so many people, and he has formed enmity with the Divine Court and the Netherworld Ridge Longevity Temple. He has already offended the whole world. He just needs a little push, and from then on, he will be the #1 demon in the world. Another deputy sect master's tone was indescribably cold, but his expression was very calm. The Ice Demon Palace naturally had great resentment, and on this day, they added fuel to the fire and made a ruckus, secretly exaggerating the cruelty of Yifan's killings and many other negative news. They added oil and vinegar, making things up, taking things out of context, and constantly slandering him. They made up many stories and slandered him. He is the human race's sacred physique, and he feels that he is invincible. He wants to command the world and kill in all directions. Yifan is an impressive person. Now that he has obtained the human-shaped immortal medicine, he has the opportunity to become an immortal, but that was discovered by all the great sects together. Yet, he cruelly slaughtered them all in the northern plains and monopolized the precious medicine. He once declared that, so what if he is the enemy of the whole world? He wants to kill everyone in the world. He is truly a demon. The Divine Court, Longevity Temple, Sky Demon Alliance, and Origin Demon Sect are the leaders of the world. How can they tolerate him being so impudent? The Ice Demon Palace made a ruckus, pushing Yifan to the opposite side of the human race. They secretly spread all kinds of rumors, wanting to stir up the emotions of everyone in the world and suppress him together to seize the immortal medicine. Yifan sneered. These great sects were very strong, but they were not enough to represent the whole world. How could he be afraid of a single one of them? His wondrous arts shocked the world. The first target he used his great divine arts in the extreme north was the Ice Demon Palace. As expected, he received confirmation that this great sect was adding fuel to the fire. There were people in the Ice Demon Palace who objected, but the deputy sect master and the protector insisted on using the world's great power to suppress Yifan, drawing the other great powers over to kill him together. Therefore, the clamor and all kinds of slander and rumor spread. Human race's sacred physique. What right do you have to bully fellow Taoists in the world just because your bloodline is powerful? We were the ones who discovered the human-shaped divine medicine first, but you killed all the heroes of the icy plains for your own selfishness and snatched it. You are cold-blooded and inhumane. The immortal medicine naturally belongs to all the great sections. We were the ones who discovered it first and refined it into an immortal pill. The world will share it. How can it fall into the hands of this demon? In order to take the immortal medicine, he even made up a story saying that the little girl was his younger sister. What an ironic joke. The human heart is insatiably greedy. The Ice Demon Palace was in an uproar, and the world was in an uproar. Many powerful itinerant cultivators came out of seclusion, not for anything else but just for the immortal medicine. I can't stand the loneliness. Yifan only had this to say. He took little Nan Nan, Li Tian, and Yin Yi and headed toward the deepest part of the north. Their target was naturally the Ice Demon Palace. Xiao Qiao accompanied them. She had already bade farewell to her family and was willing to become a cultivator who could fly. Although she left in tears, she was still a child after all. She recovered a lot after half a day. She and little Nan Nan were together, and the two little girls ran and jumped around, looking very loving. Divine Child didn't want to be sealed in the artifact, but he also didn't want to collide with little Nan Nan. It was very contradictory, so he could only compromise and beg Yifan and Li Tian to take care of him. What? Yifan is here? When everyone in the Ice Demon Palace received the news, there was a moment of dead silence. Then, they were horrified. The news was leaked too quickly. They only used a few key figures to instigate, but Yifan found out so quickly. All the sects have come to the north and entered the icy plains. A peerless powerhouse has appeared. Could it be that he still wants to risk universal condemnation? Some people were scared, but they didn't want to show their fear. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and the palace collapsed. A huge bronze plaque fell from the sky and smashed onto the palace, causing it to collapse. How hateful! How audacious! Some older figures were furious. This was the plaque hanging in front of the mountain gate, but it was sent flying with a slap and smashed into their conference hall. How many years had it been since something like this happened? They almost didn't dare to believe this result. This was really unbridled. Naturally, Yifan and the others had arrived. They arrived in front of an ice palace. This place was grand and majestic, located in the polar region. It stood majestically in the boundless ice and snow, existing since ancient times. After they arrived, they didn't stop at all. They directly barged into the mountain gate and slapped the bronze plaque away. They were here to denounce them. No one could stop them at all. This was a holy land. Quasi-Emperor had once appeared more than 100,000 years ago, but the formation patterns had long been obliterated. As for the layers of the Great Sage Formation, they couldn't stop Yifan. Stop, someone shouted. Who? Yifan flicked his sleeves, and this person was immediately sent flying dozens of kilometers away. This is the ancestral land of our Ice Demon Palace. Fellow Taoist, don't be impudent. If you want to see our sect master, stop for the time being. We will go and report, said an older person, trying to stall for time. The protectors and supremacies of the mountain gate all appeared, blocking a large row in front. However, Yifan opened his mouth and blew out a gust of wind, sweeping these people up and blowing them 100 kilometers away. You're going too far. Do you really think no one in the world can restrain you? Someone roared in the highest hall of the Ice Demon Palace. Being forced in the mountain gate and overturn the conference hall was like being slapped in the face in front of everyone in the world. It was a great humiliation. Bang! Suddenly, an iron sword slashed down from the sky. A huge sword beam smashed into the highest hall, causing the Great Sage Formation patterns here to dim. The entire ancient hall was cut in half. Chapter 1543. The highest hall was sliced open, and a giant sword was stabbed into the ground, towering into the sky. The hilt of the sword shook continuously, and killing intent rushed into the 9 heavens. Everyone's expression changed. Yifan was unstoppable as he charged right in front of them. It was horrifying. Going too far? You guys made up so much, and you still have the cheek to say that. Yifan's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He didn't give him a chance to explain and punched out with his celestial arch fist, shattering that protector on the spot. A bloody mist spread out in the hall, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Fresh blood dyed the hall red. The great sage's formation patterns became even dimmer. Everyone was petrified and forgot to cry out. This was one of their sect's powerhouses, an extremely powerful figure. Yet he was killed just like that without being able to resist at all. You? The deputy sect master's face turned red and then white. He was also an advocate, so he turned around and left, not wanting to say anything more. That was because Yifan was too ferocious. With such a performance right from the start, he definitely couldn't withstand it. If he didn't leave, he wouldn't have a chance of survival. Wong. Yifan's glabella shone brightly. An array of light rushed out, turning into a small cauldron that chased after the figure that was about to escape. The deputy sect master of the Ice Demon Hall was shattered on the spot, and a bloody mist scattered. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they felt a chill from head to toe. This was too terrifying. The two powerhouses of the sect didn't even have a chance at all, and their bodies and souls were destroyed just like that. This was terrifying. Yifan's eyes were cold as he looked at everyone. Then, he walked step by step towards the throne at the highest point. In the end, he sat on it and looked down at everyone in a dignified manner. The Ice Demon Hall's sect master wasn't around, and two powerhouses died in the hall. The other leaders kept quiet out of fear, and none of them made a sound. The atmosphere was extremely cold. Next, you guys know what to do, right? Yifan asked with an indifferent expression. He sat on the throne in the center of the highest hall, looking down at everyone. This scene made everyone feel both angry and cold. This was a sacred ground of Tang Tang, but now it had become like this. Even though it had declined, it was still an undying inheritance. It was broken through just like that, looking down on them. All of them were shocked and fearful, anger surging within them. But in the end, everyone restrained themselves. No one was unafraid of death. We will immediately clarify and take back those words. We will tell the world the truth and apologize to you. An elder braced himself and said, right now, they had no choice but to express their stance. This demon was sitting right above them. If they were even the slightest bit careless and couldn't satisfy him, then there might be a great calamity today. In reality, there was a group of people within the sect that didn't agree with the clamor from before. If they were to find out, it would definitely bring about great trouble. But the Tao Protector and the Deputy Sect Master believe that with the power of the world, the Divine Court, the Netherage Longevity Monastery, and the other great sects attacking together, Yifan would be turned to dust before he could understand what was going on. But the truth wasn't like that. The demon came and killed the two of them, slicing their weak spots. Majestic ice palaces were everywhere. Yifan didn't stop and went far away. He met up with Li Tian, Yin Yishi, and the others outside the mountain gate. They left the vast ice plains and headed south in search of Yitong. Yi, let me tell you something. Now that you're done in the Z-Way segmentum, don't you want to go back? But we don't want to leave. This is the place where we were born and raised. We want to stay and return to our roots here, Li Tian said. Yifan sighed softly. This day had finally come. Friends had their own paths and choices. They would be separated on the two sides of the starry sky. The joys and sorrows of separation and reunion were unavoidable. However, he had the Divine Light platform. Now that he knew Z-Way's coordinates, it wasn't like he wouldn't have a chance to meet her. Perhaps, compared to the Big Dipper segmentum where the path to immortalhood was about to open, this place was safer. The other place was destined to be at war or even destroy the world. They headed south and heard a lot of news along the way. From the polar region to the south, there was a lot of arguing along the way. No one expected the Ice Demon Hall to change their tune. This time, they weren't making a ruckus in secret. Instead, they stood out and said some truths. We're both cultivators. You and I both know that we shouldn't be blinded by our desires. The human sacred physique is here to search for his kin. The truth is right before our eyes. There's news from the Big Dipper segmentum. Someone crossed the starry sky and received conclusive news. That little girl really came from that segmentum and is seen by Yi Fan as a daughter or sister. Desires are endless, but don't put on a bright coat for greed. The world was in an uproar. This change of heart was too fast and so thorough. They directly cleared Yi Fan's name. It was completely different from the previous slandering and clamoring. What was the Ice Demon Hall trying to do? This was the question on everyone's mind. At the same time, their words also angered many large sections. They shouldn't have done this. The general trend of the world was here. Fighting Yi Fan together had already become a trend. It was really displeasing to have such comments appear. There's nothing to say. The human sacred physique bullied the weak. He forcefully took the immortal medicine and wanted to monopolize it. Now, he even bullied the Ice Demon Hall, making them angry but not dare to speak the truth. Everything was forced. This demon must be eliminated. The whole world must fight him together. Of course, only the people who said such things were the Divine Court, Sky Demon Alliance, Origin Demon Cult, White Tiger Manor, and other major forces that could dominate a region. They thought they could represent the whole world. As for the common people, they were all buried in daily necessities and didn't know how to cultivate. Let's take down a few large sects together, Li Tian suggested. Yi Fan shook his head and said, let me kill all the evildoers. Don't get involved. After all, we still have to take root here and rebuild the human desires path. The two wanted to help, but Yi Fan wouldn't agree no matter what. On the first day, Yi Fan went south. The head of Sky Demon Alliance's ancient demon, Shuang, shot 3,000 feet into the sky. It was dripping with blood as its headless body fell on a large mountain. This battle lasted for a short time, but it caused a huge commotion. What? Shuang is dead. This is a mysterious expert. He crossed over from the outer region 50 years ago and became a hero of the demon race. How many people could fight against him, but he died just like that? This was naturally shocking. Many experts felt as if there was a cold breeze blowing over. One of the top experts in their eyes had fallen. On the second day, Yi Fan killed the 4 supreme protectors of the Origin Demon Cult. He didn't let any of them go. All of them died. Blood splattered everywhere, causing people to feel a chill up their spines. A few more experts died. Kill him, and the whole world will punish him. The crowd was stirred up. Of course, there was a certain number of people in this group. They were all people who wanted to obtain a humanoid immortal medicine. The others watched coldly from the sidelines and naturally wouldn't participate. The world was in an uproar. Voices of suppression rang out incessantly. Many great armies gathered, and ancient killing formations appeared one after another. They were controlled by the great sects and searched for Yi Fan to suppress him. However, the great powers that were shouting the loudest suffered a bitter counterattack on the third day. Yi Fan descended upon the divine continent and charged into the White Tiger Manor. He killed both their Manor Lord and Supreme Manor Lord. He split this ancestral land that had been revered since ancient times into 2 halves. The world was in an uproar. Even though he only killed 2 people, it was still so shocking. 2 generations of sect masters couldn't escape this fate and were all killed. On the 4th day, Yi Fan arrived in front of the Longevity Temple. This was a strange mountain ridge. Mists fluttered about. The ancient temple was located on top like a Tao gate in the underworld. In the distance, all types of great peaks stood side by side, making this place seem more and more special. There was a type of restrained and terrifying aura. Yi Fan looked at it for a long time. He didn't forcefully barge in, nor did he try to break through. He sensed a powerful aura. Quasi-Emperor's natural laws were swirling about. There were Quasi-Emperor's formation patterns here. It's completely intact. Rashly barging in will undoubtedly result in death. He couldn't help but sigh lightly. This place's reputation was not in vain. No wonder there was half a page of divine, ancient scriptures stored in it back then. It was on equal footing with the human king hall. It made sense after all. Taoist Sankei left. He was no longer in Ziwei star domain and stepped onto the star path. This made Yi Fan feel a bit regretful. It was because he had a vague feeling that this was an extremely formidable person. Taoist Sankei cultivated a special method. 3 souls were separately nurtured in other people's bodies. Few people in the world knew about this, and this was where Sang's name came from. In this type of state, Taoist Sankei was already extremely terrifying. As Tianda's sworn brother, if his soul was complete, then how terrifying would that be? Anyone who understood the secret would not underestimate him. Tianda is also formidable. Back then, in order to fight for the divine ancient scriptures, he directly killed Taoist Sang's father and almost caused the divine soul nurtured in his father's body to disappear. Tianda is ruthless enough. In order to achieve his goal, his decisiveness and ruthlessness are chilling. Yan Yishi and Li Tian said, "If no one jumps out from the Moon Palace, then send Xiao Qiao there." Yi Fan said, "Darling, you have to visit me in the future." Xiao Qiao was reluctant to leave. Her eyes were filled with tears. The 2 little radishes had long-developed feelings for each other after playing together. "It's not time apart yet. Don't cry yet," Li Tian said with a smile, diluting the reluctance and melancholy between children. Yitong has gone out to sea in search of the Tang Valley. He wants to take a look at the Sun Saint Emperor's coffin. He wants to obtain the Saint Emperor's weapon. This was the news Yan Yishi received. Yi Fan was startled. During the battle in the North Sea, he saw that the Sun Saint Emperor's coffin was only left with a piece of human skin. This made him feel somewhat unnatural even now. He muttered in his heart. This was the same as the undying Heavenly Emperor's performance. His corpse was also gone, only leaving behind a piece of skin. Only their divine wills were left. It could be considered a small miracle that they hadn't been completely obliterated even in this world. Of course, there was a solution to this. Living beings wouldn't forget and would always talk about it. Evil thoughts would be born from the ashes. In the following days, Yi Fan battled all over the world. He didn't retreat and didn't fear the so-called people of the world. This was just the alliance of the great sections. They were pressuring him with their power, but it was impossible to make him feel fear. Several days later, another great battle took place. A total of 7 battle saints took action. They were all peerless figures in the field of battle. They were the trump cards that had been sealed since ancient times. They came from the Origin Demon Sect, the Sky Demon Union, the White Tiger Manor, and so on, but in the end, they were all wiped out. The great formations they carried were all destroyed, and these people died a violent death. Blood splashed into the sky, killing the people of the world. Yi Fan vaguely formed an unrivaled great momentum. It was difficult to find opponents. Of course, the real people of the world wouldn't feel any sorrow. This was because the great powers that were aiming for the immortal medicine and believed that they could represent the entire world had suffered a heavy blow. All of them were badly battered and terrified. In this world, perhaps only the Kuan Peng ancestor can suppress and kill him. Rumor has it that he is no longer in the North Sea and has left the Ziwei Star region. That was an old Kuan Peng, a peerless figure from the ancient times. Yi Fan had heard of him when he first came to the Ziwei Star region. He lived in seclusion in the North Sea, but his fame hadn't waned even after so many years. The Divine Court still hasn't taken action. Isn't everything led by them? What are they still waiting for? Someone was angry. Yi Fan also knew that the Divine Court was powerful and had the support of a supreme from the outer realms. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to establish such a great sect and build an ancient heaven. It's time to end this. The God Dynasty finally made their move. Their army was vast and boundless as they surrounded Yi Fan. The one at the lead was a young man who gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Great sage. He looked young, but this person was at least over 800 years old. His eyes were deep and cold, and behind him, a great banner fluttered. Endless barbarian cavalry came like 100,000 celestial soldiers. You think you're so great, but you're really nothing. In front of true power, your so-called strength and power is nothing but a joke. The great sage of the Divine Court said coldly. Although his words were full of contempt, when he really moved, he was going to kill. A spear appeared in his hand, and it emitted the power of the quasi-emperor as it pressed forward. As soon as this spear appeared, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and gods howled, causing the dark golden spear in Yi Fan's body to tremble violently, as if it had received a great stimulation. He dared to say this because he was indeed terrifying. His own strength was strong enough. As a great sage, he used a quasi-emperor weapon right from the start. This could be said to be a fatal blow. Under normal circumstances, the enemy would undoubtedly die without a doubt. A terrifying emperor's might erupted, shaking people's hearts. It engulfed the heavens like a boundless mountain and sea pressing down, shocking people's hearts to the point of collapse. This was a great and incomparable power. The distant spectators couldn't bear it and almost knelt down. A great sage, wielding a flawless quasi-emperor weapon, released a great part of its power. This was almost equivalent to a quasi-emperor descending with half of his body to kill Yi Fan. Naturally, it was terrifying to the extreme. However, the anticipated bloody scene didn't appear. The green cauldron in Yi Fan's body emitted a brilliant, immortal light. In his left hand was an immortal sword with even more terrifying killing intent, and in his right hand was a black spear. He attacked forward. What? Why do you have the Yangxiang clan's immortal spear? How did it fall into your hands? The great sage cried out in alarm. Of course, he felt even more deeply afterwards. The green cauldron and the killing sword appeared at the same time. His face immediately became pale, and the spear in his hand trembled uncontrollably. With a wung sound, the green spear in his hand tore apart the void and broke free from his hand. It flew away on its own, entering the depths of the cosmos. This result was shocking. Meanwhile, a great pressure was emitted from Yi Fan's body. This was a true emperor weapon emitting a dignified aura that made all living beings tremble. The countless soldiers of the divine court all knelt on the ground. You aren't the only one with trump cards. Don't be too arrogant before others reveal their trump cards. Yi Fan said coldly. He then stared at him and shouted, "Speak. What kind of conflict does the owner of this immortal spear have with you all?" Chapter 1544. The green copper cauldron shone, intimidating one's primordial spirit. The immortal sword erupted, its surface dripping with blood, the killing immortal diagram shocking the world. Yi Fan pointed the sword at the great sage, asking about the Yangxiang clan's whereabouts. The great sage who came from outside this region was a true supreme being's disciple. This left everyone horrified. Someone at the level of the great sage was an ancestor in a region, yet now he still had a master in this world. Who wouldn't be shocked? Before life and death, no one could remain calm. Only some could persist in their beliefs, while others would directly collapse. I don't know. The seemingly young great sage's tone was resolute, not willing to reveal too much. Who is your master, and where is he now? Yi Fan interrogated again. The supreme being is nameless, at the center of the star domain, only waiting for the ultimate transformation to ascend to immortality. The great sage was proud, but he was also unyielding. Yi Fan's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed like this so-called supreme being really was terrifying to a certain degree. If he became an emperor at the ultimate stage, crossing that trial, the name of the divine court might truly be called the celestial court. And now, his disciple had already set out, about to unify a star domain, starting to lay out his plans. It was clear that he was full of confidence in him, believing that he would definitely succeed. However, Yi Fan didn't have much to be scared of now. Once there were too many lice on his head, he wouldn't be scared of being bitten. Having one more supreme being wouldn't matter much. Having one less supreme being wouldn't matter much. This wasn't the only terrifying karma. Shio! A streak of sword radiance flickered. The killing sword erupted, the energy radiance reaching over 100 li, directly cutting apart the space below the great sage. The shockwaves shook his body, making his consciousness unstable. Then, Yi Fan carried the immortal sword on his back, holding the black spear in his hand as he rushed over, fearing that the emperor weapon would directly destroy the great sage's primordial spirit, preventing him from prying into the great secrets. This was a violent collision. Under this strike, the 5 elements were reversed, and the universe seemed to be overturned. Earth, fire, wind, and water rotated as if the world was being split apart. In a true head-on clash, the green cauldron was put away by Yi Fan. Right now, he wasn't worried that he wasn't strong enough. Rather, he was afraid that if he was too strong, he wouldn't be able to leave any survivors. Thus, he only held onto the useless spear and used his own origin energy to fight. Pooh, the great sage's primordial spirit was unstable just now, and now he was being attacked like this. Their bodies were almost in contact with each other, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His arm that was struck by the black spear felt like it was cut by a heavenly blade. His arm was cut in half, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Boom! Yi Fan engaged in close combat with him. He held the spear in his left hand and the celestial large fist in his right. They attacked ferociously together with unstoppable momentum and divine strength. Pooh! The great sage flew outwards, his body breaking into pieces. This broken spear actually revived at this crucial moment, erupting with strand after strand of quasi-emperor might. This was a type of unwillingness and resentment. This spear had great karma with this bloodline. Now, the remnant consciousness was furious, starting to devour it. The lower half of the great sage's body exploded, and then it broke apart inch by inch, turning into strand after strand of bloody mist. He was about to die miserably. Yi Fan felt a headache. There had never been a day when he felt as strange as today. He hoped that the power of the weapon in his hand would be a bit weaker so that the enemy wouldn't die. However, this didn't change according to his will. The great sage didn't want to die either. His primordial spirit rushed into the sky, but there was still quasi-emperor energy that spread over. His primordial spirit was about to decay, cracks appearing one after another. I don't want to die. The great sage cried out miserably, but there was nothing he could do to change the result. Most of the primordial spirit collapsed, and only a portion broke free from the quasi-emperor's energy. Yi Fan pulled it over and held it in his palm. He opened his heavenly eye and looked into his sea of consciousness. Yi Fan saw group after group of chaotic scenes. There was too much information, and among them, there were a few terrifying scenes that left a deep impression. A green spear and a black spear collided, and 2 imposing figures fought intensely. That was the battle of the quasi-emperor. It was like the end of the world, and it happened in the past. At the same time, he discovered a few memories in this remnant consciousness. The great sage's master fought a great battle against the Yangxiang clan. Both sides suffered, and the spear and spear were almost shattered. However, the green spear was brought away, and the black divine spear pierced through the cosmos, disappearing into the void. It was clear that it ultimately fell on Earth. That's a huge planet with powerful life waves. Yi Fan stared at the blurry figures of the 2 experts. Behind them, there was the vitality and vigor of the ancient life realm. He thought of a person, the insufferably arrogant Saint Physique nemesis on the ancient road of the human race, the tyrant. This person's might was monstrous, and he had 9 divine forms. If Yi Fan didn't have divine restrictions, it would be a bitter battle against him. The tyrant was born under the ginseng fruit tree, and he had an extraordinary origin. The ginseng fruit tree used to belong to the Yangxiang clan, and he came from Earth. Connecting all of this together, one could make many conjectures. Could it be that the earth-shattering battle between the 2 quasi-emperor took place in the star field where the tyrant physique was? The fate of the Yangxiang clan was unknown, and the immortal tree was lost there? As for the supreme being who had fought against the Yangxiang clan, he might have come from there, passed by, obtained the ginseng fruit tree, or was an ancient tyrant physique that broke out of the divine origin, or there were too many possibilities, making it hard to be sure. It was a pity that the great sage was already dead, and the fragments of his primordial spirit were limited, so it was impossible to find out everything. This battle happened at least 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, and it was hard to tell whether the Yangxiang clan was dead or alive. However, the other supreme being was even more powerful, and he had established the divine court. This made people uneasy. In this world, the quasi-emperor doesn't just have Guy Gioio and the one from the Golden Crow clan. Now, there's another one, and he's bound to be terrifying in the future. This was a bad feeling. The ginseng fruit tree had been lost on the Tyrant Physique star, and a mysterious and powerful supreme being had killed the Yangxiang clan. This made Yi Fan frown. With the death of the great sage of the divine court, there was no way this battle could continue. The great army collapsed in an instant, and they rushed in all directions like a flood, all of them fleeing for their lives. Who could stop the sword of an emperor? On this day, the capital of the divine court was deserted. Almost everyone had fled, and those who stayed behind were as if they were facing a great enemy. They were very afraid of Yi Fan's arrival. In the end, Yi Fan went, but he didn't enter the city. The divine court's power was already lost, and he didn't need to do anything. 10 days later, Yi Tong returned, but he didn't get his wish. He didn't take out the Holy Sun Emperor's weapon, and he was still in the North Sea Eye. After the matter at Ziwei Star, Yi Fan didn't go back. Instead, he found a cliff and secluded himself, trying to figure out his own path and method. This was the critical moment of his life. 2 months later, Yi Tong took the little girl away, taking care of her like a father or brother. After a few more days, Yi Fan ascended to the sky alone and arrived outside Ziwei region. Li Tian, Yin Yishi, and the others saw him off. Yi Fan was about to pass the tribulation and attack the great sage's checkpoint. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and the accumulation and waiting would finally erupt on this day. This place was called the Emperor's Star, and there were many mysteries and secrets. Many great emperors had come here and left behind immortal imprints. It was a suitable place for him to break through. Of course, this place was destined to become a bloodstained land. It wouldn't be easy to charge through, and it would be extremely difficult. The great sage's tribulation. Yi Fan would be surrounded and attacked by many great emperors. Although they were at the same realm as him, they were all the most powerful throughout the ages, and they could easily kill him. Big brother, you have to be careful. The little girl waved her hand and watched him go into the distance, disappearing into the universe. This was naturally a major matter, and it would be the greatest danger Yi Fan would face in his life. From severing the Tao to becoming a saint, and then to becoming a saint king, it was getting more and more difficult. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan was risking his life. The further he went, the more dangerous it would be. The slightest bit of carelessness could completely turn him into smoke and dust. After accumulating to this day, he felt that he was ready and could take that step. However, Yi Tong, Li Tian, and the others were all very nervous and watched closely. The entire Ziwei Star region felt an oppressive aura that made people's hearts heavy. Everyone couldn't help but look up into the sky, but it was too far and they couldn't see anything. Does it have to do with the divine body? Someone saw him leave the place of seclusion and rush into outer space. Is he going to leave? This god of calamity is finally going to leave. Sigh, what a pity that the emperor weapons of my Ziwei Star region have been lost, and the ancient great sage has also left. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Boom! Suddenly, a clap of thunder shook the world. Lightning flashed in outer space, and even the sun was covered. It was so terrifying that it seemed like the end of the world. Everyone trembled. What happened? This was everyone's question. They felt terror in their hearts, as if the end of the world had arrived. They felt suffocated. At this moment, light radiated in all directions, covering the world. Endless laws interweaved in outer space. Lightning was like a sea, surging violently. There were even roars, as if ancient emperors had come back to life. The ancient gods and devils have come back to life. What's going on in this world? There are beams of light everywhere. The formations left by the ancient emperors are all recovering. Why? On this day, all kinds of strange phenomena occurred in the Ziwei Star region. All of them were like raging waves, shocking people's hearts. Yi Fan was undergoing a tribulation. The cold and dark universe was filled with boundless lightning and completely changed. He was far enough away from the ancient life star, but the lightning still covered the sky of Ziwei. In outer space, all kinds of meteorites turned to dust, and some of the nearby small stars directly exploded. In this violent lightning, nothing existed anymore. Moon, Great Yang, Eternal Universe, Void, Amitba, Shuiyu, great emperors appeared one after another, and ancient supreme beings appeared one after another, turning into the body of the great sage. They fully displayed the imprints of this realm in the past as they attacked. Yi Fan was almost beaten to death, although he had the passing self and the Tao self to share the burden, and his true body escaped at the crucial moment. Facing so many great emperors in succession, his body and spirit were almost destroyed. This was even more dangerous than the last Saint King tribulation. It was simply a road to death. It was hard for outsiders to imagine how Yi Fan had persevered in this battle. His physical body had long been smashed to pieces. At the most dangerous moment, all his bones were shattered, and his flesh was evaporated. Only his last drop of blood flowed from his body, and his primordial spirit was on the verge of being extinguished several times, like a candle in a violent wind, about to fall into eternal darkness at any time. His flame of life was about to dry up, and his life had reached its end. In front of such an incomparably great tribulation, everything was useless. The will and beliefs that allowed him to survive were almost disintegrated. It was too bitter. Yi Fan could almost be considered dead. He operated the secret character of swordsman with great difficulty. He was reborn from a drop of blood, and he used that drop of blood to summon the shattered bones and reconstruct them. He walked on the edge of death, fought against the great emperors, and then charged into the imperial palaces. The killing drove him crazy, and he was about to collapse. He had experienced too many battles in this life, but Yi Fan had never been in such danger as today. Saying that it was 9 deaths and 1 life was an understatement. It was really seeking a slim chance of survival in the midst of 10,000 deaths. The cauldron was broken and reconstructed. It was branded with primal chaos runes and filled with its own laws and divine chains of order. It was unknown how many times this cauldron had been broken. The god inside was like Yi Fan, almost consigned to eternal damnation and falling into eternal darkness. On this day, ghosts cried and gods howled in the Ziwei galaxy. Gods and demons appeared together. Those were the laws and order of the primordial era and the remnant thoughts left behind by many experts. The whole world was shocked. Later on, the saints soared into the sky and saw the scene of Yi Fan's last struggle. They were all shocked. Boom! The river of stars dimmed, and the sea of thunder exploded. Everything disappeared, and only a pool of blood was left on the battlefield. Chapter 1545. Someone was undergoing a tribulation just now, and it was actually such a powerful lightning. Could it be that someone is about to attain the Tao? It's simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, he failed, leaving behind an eternal hatred. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many outstanding people had died at the most crucial stage of their lives. Just half a step was the difference between hell and heaven. Between heaven and earth, only a pool of blood was left. The cauldron was also shattered, turning into fragments that scattered everywhere. Master, Yitong let out a heart-wrenching cry. Li Tian and Yin Ishi were also greatly shaken. That blood did not seem to have any divinity. It was dim and lightless, as if its spirituality had been completely extinguished. Big brother, little Nan Nan's eyes were filled with tears. Die. Only a divine child could not care less. He muttered in a low voice, but in the end, he received a solid beating. Even with the immortal source between them, his buttocks almost blossomed. Big brother is fine. Although little Nan Nan's eyes were filled with tears, she still muttered. The pool of blood rustled, and then it began to slowly shine. Especially between the fragments of the cauldron, there was even a drop of bright red blood essence. It was dazzling and emitted an ocean-like essence energy. Kill! Suddenly, a terrifying divine will attacked. Someone took out the great sage weapon and slashed towards Yi Fan's drop of true blood. wanting to kill him when he was in danger. Boom! Fortunately, Li Tian and Yin Ishi were always on guard. Even though they had a bad feeling just now, thinking that something had happened to Yi Fan, they did not let down their guard. The goddess furnace shot out and blocked that weapon, emitting a dazzling misty rain that destroyed it. A drop of bright red blood fell into the golden bloodstain and began to roll, constructing the skeleton and reconstructing the true body. A human figure quickly appeared, and the disappeared Yi Fan reappeared in this world. At the same time, the cauldron trembled, turning into a dazzling rain of light that rushed together. With a clang, it was like a divine drum from ancient times that resounded throughout the starry sky. The cauldron also reconstructed. Strands of source energy pervaded the air, and divine laws flowed like liquid. After thousands of tempering, the myriad origin cauldron took shape, displaying its supreme elegance. Then, after a moment of extreme brilliance, it returned to its original simplicity and hung above Yi Fan's head, becoming the true great sage's weapon. On the cauldron walls, the symbols became even more complex. These were patterns produced from primal chaos, naturally formed. There was a type of perfect Tao feeling. Yi Fan's true body finally solidified completely. However, his face was pale and his body trembled, almost collapsing. "Brother!" Little Nan opened her little hands and wanted to rush forward. Yitong hurriedly brought her forward, and Li Tian and the rest quickly came over. "I'm fine, don't worry." Yi Fan rubbed little Nan's head and wiped away the tears on her face. He then looked at Yitong and the others and revealed a reassuring smile. Then he suddenly reached out a large hand, covering the heavens, directly grabbing forward. With a pu sound, several figures were turned into dust. The great sage's might completely displayed. Just now, only one of the people who had ambushed him had been killed by the goddess furnace. These people had been secretly activating the great sage's weapon, and Yi Fan had clearly sensed it. Now it had exploded in an instant. It became the great sage. The people of the Z-Way star field were all dumbfounded. Every one of them felt cold from head to toe. He was already so terrifying when he was still in the Saint King realm. Now that he had reached such a level, who could be a match for him? Yi Fan sat in the starry sky and began to adjust his breathing. This time, he had been too heavily injured. His body had been smashed to pieces, and everything was reconstructing. He had almost died completely. Essence chi from all directions was drawn over. Yitong hurriedly pulled little Nan and retreated. Li Tian and Yin Ishi did the same. They couldn't stay here any longer. In the end, a huge beam of light shot out from the sun and shone directly on Yi Fan's body. All kinds of essence, chi, from the universe's 8 desolates surged. The replenishment of a great sage's vitality was extremely terrifying, especially for someone with a physique like Yi Fan's. It was like a bottomless pit. The heavens and earth rumbled as the ocean-like essence chi entered his body, causing him to start glowing. Gradually, he floated in the sky like a divine wheel. Yi Fan's appearance was solemn and dignified. He did not move at all as he reconstructed his body and baptized his organs and bones. He was like a god. The sound of blood flowing was like a surging river. It was deafening. One could see that within the golden blood, a bright red color had begun to appear again, emitting a lustrous light. Those with the heavens, I could clearly see the changes in Yi Fan's flesh. All of them were stunned. Every time his flesh and bones moved, it was like a Tao weapon was humming. Just how powerful was his physique? It was actually this terrifying. It could be assumed that a single spurt of blood was enough to destroy a holy weapon. A single punch would be enough to destroy any great sage weapon. For an entire 7 days and 7 nights, Yi Fan did not move at all. He was transforming, recovering his injured body, and reconstructing the great sage's body. Rumbling sounds could be heard from within his body. That was the remnant lightning tribulation, tempering his body and meridians. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit also flew out and hugged the small cauldron. It similarly rumbled and shook, becoming more and more compatible. Tao laws flourished. In the end, everything came to an end. Yi Fan had passed the great sage's tribulation and was now a true ancestor-level figure. He could overlook an entire star domain. Great Sage Yi, Li Tian cried out strangely. A 200-something-year-old great sage, no matter which era he was in, was considered quite young. Compared to a lifespan of 6,000 to 7,000 years, he was currently in the infancy stage. This was just the beginning. Coupled with the extraordinary blood energy of the human race's saint physique, he would live for an even longer time. His future path was even more brilliant. There was bound to be a great storm along the way. Yi Fan restrained his blood energy and recovered his calmness. However, every movement of his had a Tao rhythm that made all beings revere him. As long as one reached this realm, there would naturally be traces of pressure. Of course, it was not impossible to completely transform into an ordinary person and make others unable to see through it. It's really time to leave, Yi Fan said softly. This also meant that they were going to part. On this day, they drank who knew how much wine. The wine jars had almost piled up into a small mountain. Little Nan Nan propped up her chin and sat obediently at the side, watching them drink heartily. Good brothers for a lifetime. The starry sky cannot separate our brotherhood. When we meet again, we will meet again and fight shoulder to shoulder. Li Tian, Yin Yishi, and Yi Fan drank until the smell of alcohol filled the air, but they could not get drunk. The time to part had finally arrived. Yi Fan took Yi Tong, Little Nan Nan, and Divine Child with him. He took one last look and rushed to the outer realm. Nan Nan, we are good friends, friends for a lifetime. Remember to come and see me. When I grow up, I will go and find you. Little Grass cried, Little sister, I will remember you. I will never forget you. I will come and find you. Little Nanan's childish voice came from the sky and gradually disappeared. I-Ching Wu was no longer in Ziwei Segmentum. She had stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. Even so, Li Tian and Yin Yishi could still use their connections to send Little Grass into the sect. When they reached the outer realm, Yi Fan's body trembled. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of red in the golden color. Yi Tong was shocked and cried out, Master, what's wrong? Little Nan Nan was already pulling on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes nervously. Her face was full of fear and even terror. It's nothing. It's just a small Tao injury. I didn't expect it to be so effective. It followed me from the Saint King realm to the Great Sage realm, but it doesn't affect my combat ability much, Yi Fan said calmly. Really? Little Nan Nan was worried and asked with her head tilted. Yi Fan scratched her cute little nose and said, Of course it's true. Don't worry. Master, do you have any way? Yi Tong asked with some worry. Don't worry. I will cure it completely, Yi Fan said casually. Big brother will be fine. Nan Nan will cure Big Brother's injury, the little fellow said seriously. In the starry sky, Yi Tong was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Yi Fan asked, What's wrong? Master, I want to step onto the ancient trial path of the strongest to temper myself, Yi Tong said. Yi Fan nodded and said, It's good that you have this thought. He naturally supported his disciple's decision. Although it was a difficult and dangerous path, it was indeed very tempering. She had experienced too much in Big Dipper, and it was time for Yi Tong to try some different paths. I'll send you there, Yi Fan said. On the way, Yi Fan had asked Little Nan Nan how she had come to the Ziwei Galaxy. Unfortunately, Little Nan Nan was very confused, and she couldn't remember even after thinking for a long time. Doggy almost died, and Nan Nan was very sad. Afterward, she seemed to have flown away, and she got further and further away. I don't remember what happened after that, Little Nan Nan said in a soft voice. Yi Fan had heard this from the large black dog before. At that time, Little Nan Nan was like a celestial who had ascended to heaven. She flew into the sky, and it was difficult to track her down. There were many new faces waiting in front of the first stage of the human race. They were all full of hope and confidence. Just like Yi Fan's group in the past, they had hope, ambition, boldness, and killing intent. However, it was unknown how many of them would survive. Let's do it here. Yi Fan had sent his disciple here, and he wouldn't give him any more help. He would have to walk his own path in the future. Yi Tong bowed deeply, bid farewell to his master, and said, I want to use the ancient road of the human race to go to another battlefield. He didn't want to repeat Yi Fan's path. Instead, he wanted to fight his way to another ancient road, open up a world that belonged to him, and forge his own path. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't interfere, and he allowed him to do as he pleased. A young eagle had to have the courage to reach the heavens. Only then would it be able to spread its wings and soar into the clouds. Huh? Who's that? Why did he come with a little girl and then leave? Someone asked in a low voice. Meanwhile, in front of the city gate, some soldiers looked confused and said, he looks slightly familiar. It's him, Saint Physique. What? This place was immediately shaken. The name of the human race's Saint Physique shook the ancient road, and his slaughter caused everyone to tremble. Naturally, he would attract attention. He had left behind too many legends. Unfortunately, with a flash of light, Yi Fan directly disappeared. He stood on the divine light platform and brought the little girl across the starry sky, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette. Big brother, where are we going? The little girl asked. Let's return to the heavenly village first. Many people miss you. Yi Fan smiled. The little girl is sick. She doesn't remember some people, but there are a lot of reluctance in her heart. She should be missing them, the little girl said softly. Yi Fan took action to treat her. He pointed at the space between her brows, making it dazzling. The little girl's body flickered with sparkling light, and she looked like a jade doll. Not long after, they returned to the Big Dipper Star region. As soon as they approached, they heard shocking news. The immortal path has opened. The day we've been waiting for has finally arrived. The immortal path has appeared. Everyone went crazy. Chapter 1546. The path of immortality had opened. Yi Fan was stupefied. After returning, he actually heard this type of shocking news. In the cosmos, specks of silver radiance flickered about. The starry skies were extremely brilliant. Saints moved about, moving unhindered in all directions. Now the Big Dipper was completely stirred up. Endless cultivators went crazy. The greatest change since the ancient times is about to begin. A new era is about to arrive. Everyone's minds burned with passion. This was everyone's desire. They had waited for who knew how many years already. This was the greatest immortal opportunity since the ancient times. And because of this, many unforeseen events were about to happen. Where was the immortal path? After Yi Fan descended onto the great earth, he didn't even need to look around. He already deduced the direction from the cultivators' trajectories. It really was related to the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was in the barren mountains several hundred li out. There were figures everywhere in the heavens above and earth below. Countless saints arrived here, and then they quickly withdrew, heading into outer space to report to the sect ancestors of various clans. Yi Fan arrived. He sensed a type of immortal opportunity from the distance. A type of special aura assaulted his face, making his entire body feel incomparably comfortable. Big brother, is there really someone who is going to achieve immortality? The little girl raised her head and asked. Her large eyes were extremely pure. Perhaps. The most terrifying chaos is about to begin. Yi Fan said softly. This mountain range wasn't unfamiliar to Yi Fan. Back then, he had come here when he was still a small cultivator. When he gazed into the ancient, desolate, forbidden land, it was surrounded by clouds and mist, becoming many times more mysterious than before. Outside the forbidden land, ancient trees towered into the heavens, great mountains stretching across. Normally, apes cried and tigers roared. All types of mysterious savage beasts roamed about, as well as many divine birds spreading their wings and taking to the skies. Today, however, all of the desolate beasts were replaced by humans. There were experts everywhere, cultivators everywhere, all for the sake of seeing that immortal domain's light. Above a majestic mountain peak, a terrifying crack appeared. From time to time, strands of immortal energy seeped out, leaving one indescribably shocked. That crack was incomparably brilliant, like a streak of magma in the dark night, like a streak of lightning that streaked across the hazy skies. It was especially striking and dazzling. Immortal Domain's crack. This was a world-shocking crack, several dozen zhang in length, resplendent and intimidating. Everyone speculated that the true Immortal Domain was going to be opened here. Is it true? Who can verify it? Could be a trap set up by some big shot? I remember something similar happened many years ago. 2 Saint Kings of Slaughter were trapped. It's true. It has already been verified. There's a different aura there. Just now, Immortal Light flew out and was obtained by someone, immediately breaking through a bottleneck, entering an even higher domain. As soon as Yi Fan arrived, he heard the discussions of the crowd. He held the little girl's hand and stood on top of a crouching ox rock, gazing into the distance. His brows were tightly furrowed. He saw everything clearly, and it didn't seem to be fake. Another Immortal Light is flying out. Right at this time, someone cried out in alarm. A streak of light rushed out from that mysterious crack. It was extremely special, turning into a true dragon one moment, and then into a vermilion bird the next. It was accompanied by waves of chaotic energy. Another Immortal Light has appeared. Everyone frantically fought over it, all of them rushing forward. Immediately, a bloody conflict erupted. Everyone fought fiercely because of this. It was extremely intense and cruel. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. That was the Northern Immortal Light. When he went to look for Tu Fei, he had seen this kind of thing in the path of immortalization wasteland under the ice cave. Now that he saw it here, he was stunned. Great waves surged in his heart. The path of immortalization was about to open. It wasn't fake, it actually became real. After a bloody battle, the Immortal Light was seized by a mysterious expert, disappearing into the limits of the boundless sky to comprehend in isolation. This was an incredible opportunity. Why didn't anyone enter? This was Yi Fan's doubt. Since a crack had already appeared, why didn't everyone rush in? There were many people who had the same question as him, and they had just arrived. When they asked here, there were immediately people who sneered. Even the great ancient emperor failed. Do you think we can fight our way in? Even if a crack appeared, the power of the mortal world wouldn't be able to open it. Before these words were finished, there were people who couldn't restrain themselves. They took out their holy weapons and attacked, wanting to tear open an even larger crack and rush into the Immortal Domain. Boom! This was equivalent to adding fuel to the fire. The blazing crevice released a terrifying expanse of light that surged and engulfed everything. Ah! The person who attacked cried out miserably. His holy weapon exploded inch by inch, and he himself turned into a rain of blood. He turned into ashes within the blazing light, turning into rotting dust. Just a saint. Yet he wants to charge in. In these 2 days, we've already lost 4 great sage, and all of them turned into ashes within the crack without any suspense. The bloody truth was displayed before their eyes. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Others might not believe it, but personally witnessing it and experiencing it was the most realistic and even more terrifying. The path of immortalization was extremely cruel. This was only the beginning. The appearance of a crack had already triggered a bloody calamity. Clearly, this wasn't the end. The blood calamity had only just begun. In reality, this was the case. Yi Fan stopped here for half a day and discovered that some of the latecomers didn't believe it. They used all kinds of methods to probe, but all of them were defeated. Sparkling white bones were stained with blood, flying everywhere. This place was filled with endless death. Everyone drew in a cold breath. Only half a day had passed, let alone those saints. Another great sage had fallen. The heaven-measuring ruler in his hand broke into 8 pieces, and his entire body suffered from the backlash of immortal light, turning into ashes. What kind of place was this exactly? Why was the Immortal Domain so terrifying? Even the great sage was as weak as a scarecrow. As long as one charged in, their blood would definitely dry up, and not even their bones would remain. Yi Fan frowned as he watched. This place was too terrifying, not something a human could barge in at all. Even if they used their emperor weapons, they might not be able to succeed. There might be great troubles ahead. What are the movements of the various forbidden regions? He asked someone because this was the root of the problem. the supreme existences of the forbidden regions, for the sake of becoming immortals, for the sake of survival, paid a heavy price. No one was more anxious than them. If these people didn't show themselves, then this place didn't have any meaning. The 7 great life forbidden regions all have heaven-reaching beams of light that tore apart the sky. Origin Ancient Mine and Undying Mountain, even more so, have terrifying mists that pervade this place. Someone said with a trembling voice, as if they saw the most terrifying thing. Yifan turned around and left, not staying here for even a minute longer. He had the green copper cauldron on him, and this type of thing would most likely draw the interest of ancient supreme beings. Far from that mountain range, Yifan stood on a mountain peak, silently enjoying the scenery and thinking to himself. The opening of the immortal path really was too sudden. Even though it was still just a crack, not a true immortal gate, it still made one feel like it wasn't real. There was no forward movement, no irregular scenes. It just suddenly broke apart in a single night, appearing in this world. It's coming again. A streak of immortal mist is surging over. In the distance, someone cried out in alarm. Yifan suddenly raised his head. To the north, there was an expanse of mysterious mist that could be said to move at the speed of light, arriving from the north. It was incomparably vast, as if a sea covered the skies, filling heaven and earth, descending onto immortal domain's crack. A boundless white expanse stretched from north to south, connecting heaven and earth, as if a true silver river was falling. It was too terrifying and boundless, making even the great sage tremble endlessly. It came from a divine ruin's direction, the boundless white mist suppressing everything, engulfing the boundless sky dome, making everyone's hearts tremble endlessly. It wasn't a human figure, but rather a type of aura. A powerful divine will awakened, searching this place, sensing the reality of this crack. These were archaic supreme beings, every single one of them possessing magical force that surpassed the past and present. Just their awakening alone produced such a great disturbance, leaving everyone indescribably shaken. The mist was boundless. After lingering about this place for a long time, no one dared to even breathe loudly. They already experienced this before, Origin Ancient Mine and other places also producing irregular scenes. Reverence and not moving was the best choice. Listening to my own funeral song, I finally saw hope at the end of the road. Only this sentence was left behind, and then not a sound could be heard. A few minutes later, the boundless primal chaos mist withdrew like a tide, the oppressive atmosphere immediately disappearing. Everyone couldn't help but release a long breath of relief. It's real. The path of immortality has appeared. Immortal domain is about to completely open. Everyone was now finally sure that this crack was real, not some trap. Who could deceive the existence in a restricted region? That was someone tired of living. That day, the world was in an uproar, the entire world shaken. There wasn't a single person who wasn't trembling. This was the dream of cultivators since the ancient times, and now it was going to be fulfilled in this era. How many heroes fought on the path of immortality, their bones buried in foreign lands? Not even the supreme emperors of a generation could achieve immortality. After they died, the celestial court collapsed. Deities and deities of all regions fell into chaos. Now, this type of heavenly fate actually appeared. It was rumored that in this era, immortal domain's gates were opened. There would be people who could truly achieve immortality. This wasn't the result of a single person's divination. The archaic emperor and human race's great emperor both carried out a divination, both of them believing that in this era, there would be unprecedented changes. Big brother, are you also going to achieve immortality? Will you leave me? On the mountain peak, the little girl raised her head, looking at him anxiously, as if she was extremely nervous. Yifan laughed. He squatted down, stroking her tender little face, saying, I am going to achieve immortality, so I will bring you with me into immortal domain. The little fellow immediately smiled happily. Just one sentence was enough to satisfy her. Yifan seriously thought for a long time. This really was too sudden, making him feel uneasy even now. Why was there no prelude at all? Why did a crack directly appear? When are we going to achieve immortality? The little girl asked innocently, extremely naturally, without the slightest bit of misgivings. Yifan felt a bit of a headache. This was just too difficult. Right now, even the supreme beings of the 7 great restricted regions didn't make any movements, not taking action. It was clear that the timing was still unknown. After waiting for endless ages, the great emperor-level existences wouldn't easily take action. They would definitely wait for the most precise moment to attack, enter immortal domain in that instant. At this time, no one rashly took action, but that earth-shattering strike wasn't far off. The most terrifying thing since time immemorial is about to happen, Yifan said to himself. This level of battle had never been seen in this world before, but today it was about to change. When this day arrived, all of the rules would be broken. The legendary era was about to appear. On the path of immortality, heroes and failures would be decided. Whoever could achieve immortality would all emerge from a great calamity that would engulf the entire cosmos. Chapter 1547. The mountain peak was extremely tall. Yifan gazed into the distance, seeing the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Mist curled about that place. There seemed to be a figure above the abyss, and there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring in this direction. Yifan's mind trembled. Was that Huang? That older sister is so pretty, the little girl said. She blinked her large eyes, looking curiously towards the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Yifan's mind was shaken. Not even he could see through the mist, yet the little girl could. It really was shocking. Soon after, he calmed down. Back then, it was also like this in Undying Mountain. The little girl could see through emperor patterns, pointing out a path of survival for everyone. That older sister, why did she tie herself up with chains? The little girl revealed a confused expression. She tilted her head and looked into the distance, her large black eyes flickering with brilliance. Yifan felt a bit of a headache. Those were definitely immortal gold chains, made of dragon-marked black gold, phoenix blood scarlet gold, immortal tears green gold, and others. It was incomprehensible and shocking. Let's go. There's no need to look anymore. Yifan held the little girl's hand, and then they turned around, quickly rushing into the horizon. Since they could see Huang, the other party should be able to see through him even more, making him feel uneasy. He wasn't willing to stop. The divine light platform flickered, tearing apart the void. A moment later, they appeared in outer space again, arriving in a place where stars shone brilliantly. There was a small world here named Heavenly Village. Outside the village, golden wheat rose and fell. It was a year of harvest. The village was filled with chickens and dogs, creating a scene of otherworldly prosperity. If one didn't look carefully, they really would have thought that they arrived in a mountain village. It was because this place was isolated from the rest of the world, only peaceful and satisfied. Divine Child has returned. The little sparrow cried out cheerfully, breaking the peace of the village. The peaceful heavenly village immediately became lively. A group of people appeared, young and old, all of them surrounding them. Yifan hadn't left for long, but he still drew everyone's attention. Who is this child? She looks like a porcelain doll. Most of the people in Heavenly Village didn't recognize the little girl. They all began to discuss among themselves. Master, this should be the little girl I've never met before, right? Huawa walked over with a cheeky smile on her face. They had not been apart for a long time, so she did not feel much emotional after seeing Yifan. Yifan knocked him and said, in terms of seniority, she has to call you nephew. Little Nan glanced at the shiny bald head in front of her with her big eyes and said timidly, Nephew Gu. Everyone burst out in laughter. The flowers let out strange cries. This is Nan. One of the killing St. Chi Luo's eyes was resplendent while the other was pitch black. He revealed a shocked expression as he stared at her carefully. Everyone naturally guessed it, but they couldn't help but be shocked. Yifan had left to find the little girl, and they didn't expect that he would actually succeed. However, many people were flabbergasted. So many years had passed, yet little Nan still hadn't grown up. She was still the same as described in the past, making people feel that it was inconceivable. "I am Nan Nan," the little fellow said softly. "Where's Nan Nan? Where's Nan Nan?" Someone shouted in the distance. Li Haishui ran over. The last time he came to Heaven Village, he still hadn't returned. The Silver Blood 2 emperors followed behind and arrived in front of him. "You are Big Brother Haishui." Little Nan Nan's big eyes were a bit perplexed, but she couldn't help but say Li Haishui's name. This was a subconscious memory. "This is great. Our family's little princess has finally returned safely." Li Haishui shouted in an extremely excited manner. The entire village was alarmed. Regardless of whether they were in seclusion or drinking tea or playing chess, they all appeared at the entrance of the village, surrounding this place tightly. "God, where did this little angel come from? It would be great if I had a daughter like her." Kaida cried out in surprise, shouting that he had seen an angel. "There are angels on the ancient road. I've seen a few races," Yi Fan said with a smile. "Yi, have you seen God? I've always forgotten to ask you. If you see him on the ancient road, ask him how exactly did I provoke him?" "I hate him," Kaida said furiously. "This is a bit difficult. You could go ask him yourself in the future." The heavenly village was filled with a festive atmosphere. The arrival of little Nan also made the children here very curious. They surrounded her and chattered noisily like a group of happy little sparrows. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. The little fellow would no longer be lonely here. With so many children accompanying her, she should be very happy in the future. Not long after, a sumptuous banquet began. Everyone sat around the bonfire, toasting and exchanging cups on the open air. Every one of them was very forthright. People naturally brought up the matter of the immortalization road. Chi Luo said that he had already given the order that no one was allowed to participate. Otherwise, it would be purely throwing away their lives. This was the truth. Even the great sage had lost a few people. What do they have to compete with? They could only die in vain. 2 days later, Yi Fan invited Ji Ziyue, Dongfang Yi, and some other old friends. After arriving at the heavenly village, it naturally became lively again. "Little fellow, do you still recognize me?" Ji Ziyue picked up little Nan Nan and asked while giggling. This naturally made things difficult for the little fellow. She did not want to lie, but she was a little embarrassed. In the end, she obediently shook her head and said that she was sick and had forgotten many people and things. Ji family had not made any big moves yet. After seeing the crack in the immortal domain, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. "If there are no accidents, my family might have to leave Big Dipper," Ji Ziyue said. She would leave a portion of people to guard here, but the foundation and future of the family would be entrusted to the immortal domain. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Ji family actually made such a decision. An old ancestor broke out from the source of God and personally gave such an order. She did not mention the origin of this old ancestor, but it was likely that his identity was shocking. Otherwise, it was impossible for the entire family to listen to him. Next, Yi Fan, Jizi, Dongfang Yi, Li Haishui, and the others went to that mysterious crack dozens of times, but it was to no avail. Later on, some people speculated that this was an early crack. The barrier between the mortal domain and this world was too sturdy, but it was still difficult to pass through. There was a terrifying law that could tear everything apart. To be more precise, it still hadn't connected to the immortal domain. That was only a void scar, a sign that the great gates of the immortal ascension road were in a cracked state before it opened. However, many people still didn't give up, using all types of forbidden artifacts to attack, hoping for a miracle to appear. Unfortunately, in the end, the ancestral artifacts of several clans all disappeared after entering, leaving everyone in despair. It most likely isn't the immortal path, just a spatial crack that leads to the immortal domain. Later on, there were even quite a few people who wavered, developing this type of doubt. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. This great crack devoured too many people's lives, stirring up a storm in the entire Big Dipper capital. Meanwhile, on this day, a crazy wave appeared in outer space, suppressing the boundless sky dome. It was boundless and immeasurable, as if a great emperor was born, engulfing everything. Many of the great sages' hearts jumped, having a premonition of something. They looked towards the heavens together. The quasi-emperor descended into this world, and this type of person appeared. This was the judgment everyone made. Great waves surged within their hearts. Everyone's scalps went numb. The legendary quasi-emperor finally descended into this world, arriving for the immortal path. A great battle that shocked endless generations was about to unfold. Everyone believed that there wasn't just a single quasi-emperor in this world. Emperors were coming, fighting in the same world. Even though they all carried the word quasi, there was also the word emperor. The universe would be shaken. Oh, a cold snort sounded, ringing through the world of mortals, shaking up the eastern wastelands. It sounded from the immortal tomb within the 7 great restricted regions, making even the sun, moon, and stars lose color in that instant. In that instant, the boundless might outside the sky dome immediately disappeared, returning to calmness, as if nothing had happened. Everyone became even more terrified. The more powerful the cultivator, the colder they felt. The entire world became quiet, losing all sound for a long time. The same day, auspicious light danced about under the jade pool immortal peach tree, brilliant radiance shooting in all directions. The 9-aperture divine stone trembled slightly, strand after strand of cracks appearing on its surface, absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual essence even faster. Strange things happened in this world every day. More and more experts descended from the outer realms, and they became more and more unfathomable. Even now, it was unknown just what kind of existences had arrived. Yifan sighed softly. The quasi-emperor has arrived. This immortal path is not fake. There will definitely be a great battle that will shake the heavens and rend the earth. In the past, they were always looking forward to it, but now that the deadline was right before their eyes, everyone's hearts felt heavy. Who dared to say that they were prepared? In the following days, there seemed to be a change every day. The huge crack that was several dozen zhang long already extended to over 100 zhang long, and that place became a land dyed in blood. Just the bones of saints piled up on the ground, and it was unknown just how many people died. Experts fought over the immortal light that flew out. Every once in a while, there would be immortal karma descending. Of course, there were also quite a few people who didn't fear death because their lifespans were up and they wanted to carry out one last struggle. There had never been a place that was as miserable as the mountain ridges outside the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Every day, many old cultivators died like moths flying into a flame. This was the charm of becoming an immortal. It was unstoppable, all for the sake of obtaining the word immortal. There were too many people from all the regions, and every region had people like this who had reached the end of their lives. If they fought their way through, they would become immortals. But if they couldn't, they would become a pile of bones along the way. No one expected this to continue for a full 8 years. The splattering of blood and bones was still happening. The time span was very long, and many people doubted whether this crack was real or not. The immortal light was real, and it allowed many people to break through bottlenecks and undergo shocking transformations. And in these 8 years, the crack in the celestial domain had also extended to 2,000 zhang long. Although the speed had slowed down, this trend didn't change. It was the final preview for the opening of the immortal gate. In these 8 years, Yifan had always been comprehending the Tao and cultivating. He walked between the mountains and rivers, comprehending all kinds of techniques, developing his own secret technique, and creating another secret realm scripture in the human body. My little ancestor is back. Jiziwei brought a piece of news that stunned Yifan. Why was the way she addressed him so strange? It's little ancestor, Jizi. Jiziwei smiled. What? Yifan was overjoyed. Jizi was back, and when they met again, he was also the great sage. His cultivation speed was terrifying, and he was even more silent and didn't speak much. Almost on the same day, another piece of news came. The sacred prince had returned and appeared in the eastern wasteland. Brother Ji, let's go receive the sacred prince together. Yifan smiled. Okay. GZ only said one word, but there was a shocking look in his eyes. That year, the three of them worked together to fight against the 8 generals and kill the Sacred Prince. The wind and clouds were vast, and their aura swallowed tens of thousands of miles. It seemed like it was just yesterday. Now, maybe the three of them had to work together again.